League of Legends, The Lord of the Thousand Year War. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 576, The Changing Situation in Runeterra. The portal of Bandle City is just south of the Silver Mountains. Rambo left Bandle City alone with nothing but a letter of introduction written by Lester. 3 months later, Lester, who was exploring Bandle Forest with Teemo, saw Nora opening the portal. Following the portal was the purple garlic Lulu wearing a wizard's hat. Teemo, little Lenny. The moment she saw Lester, Lulu turned into a purple elf and threw herself into Lester's arms. Lester held the cute Lulu in his arms. He greeted the little fairy Pix who was flying around him happily. He also missed his yodel friends. Teemo, who was standing aside, looked at Lulu being thrown up and down by the man and lowered his head with some envy. I wanted to tell you after you and Teemo finished exploring, but Lulu insisted on seeing you, so I had to open the door and come over. Little Lenny, I have sorted out the information about the potion materials you need. Take it now. When you are ready, you can come to me, and I will open the portal for you. Thank you for your trouble. After a quick look, Lester carefully packed the animal skin scroll handed by Nora. Before Nora could say any polite words, Lulu's eyes lit up. Little Lenny, are you going on an adventure? Take me with you, okay? Lulu will be very obedient, okay? Nora sighed and pointed to the portal that had not yet closed. Everyone, the portal is still open. Do you want to walk back by yourself or use the portal? Under Lulu's influence, Lester and Teemo's adventure in Bandle Forest came to an end. After having a cup of afternoon tea at the witch's house, Lester and Lulu went home together. In the ranch hut, Lulu excitedly watched Lester pick up a piece of meat tree fruit and pray, then cut it into pieces with a knife and threw it into the pot. The man added cooking materials to the iron pot one by one. After more than 10 minutes, the mouth-watering fragrance filled the kitchen. Turning off the magic stove, Lester served Lulu a bowl of glittering white rice, a specialty of Bandle City. It's a pity that this magical rice can only survive in Bandle City, otherwise you would definitely transplant it to Emerald territory. It smells so good. Little Lenny, I haven't eaten your cooking for a long time. Lester gently brought the rice bowl with meat and vegetables to Lulu and said softly, you can tell me what you want to eat, and I'll make it for you. Biting into the tender and juicy beef cubes, the little hamster named Lulu nodded happily, trying to fight the food. Lester smiled and served himself a bowl. The relationship between the two has long been extraordinary, and naturally there is no need for too many polite words to express their joy. Just being together is enough to satisfy each other's hearts. Lester didn't know how Lulu viewed him, but he raised Lulu as his daughter. Now, his daughter wanted to embark on an adventure with him to find potions. He didn't know where the potion materials Nora wanted grew, nor did he know if that place was dangerous. He didn't want Lulu to get hurt, so he needed to think carefully about whether to take Lulu with him. After eating a large bowl of rice at a very slow speed, seeing that Lulu was still working hard, Lester put down his bowl and chopsticks and took out the animal skin scroll given by Nora. The crystal vines growing on the mountains of Sorrow east of Frostgard Fortress in Freljord, the cold dew mushrooms on the ring of Mount Targon, and the Zangling flower essence from Ionia. It looks like only 3 ingredients are needed, but without Nora's Tome of the Door, I'm afraid it would take me at least 2 years riding on Zyre to find them all. But now it seems that apart from the mountains of Sorrow and Freljord, there are no dangerous places. Maybe I can take Lulu with me. Well, little Lenny, I want more. After wiping the rice grains from the corners of Lulu's mouth with his fingers and filling a new bowl of rice for Lulu, Lester couldn't help but touch the little guy's head with his right hand. Sure enough, Lulu made a cute whining sound. Do you really want to go to the material world with me? The journey is long, and it will be tiring. I want to go. Take me with you, little Lenny. I really can't do anything with you. You must be obedient, understand? I know Lulu will be obedient. When Lester took Lulu around the world to search for potion materials, new changes occurred in Runeland. the capital of the Principality of Varks, Vorks city, was captured by Naxos, and all the nobles of the principality who had always been in a state of resistance were killed. The crazy Naxan soldiers raised their weapons and heads rolled, and the blood dyed most of the capital red. Since then, the Principality of Varks has followed the footsteps of the Kingdom of Gran, and was completely destroyed. Naxos, who had been in the quagmire of war for many years, and fought on 3 fronts, was exhausted and almost shed its last drop of blood. The armies of the Kingdom of Northland and the Principality of Valoran were also blocked by the Scarlet Legion and the Black Rose mages outside the Immortal Fortress, and could not advance an inch. After more than 10 years of no results, the 3 continental powers all had obvious war weariness, and the 3 parties began to contact and exchange opinions secretly. Through secret negotiations, the Supreme Command passed a resolution that the Grand Marshal of the Naxan Empire, Burnham, would attend the Continental Peace Talks Conference, held in Roland Castle, as a representative. In Roland Castle, Naxos and the Principality of Valoran held peace talks with the Kingdom of Northland, and signed a 200-year non-aggression treaty. The peace treaty was signed by General Burnham Darkwill in person, and notarized by all the countries on the continent. With Burnham's supreme prestige, tearing up the treaty was no less than throwing his face under everyone's feet, and letting everyone trample on it. Therefore, the Principality of Valoran and the Kingdom of Northland were not worried that Naxos would start a war again within the treaty period. Everyone got what they wanted, and peace came to Valoran again. For the nobles of the kingdom, 200 years was enough for the family to continue for at least 4 generations. They had had enough of the endless wars, and they naturally would not consider what would happen after 4 generations. Therefore, the peace talks with Naxos were successfully completed without much hindrance. The only hardliners who wanted to completely defeat Naxos did not play any role in the peace talks. At the same time, the rebuilt Zon finally completed the preliminary construction of the Sun Gate in 2 years. The Valoran continent, which was in need of reconstruction, promoted the prosperity of commerce. The Strait Canal made a fortune every day, which brought a group of the richest dignitaries to Zorn. After Naxos won the war with peace, its territory had expanded to the area south of the Grand Barrier, naturally including Zorn located south of the Pert River. Under military pressure, Zorn chose to take the initiative to bow its head, acknowledge the powerful strength of the continental power of the Naxan Empire, and was willing to submit to it. In addition, Zorn already had a large merchant family controlled by Naxos, so Zorn also gained a relatively independent status. Except for opening the door to Naxos in some aspects, and paying a protection fee, Zorn would not be interfered with by Naxos. After the 2 sides were connected, some top Zorn merchant families bought the lowest level of Baron title from Naxos. As for some other wealthy people without status, they could only spend huge amounts of money to buy a lord title to comfort themselves. Because of the geological disasters that occurred in the south of Zorn in the past, most of the Zorn dignitaries who were still frightened moved to the North Bank, and the center of wealth and politics gradually moved north. After geological surveys, with the members of the Zorn Parliament as the core force, the new dignitaries established a progressive city called Piltover on the south of the Pilt River and the north side of the Sun Gate. Although the southern part of Zorn was successfully rebuilt, it was located downstream of the sewage channel due to its slow terrain and the culvert. Naturally, the rich people did not want to live in such a harsh environment and moved north. In addition, the pollution from various heavy metals in the newly built waste gas factory made it unknown when Lower City became the new name for the southern part of Zorn. Crystal Magic Vine, Cold Dew Mushroom, Zangling Flower Liquid, these should be complete, right? Lester looked a little tired when he placed the magic container containing the materials on Nora's table, but Lulu did not show any signs of fatigue and always looked energetic. Covering her mouth with a smile, Nora smiled calmly and focused her eyes on the potion materials Lester brought back. The Crystal Magic Vine is a slender vine made of ice crystals. The Cold Dew Fungus is a grey umbrella fungus that grows in a specific liquid, and the Zangling Flower Juice is the flower juice purified and refined from the Zangling flower seeds. I thought that the Zangling flower in Ionia was the easiest to find. After Lester asked around in Presidium, he realized that the Zangling flower on the Ionian continent had long been extinct. In the end, he got some through the contemporary Karma. The ancient name of Zangling flower is burial spirit flower, which has nothing to do with the blooming spirit flower. It usually grows in places where death and life are intertwined. Lester had no choice but to take Lulu to find Karma. After reminiscing about the past, Karma agreed to Lester's request, but Lester had to agree to Karma's conditions. For this reason, Lester had to take the naughty Lulu to be a master in the Hall of Eternal Life for a period of time, and taught the apprentices of Ionia some rare knowledge. Lulu made a big mess several times, either turning the pillars of the hall into flower vines, or letting flower buds grow on the bald heads of elders. Lester had to clean up every time. Otherwise, Lester would not be so tired. He swore that, if he really had a biological child who liked to cause trouble for himself, he would definitely be cruel and spank the child's butt hard, so that his little brat would admit his mistakes and never repent. Naturally, she didn't know what Lester was thinking. Nora confirmed that there was no problem with what Lester brought back, and nodded seriously. There are enough materials, and I have also found the corresponding materials, to replace the potion formula. Next, I will try to make the potion. I will come to you after the potion is made. After being driven out of the witch's house by Nora, Lester held the sleeping little Lulu, and returned to his ranch hut with a dazed look. Unconsciously, he has lived in Bandle City for 15 years. During these 15 years, he has also tried to find some ways to crack the soul sealing curse. Unfortunately, as Nora said, the soul sealing curse has long become a lost forbidden spell. No one in Runeland knows the existence of the soul sealing curse, let alone the method to crack it. This also means that he must go to the Immortal Bastion to talk to LeBlanc in person. After Roy takes the potion, he will leave Bandle City and return to the Emerald Territory to prepare some backup plans for the Immortal Bastion. He must avoid the eyes and ears of the Protoss and achieve the goal of conquering LeBlanc and find out the truth about the Soul Well. It can be said that it is difficult. He knows that, although he has had physical contact with the incarnation of the Pale Witch will not easily bite. The deceiver hiding near the Soul Well of the Immortal Bastion is not a good person. However, he has lived for more than 800 years and still lives, including the previous life. During the days in Runeland, he has been constantly exploring and discovering his own power, so he has some confidence in how to take down LeBlanc. Hululu, the little one in his arms, had already started to snore quietly, and Pix had already fallen asleep on Lulu's wizard hat. Lester gently put Lulu and Pix on the bed one by one, carefully covered them with a quilt, and let the moonlight shine on Lulu's cheeks. When Lester thought that he had a child who was being nurtured by Lalith somewhere in Omikalan, he felt an indescribable feeling in his heart. Lalith, when can I see you and my child? Hululu woo, little Lenny smiling silently. Lester leaned over and kissed Lulu's smooth forehead. If his child was as cute as Lulu, he could consider being more lenient when spanking. Lester didn't have to wait too long. 3 days later, Nora, with dark circles under her eyes, jumped out of the portal. Lester felt a little guilty. Little Lenny, I have already made the Requiem potion. Thank you, Nora. I don't know how to beat you up. Ha. Potion making is also my favorite thing. Of course there is no need to repay. After saying hello to Nora, Lester left a note for Lulu, who was visiting her friend, to explain his whereabouts, and followed Nora back to the witch's house. Jumping out of the portal transformed by the book page returned to the Gate Grimoire and was held in Nora's arms. After taking a look at the Gate Grimoire, Lester lowered his head. After using it many times, he has deeply understood the importance of the portal. Although Lester didn't want to admit it, he did have an appropriate greed for the Witch's Gate Grimoire. He could save a lot of trouble in his actions by getting the Gate Grimoire, but Nora helped him so much, it was impossible for him to do anything to Nora. Meow, little Lenny is here. Yumi, who gave up catching butterflies, jumped into Lester's arms and nodded his head to the man. Looking at the kitten in his arms, a smile reappeared on Lester's face. Chapter 577. The tyrant's daily work is definitely not blacksmithing. Loy, who was sleeping in the magic box, was awakened again. Lester comforted Loy, who wanted to escape, and cooperated with Nora to force the soothing potion into him through the needle. When Loy fell asleep again, Nora took back the magic and wiped the non-existent sweat on her forehead. Yumi jumped up excitedly and cheered for the great victory. It seems to be successful. I can't guarantee that it will take too long. At least the evil spirit will not revive in the next 30 years. Hearing Nora say this, Lester also breathed a sigh of relief. In this case, I can leave with peace of mind. 30 years in Bandle City is equivalent to at least 50 years in the material world. 50 years is enough for me to solve this matter. I may have to trouble you again at that time. You, little Lenny, are you leaving now? Nodding to Nora, Lester left a handwritten general introduction to Pand Magic on the table. General introduction to Pand Magic records what he has seen and heard about most of the magic in Runeland over the past 700 years. It can be said that this is the greatest gain from his many years of travel in Runeland and the hard work of his life. From the remote and long-standing attributeless energy magic, arcane magic, and forbidden magic, to the modern rune magic, elemental magic, as well as bender magic, star magic, natural magic, and fairy magic heard from Lulu, except for dragon magic and time magic, which are not recorded in detail and are little known. General introduction to magic has already included most of the little known magic theories in Runeland, plus Lester's own practice and conjecture, no matter where it is placed. General introduction to Pand Magic can be regarded as a master level work of magic. This represents all the achievements Lester has made in the field of magic, and in front of Nora, he is willing to give it to her. This is what I have seen and heard during my hundreds of years of traveling around the continent. I know you like to study magic and potions, but unfortunately I know very little about potions, so I can only write about my own experience and views on magic, hoping that it will be useful to you. There are some things in it that are not convenient to pass on. If others see it, it will easily cause trouble. If you want to use it publicly, please be careful. Meow little Lenny. Can you stay a little longer? Yumi, with her little face hanging, began to shed tears. Lester took the initiative to hold the kitten in his arms, wiped away the tears from the corners of Yumi's eyes, and pressed his forehead against the kitten's little head. Don't cry for me. It's not like I won't come back. Yumi, don't be too playful. Remember to protect your master. She is very strong and reliable, but there will always be a time when she can't stand it, and at that time you have to stand up and protect her. Nora held the big book in her arms and lowered her head silently. Meow meow, meow. I have to come back to see you soon. Meow. Well, I will come back to see you as soon as possible. Nora has told me the rules for opening all the random portals in Bandle City. If I have time, I will come back to see you. After comforting the cat, Lester looked at Nora again and said softly, Nora, I know you like to explore the magical ruins alone. Although it seems a bit nagging, I still want to say that you must be careful when you go out on adventures. If you encounter danger, you must return to Bandle City in time through the magic book. Nora didn't say anything, but just lowered her head and nodded. The height difference made Lester unable to see Nora's expression at all. Not knowing whether Nora listened to his advice, Lester could only give up and took out the notebook left for Tristana and Lulu from his pocket. This letter is for Tristana, and this one is for Lulu. If we have to say goodbye, it will definitely become troublesome. The two of them always like to be sentimental, so it is more convenient to write letters. The place I'm going to this time is very dangerous, and I can't take Lulu and Tristana with me. There are some things that I need to do alone, so I can only trouble you, Nora. I have caused you a lot of trouble this time coming to Bandle City. Thank you very much. The unspeakable atmosphere in the room made Yumi's little face burst into tears again. Nora, who used magic to hide her tears, finally raised her head and smiled. Where are you going this time? Little Lenny, let me take you a ride again. The man was stunned and smiled back. Okay, this time just leave me south of the Silver Mountains. In the Narkson calendar, in 805 AD, a portal appeared out of thin air on the hillside of the Silver Mountains north of Borum without any warning. A man jumped out of the portal and returned to the material world. The dark rain was drifting on the ground with the wind. A small and cute blue bird was lying on the man's head, making a comfortable bird's nest for himself, controlling the strong wind to blow away the rain curtain for the man. Looking at the towering green mountains in the north, the man smiled sadly and stroked the blue bird's head. LeBlanc, how are you? The man wrapped the hood tightly around his body and disappeared in the wind and rain. The underworld, the soul realm, the immortal city of death is located on the soul sand. The 8 soul sentry towers that rise from the ground form a soul barrier to isolate the rolling death energy of the underworld. Mitnalachen is like a sleeping skeleton dragon, domineeringly encircling his own territory in the soul realm. Under the endless forced labor of the soul slaves, the dragon is still extending its claws further away, grinning at the real master of the underworld. If there is an Arxen who can lock down on Mitnalachen with a will and consciousness that is not worn out by the energy of the underworld, that person will definitely find that the casting style of the City of Death is the same as that of the immortal fortress of Naxos. Like the immortal fortress, this war fortress is narrow, cramped, heavy, steep, and cruel. Countless Wencheng, arrow sentinels, towers, battlements, and corridors that can pierce out spears and shoot soul arrows at any time together constitute a war behemoth with ferocious fangs from head to tail. Hundreds of thousands of underworld legions and undead legions are stationed at various passes in the City of Death. They are wearing dark-style heavy knights in plate armor and patrol the tyrant's territory day and night, ready to start a war and embark on a journey of killing at any time. In the core castle of Mitnalachen, Modkaiser sat alone on the throne of bones made of thousands of souls. Nightfall, entangled with the souls of the dead, stood on the right side. The king of the underworld in black iron plate armor bowed his head silently, his eyes burning with cold flames. The hall was empty, quiet, and dead. Even the miserable souls who kept wailing on the soul bricks chose to keep silent. These pitiful souls did not understand until they became bricks of the City of Death that not only their flesh and blood and souls, but also the meaning of their own existence could be exploited by the tyrant. Any act of resistance would lead to torture and slaughter. The owner of this place had used thousands of years of immortal time to become a torture master of souls. Even the toughest bones would become soft as mud in the screams and become an insignificant dog under the tyrant's seat. The underworld without the sun, moon, and stars had no concept of time. It seemed that thousands of years had passed. The owner of the black iron plate armor raised his head protected by a bucket helmet, and the sound from the 9 hells of the underworld echoed repeatedly in the hall. Sebastian. As if he had been silently waiting outside the hall, the 15th general of the Netherworld army, a man who had continued his position for nearly 1,000 years, came to the throne with a strong and lingering aura of death, bowed his head respectfully, and knelt on one knee. In the 1,000 years of service, he already knew how to please his imperial master, and continue to serve as the marshal of the underworld who was about to conquer the world. Master, your servant Sebastian is here, to listen to your orders. Mod Caesar's cold eyes were fixed on his most capable slave. Even the most ruthless and tyrannical emperor would have more trust in his loyal and capable subordinates. Sebastian had demonstrated his personal value with his own excellence and loyalty. Compared with those stupid and hopeless wastes, Sebastian was qualified to stand in front of him and listen to his voice. Of course, if Sebastian didn't do well enough, or if there were slaves who did better than Sebastian, he wouldn't mind changing his Netherworld army to a new marshal. Tell me, how long will it take for my dragon army to appear in my sight? Sebastian kept his head down, paused for a beat, and reported his invasion plan of Dragon Island to Mordekaiser. Reporting to my lord, the dragon priest in Watonnet has chosen to surrender completely, but it will take more souls and energy to build a stable underworld channel in the Dragon Mound with a powerful magic barrier. Any disturbance will allow the dragon to discover the underworld energy of the Dragon Mound. The master's believers and servants in the material world alone cannot complete the construction of the channel in the simplest and most effective way. Sebastian, I ask you, how long will it take? As always, Mordekaiser did not choose to listen to the explanation in anger. Knowing that he was in danger, Christian became calmer. According to my estimation, it will take at least 100 years. The dragon priest in Watonnet will use the slaves of Dragon Island to accumulate soul energy by sacrificing to my lord. Mordekaiser did not speak. Christian knew that this was his already impatient master waiting for him to come up with a new solution. In order to achieve the master's plan as soon as possible, I rejected the dragon priest's proposal and made a new plan that can speed up the progress. A voice as cold as ice and chilling to the bone came from the eternal soul fire. Speak. The speed of accumulating souls through ordinary sacrifices is too long. Dragon Island has been comfortable for too long. So long that those self-righteous dragons have forgotten that dragons were also slaughtered in the previous dragon wars. Arrogance is their biggest weakness, and it is also a weakness we can exploit. After a pause, Sebastian continued. Although the masked spirits under the command of the Mother of Masks are actively killing the mages and transcendents of Runeland, and the messengers of the underworld are robbing us of powerful souls, there are still many hidden transcendents who have the power to defeat the dragons. The peaceful Runeland needs more killing and war. Only in this way can a large number of souls be brought in. Human greed is endless, and no one can refuse the glory of slaying a dragon. My lord only needs to use his great power to control those powerful transcendents, lead them by treasure and power, and let them take the lead in attacking Dragon Island. The mortals of Runeland will surely follow, and become a pile of dry bones on Dragon Island. At that time, I can let the dragon priests set up magic arrays to secretly extract the scattered souls on Dragon Island until the gate of the underworld opens, and the master's army flattens Dragon Island. Whether it is a dragon or a transcendent, it will eventually become a stepping stone for my lord to control the dragon tomb and conquer the world. 1 second, 3 seconds, 10 seconds. Mordekaiser's silence was like the scythe of death on his neck. Sebastian, who had not received a response for a long time, was a little flustered. He could not help but review his plan and response method, but he could not find anything wrong after rethinking it 3 times, until he realized that he had inadvertently included his master in the plan. He actually proposed to let his master become a part of the plan. This was the most fatal mistake. Sebastian didn't understand why he made such a low-level mistake. Perhaps he was too confident and thought he had figured out his master's style of doing things, or maybe the long-term stability caused him to lose his sense of crisis. After all, no one could be as perfect as he was, or he was careless and outspoken. But in any case, he had committed a capital crime. He knew that any sophistry and any begging for mercy at this time would be useless. The former would make Mordekaiser think he was a fool, and the latter would make Mordekaiser think he was a coward. Whether it was a fool or a coward, neither would walk out of the Nether Palace alive. Instead of defending himself, Sebastian knelt on his knees, resting his head on the cold soul tiles, waiting for Mordekaiser's verdict. He seemed to see his own fate through the dark green soul tiles. When the sound of the nightfall was heard, his second life would end completely. Perhaps he would become a soul brick, or perhaps a soul equipment. Until the end of his third life, he would need to be a living object. Perhaps he would have a 4th life or a 5th life. No one knew how many ways Mordekaiser had to reshape his soul, just as no one could resist Mordekaiser's rule. He thought a lot about what would happen after his death, until it was not the sound of the nightfall that sounded, but the cold voice of Mordekaiser. You should be glad that you killed your competitor in a timely and reasonable manner. If there was a replacement with outstanding ability standing in front of me, I, as proud as the Marshal of the Dragon, would understand what kind of stupid thing you did. So stupid that I thought that the plans you made over the years were all made by others. Knowing that his death sentence was forgiven, Sebastian spoke. Please punish me, Master. Do what I have asked you to do. When you are ready, give me the list of extraordinary people you have drawn up. I will do it myself this time. I will not say it again. What I need is a slave who can do things for me, not a fool who gives me orders. This will not happen again. Thank you, Master, for not killing me. Christian will take his leave. Chapter 578. Little Chicken also has puberty. In the Immortal Fortress, in the death row at the bottom, all the guards had been evacuated. Cromwell, the adjutant of the Imperial Marshal, stood outside the door indifferently with his eyes slightly closed, ignoring the screams and gnawing sounds coming from the dungeon door. All the doors of the death row had been opened by the prison guards. 80% of the 238 prisoners chained to the wall had died. The remaining survivors cursed the bloodthirsty monster standing in the corridor at the top of their lungs, as if doing so could give them the courage to die. Although the reality was very cruel, the cries of collapse and begging for mercy were still more than the vicious curses. You bloodthirsty Narxan monster. I curse you to die in the most painful torture. I curse your country to collapse like a sandcastle on the seashore. I curse your family to become hungry beasts like you. I curse you. The voice stopped abruptly. Burnham Darkwill coldly used his right hand without white gloves to easily tear open the throat of the cursor, letting the blood gushing from the aorta bathe his face. The Imperial Marshal closed his eyes in ecstasy, enjoying the calming bloodbath. After absorbing the blood essence, his body was full, but his soul still longed for more life. Blood is the symbol of life. Only after the spirit is calmed can he completely get rid of the desire for blood. This hunger has tormented him for hundreds of years. He went crazy several times and tried his best to fight against the instinct from the devil, but it seemed a little too difficult in the subsequent battles. Also splashed with blood, feeling the warm crimson smell of rust, another middle-aged man in the same cell clamped his legs together. Yellow liquid dripped down from the base of his buttocks, dripping on the ground with a foul smell. When he thought that his throat would be torn open at will, his legs couldn't stop shaking. He didn't know why he was thrown into death row just for stealing a pair of black stockings used by a noble lady. Unfortunately, his tongue had been pulled out, his teeth were knocked out, and his lips were sewn with needles and thread, so he could no longer make any sound for himself. The curse of mortals is meaningless, just like the mud and sand on the ground cursing the stars in the sky. The stars can send down divine punishment to destroy the mud and sand at any time, but the mud and sand can never reach the height of the stars. As if he had some realization, or as if he was comforting himself, Burnham muttered to himself in the dungeon. What's more, you are just the scum and garbage of the Empire, dirty criminals and rebels. You should sacrifice your despicable lives for the head of the Empire. Burnham, you are just a bloodthirsty monster. You are not worthy of being on par with gods. A rebuttal voice came from another cell. Burnham, who ignored it, suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the middle-aged man with his mouth sewn shut. Your mouth has been stitched with so many stitches and your tongue has been pulled out. You must have committed the serious crime of deceiving your superiors and subordinates. In Narxus, only cowards lie, because the strong will use their strength to prove that they have done nothing wrong. I led Narxus to conquer the kingdom of Gran, and I led Narxus to conquer the duchy of Varx. In the future, I will lead Narxus to conquer Northland, Valoran, Demacia, and that damn Freljord, the Emerald Territory. That has not worked hard. Tell me, I'm killing the enemy on the front line, bringing endless territory and glory to the Empire, and what are you, a coward, doing in the rear? Are you using your eloquent mouth to collect money, or using your lying tongue to please a woman's body and soul? Placing his right hand on the prisoner's throat and slowly applying force, Burnham's slightly hideous expression returned to calm, but death followed. My subject, tell me, should you die? He. With eyes wide open, the last ray of oxygen was completely cut off by the pale hand as hard as steel. The middle-aged man contracted his lungs with all his might, contracting and expanding again and again, but he could no longer breathe even a ray of oxygen from his throat. The useless struggle and the suffocation that spread to his mind strangled the man's remaining spirit and willpower. His dying body caused the expanding chest cavity to squeeze the throat, and the silent death made a bubble sound that made the living scalp numb, like the devil's low hum before it ended. Like a chicken or duck in the hands of a butcher, Burnham let go of his hand and ended the life of the despicable and coward. He let go of his hand and was crushed by the man who turned his body. The killing inside the door was still going on, and the sound that could be heard was getting less and less. Cromwell outside the door sighed. He was just an insignificant chess piece. Just like the madman who could dominate Narxus inside the door, he could not dominate his own destiny. No matter what achievements Marshal Burnham made, no matter how many countries he conquered, in Narxus, there would always be a shadow pulling the puppet strings in his hand at will, turning the supreme ruler from the Imperial Marshal into the most humble slave. Therefore, he understood that the creation of a great empire is always accompanied by sacrifice and dedication, as well as shadows that cannot face the sun. Narxus, which likes slaves, will not have too many death row prisoners, but there will never be a shortage of dungeons, because what Narxus lacks the least is people. In Vladimir's private manor, there is only one beautiful woman in a black dress in the huge rose hall. Rosa lowered her head, and on the surface she was leisurely sipping the specialties that the owner of the manor treated her. The pale witch with a smile on her face actually didn't want to laugh at all, but was a little unhappy because her call to another man had never been responded to, and she had made all preparations to put an end to her longing. Over the past few hundred years, she had struggled, lost herself, and spent long nights of loneliness and yearning. However, her yearning did not die with Rose, who had lost her function, but became more fragrant and memorable with the reborn Rosa. The farewell that seemed to be forever separated should have made her forget all the throbbing in the past, but her heart and body were like fermented deep wine, and her virgin body became more and more beautiful under the catalysis of time. During the long wait, she knew that she had not changed at all. She finally understood that she could not wait any longer. The sweet man had become a poison that hindered her progress and thinking. This toxicity was comparable to the blacklight hallucinogenic powder that Modkaiser used to control slaves in the Dark Ages. Most importantly, her poison never came to her, making her more and more unable to stop. If she waited any longer, she would become his slave, and like Rose, she would be sent to him in a carriage in a humble and lowly manner. This was a decadent ending that she could not accept. This inappropriate yearning and emotion often drove her crazy, and she couldn't even calm down to study her favorite forbidden book. Therefore, she decided to take the initiative to make things better or worse and get the results she wanted most. LeBlanc, the true master of Narxus, the founder of the Black Rose, the collaborator of Vladimir, the master of the Scarlet Secret Society, and the witch who mastered countless extraordinary forbidden powers, wanted to get the gift she wanted most in her life at all costs. This gift was the man she desired and missed the most, Lester Lee, the founder of the Great Power Emerald Territory. She wants to get him. After stripping and controlling the terrible rune power on the man, she will use her own forbidden secret method to let the man gain the same immortal power as her, keep him forever in the magic castle of the Immortal Fortress, and let him become her only husband. The man will also bid farewell to the past, and cut off all ties, and have only her, the perfect thousand-changing witch, the noble pale witch. She can turn into anyone for him, and bow her head. She knows that only in this way can she ease the man's longing and reluctance. In the end, the man will control Narxus and the Emerald Territory, which will eventually conquer the world, defeat Mordekaiser, who is ready to return to the material realm, and rule the entire Runeland. She believes that, when she and her husband truly become each other, the disunited Narxus and the Emerald Territory will also become a truly unbreakable alliance. She had arranged everything for this great and sacred wedding. The heroine in her wedding dress was smiling sweetly, standing at the door expectantly waiting for her husband. The guests who came with blessings also sat smiling, but the most crucial, handsome, and unforgettable hero was missing, her husband, her Lester. She waited again and again, but he didn't come, and still didn't come. Therefore, she was very dissatisfied. No, she was very dissatisfied, especially dissatisfied. She was so dissatisfied that she had not taken the love token, Frost Moon Rose, given by the man with her for a full 7 hours, 16 minutes, and 12 seconds, but put it on the bedside table. This was unprecedented anger. After the man left, her favorite thing was to shrink the magic steel dagger that symbolized eternal love with magic and clamp it in front of her chest. The cold willow-shaped dagger would make her hot body feel the man's cold tone, because she knew that when she took the initiative to send a signal, she had already lost this long tug-of-war. The damn man defeated her with indifference. Feeling the emptiness in her chest, the woman frowned uncomfortably and suppressed her anger towards the unfaithful man. The woman slowly placed her beautiful eyes on the bone cup in front of her. It must be said that this time the melancholy Alzheimer's prince was attentive and did not use the junk that the old nobles praised to fool her, his partner. The wine vessel is called Wings of Life, which is a high-footed color-changing bone cup that can automatically change color with the height of the liquid. The main body of the bone cup is the pelvis, which symbolizes the origin of life. The pelvis was voluntarily donated by the young believer selected by Vladimir. The bone cup spread its wings, with a holy angel on the front and a hideous demon carved on the back, expressing the two sides of Vladimir himself, elegant and cruel. The wings of life were made by the great artist Vladimir himself. The special craftsmanship allowed the jade-like white bone cup to present a beautiful gradient red color like the setting sun on the glass according to the different liquid levels. After it came into contact with the liquid in the cup contained dragon blood tea, which was made by soaking dragon blood essence as the main material. This time, Vladimir did not use any virgin red to entertain his partner, which was the main reason why Rosa was willing to take a sip to taste the flavor. The pure dragon blood essence contains powerful magic element. Drinking it all year round can not only increase the body's affinity for magic, but also enhance physical fitness, making men vigorous. Rosa, it seems that the magic drink I prepared this time is to your liking. Vladimir, wearing an indigo dress, held another wing of life and sat gracefully on the other side, looking a little complacent. You're treating me with dragon blood and blood essence to make tea, Vladimir. You don't seem to be such a generous person. Thinking of how she had to plot against the Emerald Territory to kill 2 flying dragons, Rosa was a little curious about how Vladimir, who had been staying at home and rarely went out, got this high purity dragon blood and blood essence. Because of the ancient agreement between Dragon Island and the human race on the mainland, flying dragons are rarely seen in Runeland. Only Ixtal has a secret dragon valley with mixed blood and half dragons. Unfortunately, even she can't control her clone to go to another continent to find a dragon's nest from a distance. Vladimir smiled proudly, shaking his finger at Rosa. Everyone has their own secrets, my dear witch. Will you share your secrets with me? Looking at Vladimir's smiling eyes, Rosa picked up the wings of life and took a sip. The blood tea made her pink lips look even more charming. First, I'm not a witch, I'm Rosa. This is our agreement. You'd better not forget it. Second, don't call me dear, I can't bear the favor of Lord Blood Ancestor. Knowing that Rosa was punning about turning female believers into wine glasses, Vladimir smiled sincerely. Okay, Ms. Rosa, I apologize to you. Although there are no outsiders here, it is still wrong for me to reveal the identity of the witch here. My friend, let's clink glasses and write it off. Rosa picked up the glass and clinked it with Vladimir. Just as she took a sip, Rosa heard Vladimir say, although I have known the Pale Witch for more than 1,000 years, I'm still very curious. Will the beautiful Pale Witch really not fall in love with any man? I know that there are many beautiful Rosses living an enviable married life in various parts of Naxos. You have many more men than my female followers. This seems to have nothing to do with you. I think you might as well think about how to alleviate Burnham's bloodthirstiness. You should know that after the war, the imperial nobles can no longer tolerate their great ruler being a bloodthirsty monster. Of course I have considered it. In fact, I entertained you this time, just to tell you about this. With a mysterious smile, Vladimir sprinkled the expensive dragon blood tea on the ground. Only dragon blood can effectively suppress the backlash of blood magic and let the great leader of Naxos do what he most desires. After sending him away, the rest, you and I will split it equally. How about it? Chapter 579 Hina was not brought up by coaxing. I don't know when it started, but Bilgewater, the haven of treasure hunters, located in the south of the Serpent Islands, has sent out a shocking news to the Runeland. The dragon island hidden in the north of the Watcher Sea has emerged from the sea, and the dragon has opened the door of the ancient treasure room, waiting for the appearance of a new dragon's lair. Dragon slaying symbolizes supreme courage and glory, and the wealth guarded by the dragon is enough to arouse the greed of any normal person. The news spread so quickly, as if there was an invisible big hand behind the scenes. The Valoran continent, which had just ended the war, was in turmoil again. From small thieves and adventurer organizations to the Naxos Empire, which took the initiative to raise the dragon-slaying flag, they organized fleets to set sail. As the ruler of the Emerald Territory, Cinna naturally also received the news of the appearance of Dragon Island. She was originally going to send a fleet to explore Dragon Island, but before she decided to give an order, a man she had been thinking about appeared in front of her. Do you always like to appear in my heart unexpectedly? My good brother. On the balcony on the 3rd floor of the castle, a woman with neat black short hair had a smile in her eyes, and her purple dress was like rolling in the rain and swaying in the breeze. Cinna looked at the man with his back to her not far away, and all the fatigue of the day faded away, and her heart was full of surprises. Hearing the voice coming from behind, the man sitting outside the fence gracefully supported himself with one hand and turned over the railing. The moonlight turned into a silver elf surrounding the black dress, showing the man's nobility and mystery. The man kneeling on one knee raised his head, holding a blooming red rose in his mouth, and his eyes were as soft as mist and rain. It's a pity that the man's not so serious words destroyed the artistic conception of the moment. My good sister, do you miss me? I miss you so much. Hearing this, Zinna rolled her eyes directly. I miss you, you big head. Cleaning up your mess is enough for me all day. How can I have time to miss you, a playboy? You've been staying in Bandle City for such a long time this time. Don't tell me I have to have a few more yodel sisters. Are you sure you won't hurt them? With a smug face, Lester forced the rose to Cinna, stepped behind Cinna, and began to massage the woman's shoulders and back. Looking at Lester, who was still sensible, Cinna's brows slowly relaxed. Hey, how could I do that to my yodel friends? Compared to satisfying desires, I prefer to make friends with them simply. Sometimes spiritual satisfaction is better than physical pleasure. Don't think so bad of me. Humph, I think you have too many women and are tired of playing. Help me massage my lower body. I'm so tired after driving for a day. The burden on my chest is relatively heavy and my shoulders and arms are sore and painful. Lester did not do anything bad while doing a back massage for Cinna with heartache. He knew that the only shortcoming of the initial framework he had established in the Emerald Territory was that there were too many meetings and many institutions checked and balanced each other. Zinna always liked to do things herself, and she was in charge of both military and political power, so she was naturally not an idle person. You have worked so hard for me. If you are tired, find a successor to take a rest. Learn from the Pale Witch and let your subordinates do things. Don't do everything yourself. You don't feel sorry for yourself, but I do. Humph. I don't know her clone spell. It's okay if I'm exhausted, but I don't know who else you can find to help you. A hands-off boss who hasn't seen you for hundreds of years. Don't be angry. Do you want me to help you rub the front? My technique is very good. Okay, let's talk about it tonight. I don't want to be in this place. You are shameless, but I still want you. After showing off her temper, Zinna's anger subsided a lot. How is Loi? Have you figured out the reason? Why didn't she come back with you? You are so kind that you arranged a crazy yodel to study in the Institute of Technology. My god, I can't describe what he did in the institute. Lester wanted to ask about Rambo's situation, but he lost interest when the word came to his lips. Loi's matter was really a bit annoying. Yes, I figured it out. It was your sister Rose who did it. I had to leave Loi in Bandle City and let my Bandle friends take care of her. Whether she can survive depends on whether Rose is willing to show mercy. Sheena sneered at this answer without any surprise. Although I have thought about it a long time ago, she was your woman after all, so it's not good to interfere. What's more, Rose took care of me and my sister when we were young. I thought we would become sisters, but I didn't expect that she was still going to attack us. It seems that Rose, the Pale Lady, really doesn't take us seriously. Sheena frowned, her smiling lips disappeared, and a sense of oppression came over her. This is the aura of a superior who holds the power of life and death. Lester knew that Cinna was really angry. After all, she had arranged things for Loi herself, but in the end, it hurt Loi. To put it more clearly, LeBlanc didn't give Cinna face. Lester sighed and pulled the angry Cinna to sit on the wooden chair on the balcony. At least she didn't do it to the extreme, otherwise Loi would have died long ago. She has been entrenched in the Immortal Fortress for more than 1,000 years, and has countless means. Cinna, she is not as easy to deal with as you think. Pulling out her hand and slamming it hard on the stone table, the stone table cracked with a sound. The woman with the knife-like look said coldly, if she is not easy to deal with, are we easy to mess with? Lester, I have been frustrated for 800 years. After so many years of hard work, we obviously have the ability to unify Runeland, but we can only manage our own small piece of land here. Do you know? Even the puppet marshal of Naxos looks down on us and wants to annex the Emerald Territory. Standing up and hugging the woman, Lester comforted her softly. I know you've been wronged, but you have to think about it. 800 years ago, the Protoss only sent a so-called divine messenger to put me in a bitter battle. I had to fight hard to kill him. Hina, we don't have enough power to defeat those powerful enemies. Once we fail, all our efforts will be wasted. Can you accept that all your efforts will go to waste? Now your feelings for the Emerald Territory are probably much deeper than mine, right? After taking several deep breaths, the woman shook her head. But when can we make it through? The Protoss is not a monolithic entity. I'm confident that I can win over some of the Protoss to our side. Hina, believe me, in less than 200 years, the real world destroying disaster will come. At that time, the Protoss' attention will be attracted to other places. As long as I can take down all the runes in the Rune Temple, the Protoss will no longer be my opponent. That will be the time for the Emerald Territory to conquer the entire Runeland. I will lead the Emerald Territory to the Star Realm and rescue Miss Han. Her body trembled. Hina buried her head in the man's chest and spoke in a low voice. Since you've said that, what else can I say? I can only look forward to that day. After a moment of silence, the two let go of each other after being gentle. Brother Lester, what do you think about Dragon Island? I want to hear your opinion. The Dragon Island thing is a conspiracy. Lester's serious look startled Hina. Do you know something? I'm not sure who wants to plot against Dragon Island, but I'm sure that the people who go to Dragon Island this time will definitely not get any benefits, and 9 out of 10 will not come back. After thinking about it, Lester still didn't reveal Mordekaiser's conjecture. After all, in his opinion, only Mordekaiser had the courage to mobilize so many forces to plot against the ancient dragons. The Dragon Island invasion did not happen in the original world. Obviously, this Dragon Island incident was completely the result of his changing history. LeBlanc, Vladimir, Lysandra, and even Vigo, the ruined king who was looking for a wife in Shadow Island, did not have such courage. Only Mordekaiser, a madman, would not care about reprovoking the war between humans and dragons. Then we won't go, and neither should Shur. It's safer in the Emerald Territory than in Dragon Island. Lester shook his head at Hina and said softly, Shia definitely can't go, but as a part of Naxos, it's not good for the Emerald Territory not to go after Naxos' statement. If something goes wrong, others will suspect that the Emerald Territory is interfering. You can send some insignificant people to make up the numbers. I think you should make your own decisions. What about you? Are you going to go directly to the Immortal Bastion to find the Pale Witch this time? Hina, who glared and pouted, suddenly grabbed Lester's hand and shook it hard. You're not allowed to go. You just said she's not easy to deal with, and you're going to die by yourself. If you want to go, let's go together. I don't believe she can beat the two of us alone. The two of us will righteously fight that evil witch. You're so old, but still act like a little girl. You can't grow up. You pinched Hina's pretty nose with your other hand and Lester smiled. It would be a big trouble if you come with me. When I deal with the Pale Witch, I will let you rule the Immortal Fortress, okay? Do you think you coaxed me to grow up? You have no magic power now. What if she imprisoned you? Yes, you coax me to grow up. If that old woman really imprisoned me, you will lead the army to take down the Immortal Fortress and let her see how powerful you are. You are my biggest supporter. Humph. I won't save you. If you are caught by her, you can live with her on your own. Lester laughed dumbly. He didn't expect that, unlike before, Xena's jealousy in LeBlanc would become so strong. Well, it's getting late now. Her Majesty the Queen of Emerald Territory, how about letting me serve you to bathe and sleep? Humph. As the personal guard of this queen, why don't you leave quickly? How long will you let this queen wait? A week later, a carriage ran out of the heavily guarded east gate of the Lord's castle and headed east, as if entering an unmanned area, without any guards to stop it. The carriage that left the giant city of Fidlit ran along the majestic stone bridge across the ice abyss, in the east of Fidlit, heading towards the Immortal Fortress. The female coachman of the carriage was an assassin of the Nightblade, and the person in the carriage was naturally Lester, who had paid his taxes. Sitting in the carriage, Lester recalled the lingering love of the past week, and couldn't help but sigh with emotion. He didn't expect that Hina and Shia could have so many tricks together. It seems that these years of hard work have not been wasted. Originally, he was planning to leave the Emerald Territory and go to the Immortal Fortress as soon as possible, but unfortunately Shia was also a stubborn woman. She knew that Dragon Island was a huge bronze pit, but she still insisted on jumping into the big pit of Dragon Island. Lester could only slow down his journey and persuade the impulsive Shia within her so that Shia understood that the people injured in the disaster at Dragon Island this time were not dragons, but humans. The carriage was driving on the spacious stone bridge. Lester, who had resolved the matter, opened the glass window and looked at the white grey stone bridge on the right. The ice abyss was more than 300 meters wide and 500 to nearly 1,000 meters deep. There were also bottomless ice abysses. Countless people had accidentally fallen on the stone bridge over the years. This was the best place to dump corpses and commit suicide within 1,000 miles. In the original Runeland, there was no extreme ice abyss in the east of the Nokmachi Plain. This extreme ice abyss that cut off the branch of the Black Iron River and divided the border between the Kingdom of Northland and the Principality of Valoran was not created by others, but by his own hands. 800 years ago, it was the aftermath of his battle with the Protoss experimental subject Simond that created the stunning wonders of the Emerald Territory today. Until today, 800 years later, the remaining power laws of him and Simond still keep the southern continent, which is like spring all year round, with the extreme cold and snow of Freljord. The violent energy of the Protoss and Titans and the frost ability he left behind permanently changed the topography, adding a silver-white snow crystal necklace to the green emerald. This is the great power, the supreme law, that mortals cannot contend with in their lifetime. The Runeland with supernatural power is not suitable for any advanced development concept and political structure at all. No matter how many lives are lost, they cannot beat a wizard who can easily overturn half of the continent. This means that the path of taking the mass line is simply not feasible. In this world where talent determines everything, most mortals do not have the qualifications to practice magic, and naturally have no way to control extraordinary power. If they cannot control extraordinary power, they can only let the strong bully and crush them. This is the main reason why emeralds lead the elite route. Ordinary soldiers do not play a big role in war. In addition to ordinary soldiers who contain the enemy, ordinary soldiers are more used to suppress the resistance of mortals in conquered areas. Thinking more deeply, Simond, who can easily create the ice abyss, is just a magic experiment in the hands of the Protoss. Even Leastert, who controls the power of runes, is just a mouse hiding in the ditch and can only move stealthily. Runeland has never been a picturesque alien world. The strong prey on the weak and the strong are supreme. This is the cruel and true portrayal of Runeland. The carriage rolled past. Under the unknown abyss of the stone bridge, there was a land of bones. The black shadows extending from the cracks of the skeletons condensed like running water and finally turned into a beautiful woman. The woman opened her golden vertical pupils and looked in the direction where the carriage left. What a familiar breath. Is it you, Master? P.S. Evelyn is a UT_carrot_carrot. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 580. The cup was placed on two crazy people. In the Conqueror Square of the Immortal Fortress in the Naxos Empire, a row of mannequins and 100-meter archery targets were displayed at the base of the wall. The Imperial conscription officer was recording the information of the visitors. Only those who passed the temporary test in the square were qualified to join the Dragon Island Expeditionary Force and become part of the Dragon's Lair. In a noble carriage, parked outside the square, Cromwell closed the window and sighed. The coachman began to wave the whip and drove the horse forward. Alas, he actually wanted to attack the dragon. I don't know how many people will die in this expedition to the Empire. The commander-in-chief is almost completely crazy. I'm afraid my doomsday is not too late. The beautiful woman sitting opposite the melancholy man was wearing a black robe with a rose tattooed on the collar. Seeing the man's decadent look, the woman gently pulled Cromwell's pale hand. This cold hand did not have the warmth that ordinary people have. The female mage knew that this was the heavy price paid for fighting against the years. At least you still have today, Cromwell. You should think about how to please Lord Vladimir and let him let you go. The sorcerer's hoarse voice revealed deep concern. Cromwell covered the woman's right hand with his other hand and shook his head. It's useless, Samantha. It's really useless. Lord Vladimir often forgets the past, and the way he forgets the past is to erase the past with his own hands. In his opinion, only by ending his past with his own hands can he be worthy of his melancholy and beauty, as well as his art of years. Begging for mercy and pleasing others are useless unless Lord Vladimir decides to violate the rules he has set, and this happens to be the least likely thing to happen. After a pause, the sorceress asked again, "So, you are Lord Vladimir's past?" "No, I'm the past of Commander Burnham Darkwill. From the day Commander Burnham accepted the Skolad sacrifice, I became Lord Vladimir's spy. My mission is to follow Lord Burnham, monitor Lord Burnham, and tell Lord Vladimir everything about Lord Burnham, from the day he was born to the day he died. Samantha, why don't we leave Naxos together? I already have a way to get rid of the Blood Oath. Whether to go to Ionia or to Shurima, leave here and start a new life in a new place." Under the man's expectant gaze, the female mage lowered her eyes and whispered, "It's useless, Cromwell. Even if you can escape, and Lord Vladimir chooses to let you go, the Black Rose will never let me go. I will die in the hands of the Law Enforcement Corps. Unlike your Skolad society, the Black Rose has countless ways to find traitors. Unless we live in an uninhabited corner, in those high mountains or deep valleys for our entire lives, one day, the Black Rose Law Enforcement Corps will find us, and use their soul magic to turn us into magic puppets." The soundproof carriage on high continued to move forward under the envious gaze of the Naxans, but the atmosphere in the carriage became stiff, and dropped to freezing point. "Yeah, even if we run, where can we run to? What's the point of power and authority without freedom?" Samantha looked at the respectful eyes outside the window and sighed. After all, it is better than those mortals who know nothing but are about to die. That's all. Perhaps dying on Dragon Island with a dream of slaying dragons is happier than our struggling life. The carriage drove out of the square and turned the street. In the calm, a man in an old-style black rose robe passed by the carriage. The tall man aroused Samantha's vigilance. If she remembered correctly, the black rose robe had been greatly modified and abandoned more than 400 years ago. Not only was it enchanted to absorb magic element freely to regulate temperature, but it also added some magic resistance. "Stop!" Samantha shouted, scaring the coachman, who quickly pulled the bridle of the horse. He couldn't afford to offend any of the two people behind him. Following Samus's gaze, Cromwell also saw the tall man who was about to disappear at the end of the crowd. "What's wrong? Such a big reaction? It's not like you." Shaking her head, Samantha said seriously, "That man, he was wearing the old style black rose robes, and all the black rose mages had changed to new style robes hundreds of years ago. No one can go out wearing the old style robes, which seriously violates the laws of the Black Rose. What's more, I can't feel any elemental fluctuations on him." Cromwell was a little confused. What does that mean? There are always some mages who like to stay in a corner, where no one cares about practicing magic. Maybe he is that kind of reclusive mage, and can't you Black Rose use contributions to break free from the shackles? What you said makes sense, but I have to confirm that no matter who catches the betrayer outside, it will be a huge contribution to the Black Rose. Maybe I can accumulate enough contributions to apply to leave the Black Rose. Well, okay, I'll go with you to see. After the discussion, Samantha and Cromwell got off the carriage one after another and quickly chased after the man who was moving through the crowd. Noticing the two uninvited guests behind him, the hooded man also quickened his pace and took the initiative to come to a small alley and stood still. Together with Cromwell, Samantha stopped the man, raised her right hand ready to cast a spell, and said coldly, "Who are you? How come I have never seen you before?" "Of course you have never seen me, the child of the Black Rose. When I joined the Black Rose, Naxos had just been established." With a magnetic voice, the man put down his hood, and a handsome black-haired young man with a cold face appeared in front of the two. Samantha was stunned. Compared with the black-haired young man, Cromwell, who had an extraordinary appearance and temperament, was like a lifeless sickly person who could only suck blood to prolong his life all day long. He suddenly lost all his appeal. Fortunately, Samantha's determination was not ordinary. The female mage used her secret love affair with Cromwell for more than 100 years to suppress the frivolous and dissolute thoughts that could be called rebellious loyalty. Naturally, Cromwell was also shocked because he didn't know that the Black Rose female mage, who he wanted to elope with, had betrayed him for a moment. How is it possible? How can someone live that long? The Pale Lady can do it. Blood Incest of Vladimir can do it. Even Burnham and you can do it. Tell me, Kit, why can't I do it? The man called out the names one by one, speaking in a flat tone, as if the people he was talking about were just insignificant characters. Stupefied was not enough to describe Cromwell's mood at the moment. He couldn't imagine who this person with such a big tone was. It was fine for Commander Burnham and himself, but he didn't even take the Pale Witch and Blood Incest of Vladimir seriously. This was the Noxus Empire, the territory of the Black Rose and the Scarlet Society. Wasn't this man a little too arrogant to say that? How dare you mention the Pale Lady and the Blood Incester casually? Who are you? If you don't tell me, don't blame me for taking action. Samantha, alerted, began to construct a rune formation. The female mage, who was about to cast a spell to trap the man, heard a crisp sound of a sword. The next second, the man disappeared as a shadow. The long sword, as shimmering as blood, cut through the sky and pierced the rune formation that was about to take shape in a way that she could not understand. The tip of the sword was only a few centimeters away from her palm. The female mage had not had time to panic. She saw the man turn his wrist and the blade deflected about 15 degrees. The vibrating sword began to stir, and a broken hair fell from Samantha's left ear and was caught by the man with a watery look. The man took a step back, sheathed the sword with one hand, put the broken hair under his nose, and sniffed it for a moment, and said softly, "Jasmine-scented hair fragrance is rare. It seems that you often take a bath with jasmine flowers. You have good taste. Your boyfriend is lucky. You, what are you talking about? Who took a bath with jasmine flowers?" Samantha, blushing after being casually exposed by the man while taking a bath, took 2 steps back and put her hands in front of her chest, but she could no longer think of casting a spell to resist. Cromwell, who was standing by, finally reacted. His pale face turned even paler due to the fatal threat brought by the scarlet long knife, and then his inhuman white face turned green. The man, who was hot-headed, took a step forward and blocked the female mage with hostility, but he didn't know what to do. He didn't even see the man's knife drawing action just now, and he didn't expect the man to break the illusory rune array with one knife. The strength gap was too big, and he was not sure if he really wanted to do it. Cromwell opened his mouth, not knowing what to say to calm the situation, and then closed his mouth angrily. It would be even more embarrassing if he said something harsh at this time and got slapped in the face. "Child, the amplification array in your hand was created by me. You shouldn't think of taking action in front of me, let alone using the amplification array to deal with me. Also, the third magic node of your amplification array is redundant. Just connect the second node to the 28th node of the Thorn array and the 4th node to the 8th node of the energy gathering array. This will reduce your casting time by 1 second." As the man finished speaking, Cromwell felt like he was being brushed aside by someone, like an insignificant passerby. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? After being stunned, his heart shattered like broken glass. Cromwell, whose mentality exploded, forgot about the entanglement and fear, and stared blankly at the woman he decided to protect with his life, who came up to his enemy without any defense, with an expression of unbelievable admiration on his face. "Senior, can you tell me your name? If I remember correctly, my name was Lester when I was studying at the Black Rose Mage Academy." Samantha's eyes began to twinkle with little stars, and she cheered in surprise. She warmly hugged Lester's left arm, so that Lester's left arm was sandwiched in the middle of the cushion and could not move. The scene was a little awkward for a while. "It's you, Lester, the legendary mage known as His Royal Highness the Prince of Ice, the Walker of the Extreme Ice Abyss, the Frost and Snow Butcher of the North Sea. You are still alive." Lester's embarrassed smile froze. "What are you saying? Wouldn't it be better to die if I didn't live? And what the hell is this middle school title of His Royal Highness the Prince of Ice? I could never have imagined that I would meet you one day. So that's how it is. No wonder I couldn't feel any fluctuation of magic power from you. It's because my strength is too low. You might have become a magic master." Oh my god, I just overestimated my own ability to attack a legendary magic master. And your highness, Prince of Ice, what's wrong with your swordsmanship? Could it be that your swordsmanship has also reached the level of a master? Is there really someone as perfect as you in this world? How have you been through all these years? I heard that you have many girlfriends, and that you were entangled with many female mages of the Black Rose during your academy. A dozen young mages and dozens of female magic mentors had abortions for you. You are so ruthless and loyal that you even saved a female mage with a fallen soul. Seeing that he had been entangled by the female mage who was suspected to be a brain-dead fan, and the female mage's male companion was about to turn around and leave like a broken glass man, Lester quickly pulled out his left arm, stepped forward a few steps and grabbed Cromwell. She's your female companion, right? Can you tell her to calm down? Cromwell smiled miserably with a pale face and looked at the distant sky in despair. The white clouds want to double team the sun. What does the blue sky have to do with it? Female companion? Calm down. No, that's all. Lester, right? I have nothing left, she's yours. Are you still a man? You choose to give up after a little setback? Show your responsibility and accountability? Pressing Cromwell's shoulders, Lester's warm life energy was involuntarily transmitted to Cromwell's cold body, making him regain the warmth of life in a trance. What the hell is the Ice Prince? Are you starting to go crazy too? Lester, who was reluctant to let go of Cromwell, as if he had been electrocuted, shook his hands and took 2 steps back, as if he had touched something dirty, and was hugged by the female mage who came up to him. A man and a woman attacked from the front and back, which was much more terrifying than the spell blocking the road just now. To be honest, he was really fed up with these 2 inexplicable guys. He just wanted to find a Black Rose wizard to take him to Seal LeBlanc's clone, but he didn't expect to run into these 2 funny guys. Enough. Speak properly, otherwise, I will leave. I will ignore you. Lester had no choice but to resort to this last resort, but these words made Cromwell and Samantha panic. You say, as long as you don't hate us, we will do it. Chapter 581 Zyagi also wants to fall in love. Immortal Fortress, Old Noble District, Blackthorn Rose Street. Rosa opened her eyes and got up from the soft double bed. The magic crystal ball on the bedside table was flashing at a certain frequency, which meant that someone was looking for her. Wearing a simple opaque long dress, Rosa put her hand on the crystal ball and saw a somewhat unfamiliar face on the crystal ball. It was Samantha, the Black Rose Mage. Rosa frowned. She didn't know why such a small character took the initiative to contact her, but she was willing to give the other party a chance to explain. Noticing that Rosa's expression was a little unhappy, Samantha on the other side followed Lester's instructions and explained quickly. Ms. Rosa, I'm sorry to bother you so early. I think I caught a strange spy in the inner city. You may need to take a look at it in person. This spy also said that he doesn't know Narkson and wants you to teach him. Hearing this, Rosa's face became even more impatient. She was about to punish the little mage who fooled and played tricks on her in her own way, but Rosa was stunned. This sentence, which was still fresh in her memory, seemed a little familiar. In order to find the relevant memory, Rosa began to actively use magic to search all the books in the memory palace, and soon she found the scene where she first heard this sentence. It was 805 years ago, when Naxos was still ruled by Nadaz. Nadaz's subordinate Dort captured a man who did not speak the same language, and brought the man to her. After dispersing the magic, Rosa pursed her lips and snorted coldly. Bring the spy to my mansion. Remember to tie him up. On the other side, after the light of the crystal ball dissipated, Samantha, whose back was soaked, finally relaxed. Everything went as smoothly as Lester said. She knew that she might have made a great contribution this time. She found the old lover of the Pale Lady. According to the rules of the Black Rose, Rosa would definitely not treat her badly. Lester on the side also knew that things had already had a good start, so he took the initiative to stretch out his hands and waited for Samantha to tie him up. Come on, do as she says, tie me up and send me to her. Then your saber. Take good care of it for me, don't lose it. Okay. Symbolically tied up by Samantha, Lester followed Samantha into the carriage and drove towards the Old Noble District. There were no high-level mages of the Black Rose blocking the road. Apparently, the majors in charge of public security had received new traffic instructions, and the ordinary carriage had no obstacles along the way. Samantha suppressed her excitement. This was the first time in her life that she came to the most mysterious and ancient residential area of Naxos. Knowing that Samantha was a little excited, Lester took the initiative to look out the window to avoid embarrassment to the female mage. The Blackthorn Rose Street outside the carriage was as quiet as ever. The buildings here were no different from 800 years ago. The main building materials of the villas were still the grey stones in the style of the Dark Ages. They looked solemn and solemn. The rose vines bloomed along the fence of the courtyard, forming a sea of thorns. The portraits swaying in the wind were refreshing, and matched with the spacious architectural layout, they looked beautiful. Here you can see all kinds of old noble family crests and emblems, and you can also see many famous black magic masters from the Black Rose Mage Academy on the street. I have never been here. This is the most mysterious place in the Empire. I only know that only the real dignitaries and masters can get the qualification to live here. Lester has a different view on Samantha's admiration. People who live here are like living in a cage that cannot be escaped. Although Samantha cannot fully understand Lester's inner changes, she feels that the man who travels with time makes this ancient street more romantic. I'm afraid that in this world, only immortal beings like Lord Lester can judge this ancient and sacred place in this way. As the carriage stopped in front of an ordinary villa, the two Black Rose mages guarding in front of the villa took the initiative to make way, and a beautiful girl dressed as a maid respectfully bowed and led Samantha and the bound Lester to the door. The master allows you to bring this traitor in. When talking about the traitor, the maid deliberately glanced at Lester, which made Lester feel a little strange. The girl in front of him gave him a vague feeling of familiarity, but now was obviously not a good time to talk. Okay, where can I find Lady Rosa? The master is on the second floor. You can go directly to the second floor to find the master. After speaking, the maid pushed open the door, lowered her head and stood aside, no longer speaking. Walking into the villa room, Samantha's heartbeat began to speed up. When she thought that she would soon meet the most powerful person in the Black Rose, she couldn't help but think wildly. The conflicting emotions made her take the initiative to get close to Lester, because only Lester could give her enough sense of security. If you don't want to make the person inside angry, Samantha, keep some distance from me. Oh, sorry, I just never came here. Cold sweat broke out from her forehead. In Rosa's territory, Samantha didn't dare to use magic to clean the sweat. She could only wipe it with her sleeves in embarrassment, making herself 2 steps behind Lester. She didn't know that these small details made the woman in the room on the second floor appreciate her a little. Going up the spiral staircase to the second floor, a light blue female magic phantom appeared at the end of the stairs. The magic phantom glanced at the visitor and made the same voice as an ordinary person. Samantha, you did a good job. I will inform you of your reward later. You should return to the academy immediately and wait for orders. Yes, Ms. Rosa. Knowing that her exploration journey had ended here, Samantha did not dare to make any extra small movements. She directly performed a Black Rose magician's salute respectfully to the phantom and left. After seeing off Samantha, the phantom turned his eyes to Lester again and said lightly, "Spy, come in." Passing through the phantom, that dissipated into magic light spots, Lester walked to the door that he was very familiar with. Just as he was about to push the door with his shoulder, the door was suddenly opened by a woman who looked familiar and strange. The woman in an opaque nightgown seemed to know his aesthetic point. Whether it was her figure, temperament, or appearance, she satisfied his most perfect fantasy of the opposite sex in his heart. But the man knew that he had never seen the other person. In Naxos, there was only one person who could know him well. Before Lester could say anything, the perfect woman pushed Lester against the wall of the corridor. A dark magic chain appeared from the wall out of thin air, completely imprisoning the man. She thought she could wait until the man walked into the room, but she overestimated her patience and underestimated her anger. Rosa leaned her face towards Lester, her expression cold, without any sincerity. "You knew who I was from the beginning? You used me?" After a moment of silence, Lester did not complain at all, nor did he show any weakness. The man was just like when they first met 800 years ago, neither humble nor arrogant. So many years have passed, and you still haven't changed. The woman sneered. Yes, I haven't changed. Listen, I will never change in the future. This is the real me. Are you disappointed? Staring at Rosa's eyes, Lester's calmness turned into unexpected tenderness. Yes, I'm disappointed. I'm disappointed that I didn't show up by your side before you turned into the Pale Witch. I'm disappointed that I couldn't give you a comforting hug when you were afraid of Urzel. I'm disappointed that I'm not strong enough for you to trust me completely and lead you out of the sunless place to bask in the sun. I'm disappointed that I clearly had enough time, but I couldn't take you around the world to build snowmen on the snow-capped mountains of the Urus Mountains. I'm disappointed that you wanted to slay dragons, but could only use deception to get my help, instead of telling me in person that you would reward me with a hug after helping you. I'm disappointed that you wanted to see me, but you used a curse to hurt the people around me. It's clearly our reunion after nearly 1,000 years, but you treat me as an enemy. You said I used you from the beginning, but everyone in this world has secrets. How have you ever told me your secrets? Staring at the stunned woman, Lester lowered his head and whispered, I'm very disappointed in myself now. I want to hug you, but I can't do anything. The man's voice is like the most fragrant wine in the world, and also like the most deadly poison, even better than the most powerful spell in the world. This most gentle voice ignores all defenses and controls LeBlanc's heartbeat like an out-of-control black magic, full of unknown deep feelings. She is very sure that after she deliberately gave her new physical clone the talent to resist the life rune, this time the man did not cause any impact on her at the power level. The throbbing in her heart is entirely from her personal will and emotion. In the past 1,500 years, she has witnessed countless loves in the world, but also countless betrayals after the sweetness. The mortal emotions that she once despised now use language as a carrier and thoughts as a driving force, with the man's sincerity fiercely piercing through all her psychological defenses. She thought that she might have a fight with the man, and eventually she would win and force the man away and lock him up in the secret castle of the Immortal Fortress. She thought that the man might quibble and try to deceive her with all kinds of reasons and use bits and pieces of the past to win her sympathy. She thought that the man would defeat her and leave in disappointment without saying a word, but she didn't expect that the man came to her alone without taking anything with him, tied up, and showed her his heart that had been broken for a long time. She knew that she was defeated by the true love that she had never felt for more than 1,500 years. The chain turned into magic fragments and disappeared. Rosa didn't go forward to hug the man, but just used magic to gently support the man's falling body. The magic chain can not only seal the magic of the controlled person, but also absorb the physical strength of the controlled person. The man already knew the truth about her original body. No matter how ruthless she was unwilling to continue to deceive Lester with a false clone. At this moment, for the first time, LeBlanc's emotions overcame her reason with impulse. The unprecedented guilt made the woman lose control and become incoherent. I didn't expect you. I'm sorry, Lester. I apologize to you. I was wrong. Forgive me, okay? Don't be angry with me, okay? Lester raised his head weakly and smiled, leaning against the wall behind him, and said softly, from the beginning to the end, I never regarded you as an enemy, but as my closest person. The first person I missed when I came to this world was you. The first person I fell in love with was also you, and the person I least wanted to leave was still you. It was you who brought me the first ray of kindness from this strange world. How could I be angry with you? In Rosa's panicked eyes, Lester took the initiative to hug the bewildered woman. Holding the woman in his arms, the man lowered his head and whispered softly, this hug is not for Rosa, nor for Rose, but for you, just for you, my little Rose. I caught you. This time, I will not let go. The limp LeBlanc lost all the ability to resist, and even Rosa, who was held in the man's arms, responded with a voice as small as a mosquito's hum. My big bad guy, I was caught by you. This time, I will not struggle again. The two people who were in love with each other just hugged each other, separated by a clone that no longer became a barrier and suspicion, but that seemed to have gained the whole world. Returning to the underground world of the Immortal Fortress, Samantha, who was about to enter the academy, tightly grasped Lester's saber Luarksha. The eyes of the people around her were cold, as if the Pale Witch was watching her every move in person. She didn't know what kind of road would be waiting for her in front of her. If it was 100% a reward, she knew that Rosa would tell her at that time, instead of letting her return to the Mage Academy to wait, which also meant that there were variables in the relationship between Lester and the Pale Witch. This is a gamble with life as a chip, betting on the relationship between the moody and ruthless Pale Witch and the Ice Prince. If she wins, it's fine. She even has the courage to propose to the approachable Lester to let her leave the Black Rose. But if she loses, the Pale Witch is likely to vent her anger on her, even though she has nothing to do with the success or failure of this gamble. But when the big guys are angry, how can they really care about fairness and justice? In a world where the weak are the prey of the strong, who cares about the life and death of the little guys? The Pale Witch has ruled the Black Rose for thousands of years. No one can figure out the Pale Witch's temper. Those who want to figure it out have disappeared without a trace. I can do it. That's the Ice Prince of the Black Rose. Only his legend has lasted for so many years. Only he can really make the witch's chooser do things according to his expected results. He can do it. With hope in her heart, Samantha returned to her residence in the academy and prayed to her living idol for the first time. Your Highness, Prince of Ice, you must take down Lady Rosa. PS1. This time, I can eat as much dog food as I want. I'm too lazy to write about the struggle. I'm tired of writing and everyone is tired of reading. I just let the protagonist and LeBlanc be in cahoots with each other. Doge. PS2. Let's talk about business. All the book friends who have joined the group know that I have started my second book. I urgently need the support of all the book friends. The new book is called I Become an Immortal in the City by Adding Points. It is a modern urban theme of adding points to cultivate Taoism. It will involve talismans, spells, witchcraft, exorcism, cultivation, Western magic, Japanese ghost stories and other contents. I need to consult a lot of information for the new book. It is mainly about fighting, cultivation and pretending, supplemented by picking up girls and integrating elements such as adding points and attribute tables. It is probably a story about a person who gets the golden finger and gradually comes into contact with the cultivation world hidden under the ordinary world, and like Han Xianzhen, he helps the righteous way, killing people and seizing treasures. Interested book friends can collect this book. If you think it is good, you can read it. If you read it more, you may be able to sign the contract earlier. The new book will definitely not be as procrastinated or suffer from literary problems as this one. I will not repeat the mistakes I made in this book in the new book. The new book is purely original, not a fan work, but it will be as cool as possible. Thank you for your support. Chapter 580 to King vs King. Following Rosa, Lester put on the robe of the Black Rose, hid under the big hood, and walked into the Black Rose Academy unimpeded. In LeBlanc's words, the secret entrance to the Soul Well is in a certain mobile barrier of the academy. Without the corresponding spell, ordinary people will never find the entrance that keeps moving. Why do I feel that there are fewer mages in the academy? Logically speaking, after so many years of development, there should be more and more mages in the Black Rose. What surprised Lester was that the academy was not as lively as he imagined. There were only a few big and small cats in the academy, and there were few people on the benches in the Rose Garden at night, which was almost the same as 800 years ago. He knew that the Black Rose did not only recruit elite spellcasters. Generally speaking, as long as you have a talent for magic, you can successfully enroll. From a magic apprentice to a formal mage of the Black Rose, it should not be as deserted as it is now. LeBlanc gnashed her teeth and slowed down her pace to explain to Lester. It's all because of the God of Death's uncontrolled hunting. There are not many people with magical talents on Valoran, and the God of Death actively seeks people with magical talents to harvest souls, resulting in fewer and fewer living mages, not to mention joining the Black Rose, including the mages who graduated from the Black Rose. Every mage who leaves the Immortal Bastion is at risk of being hunted. What a bunch of damned underworld bastards. If I hadn't found a way to replenish the academy with fresh blood, the Black Rose would have been destroyed by the God of Death long ago. Lester, who was following behind him, was silent. Perhaps because of his relationship with Kindred, the mages of the Emerald Territory did not seem to have suffered any attacks from the masked spirits, which also led to his serious misunderstanding of the situation of the mages. The fact is, just as LeBlanc said, the masked spirit took the initiative to eliminate the magical bloodline of Runeland, which is probably related to the War of Mordekaiser. When Lester thought that in addition to the Protoss, there was a champion of Khorne's chosen waiting for him, he was a little overwhelmed. On the other side, LeBlanc's incarnation, Rosa, folded her hands in front of her chest, stared with wide eyes and asked back, "As far as I know, the Black Lightning in your Emerald Territory doesn't seem to be attacked by the God of Death. I know it must be related to you. Are you willing to tell me how you did it?" Lester smiled bitterly and lowered his voice. He was a little embarrassed to say this. I got rid of the God of Death. But, maybe because of this reason, she knew that Emerald Territory was my territory, so she didn't hunt mages in Emerald Territory. You. How did you do it? You actually got rid of the God of Death. Is it this way? The female mage made an unsightly gesture with her fingers. Lester nodded with a stiff face. The female mage's shock turned into admiration, and then turned into dependence. She grabbed Lester's hand and shook it. "Oh my god, is there nothing in this world that you dare not do? Then can you tell the God of Death not to touch the Narcs and mages?" Lester shook his head. "In fact, I haven't seen Miraclaw for a long time. I have also been to her temple to talk to her. She seems to be deliberately avoiding me and not meeting me, so I'm afraid I can't help you with this matter for a while." LeBlanc was not surprised by this answer and said indifferently, "Is that so? Forget it for now. Anyway, the Black Rose has adapted to the current environment. As long as you don't die, and I don't die, it doesn't matter whether others die or not." The two of them came to a small forest next to the nameless tombstone. They didn't see Rosa doing anything. A twisted space barrier appeared next to the tombstone. Lester looked at Rosa, but Rosa let go of Lester, stood there and waved her hand, and waved goodbye. "Then it's time for you and LeBlanc. As you said, whether it's Rose or Rosa, it's just LeBlanc's disguise. She's waiting for you inside. Go, Lester." Staring at Rosa with tears in her eyes, Lester was a little dazed at this moment. He didn't know whether Rose or Rosa's clones were controlled by LeBlanc, and he couldn't tell whether he loved Rose, Rosa or LeBlanc. It can only be said that she is worthy of being the deceiver. She can't find the real target when she is in love. "Anyway, thank you, Rosa. Thank you for coming here with me." After saying the last sentence, Lester stepped into the twisted enchantment and disappeared. After Lester left, Rosa, with a sad face, playfully wiped away her tears, took out the influence crystal from behind, and a devil-like smile hung on the corner of her mouth. "Anyway, thank you, Rosa. Thank you for accompanying me here." He looked so stupid when he was fooled. He knew it was me, but he still said goodbye to me. I have recorded his appearance. Haha, I really look forward to his expression when he sees himself being stupid. The so-called barrier is completely different from the space portal opened by Nora with the door magic book. The barrier in front of him is just a short distance transmission with defense and counterattack properties. In less than a second, Lester came to a dark castle built in the Obsidian Mountain. The small castle is embedded in the cliff as a whole, and the rest of the place is hard rock. There is no other way out, which seems to be airtight. A huge ice blue magic crystal is located at the entrance of the castle. Lester can feel the majestic magic power spreading from the crystal to all directions according to some established formation rules. As long as the crystal is destroyed, the castle will be permanently isolated in the underground world. Lester knows that the ice blue magic crystal is the transmission crystal that led him here. Is anyone there? Pale Witch? LeBlanc? Little Rose? Lester had to temporarily give up the idea of going forward alone after taking a look at the eager Louis XVI happy platform and the lively human nail rack outside the castle gate. These torture instruments all have their own ideas. He didn't want to cause any damage in LeBlanc's territory, so he could only express the most basic respect. Stay away from them. Aren't you coming out to pick me up? Boom boom boom. The tightly closed door of the enchanted castle opened automatically. He thought he could finally see LeBlanc's true form, but after waiting for a minute, he found that there was no one inside the door. Instead, the two blood-stained torture instruments were even more rampant. He lowered his head and thought for a while. Lester, who was not ready to sit and wait for death, decided to move forward and take the initiative to enter the castle. Click, 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 pit, 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 pit. The guillotine on the left kept opening and closing the guillotine blade, and the piercing rack on the right extended and retracted its steel nails. The two torture instruments that had become spirits took the initiative to move forward, revealing a terrifying murderous intent to the uninvited guests. "Get out of here. I'm not your master. I won't pamper you." Lester pulled out two large guillotines at the guillotine and piercing rack that were approaching him, first on the left and then on the right. The two torture instruments that had been arrogant for 1,000 years were stunned, and a sense of grievance and pain that he had never felt before surged into his heart. Click, 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 pit, 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 pit. After watching the two torture instruments twisting their bodies and running away, Lester continued to move forward and stepped into the gate of the ancient castle. The dark style of the ancient castle is even more intense than the old noble area of the immortal fortress. Dark art murals and reliefs of executioners can be seen everywhere. The dazzling torture instruments twisted their bodies and longed to drink blood, constantly approaching Lester. These artworks are based on torture and blood, and use the incompleteness of the human body to interpret the charm of darkness. Everything here highlights Mordekaiser's personal style. Looking at the scenes in front of him, Lester's mood suddenly became very bad. No, it's very bad. This is the real residence of Mordekaiser and the habitat of LeBlanc's real body. LeBlanc's clone brought him here, but the real body refused to show up. The shocking things he saw and heard along the way finally made Lester have a slight suspicion, and this suspicion was completely magnified by this depressing space. Even though they have come to this point today, opened their hearts to each other, and are only a few hundred meters away from LeBlanc, he suddenly realized that he didn't know whether LeBlanc, who has lived here for a long time, has been stained by Mordekaiser's color. This is an answer he doesn't want to face at all, but he has to face it now. Logically speaking, as a beautiful female subordinate of a tyrant, LeBlanc would inevitably become a tool of Mordekaiser in the process of conquering the continent. However, in the background of the story, it seems that Mordekaiser is only keen on killing and conquering, and has no interest in women. LeBlanc's fight against Mordekaiser is also sincere, and she is so cruel that it doesn't seem like she has an affair at all. This is also the main reason why Lester can accept LeBlanc. However, that is just the background of the story after all, just a piece of text information designed by the game company. How can a game that can be publicly released depict the dirty things between men and women? He was willing to believe LeBlanc, but at this moment, he began to question his judgment. Why didn't LeBlanc come out to pick him up in person? Why did LeBlanc let the legacy left by Mordekaiser move freely in the castle, as if it had not been hurt at all? If it weren't for the old feelings, would the hatred allow the things left by the enemy to appear in front of him? Why did LeBlanc willingly guard the soul well for 1,000 years? Was it to maintain the seal or to protect a part of Mordekaiser's body, waiting for Mordekaiser to return from the Well of Souls? Why did Rose act like a veteran from the beginning? Many questions magnified suspicion, and Lester's pace began to slow down as his ears were filled with the sounds of torture instruments and living sculptures. There were so many things in the real Runeterra that were far beyond the background framework of the story. Lester didn't need to give examples. Who could really be sure that LeBlanc was not playing tricks this time? No one could guarantee that if he fell into the trap set by Mordekaiser and LeBlanc, he would still have room to turn over. The psychological fluctuations of gains and losses and the desire for exclusivity made the man stop and began to recall the past scenes until the separation with Rosa just now. In a trance, Lester seemed to see the owner of this place sitting on the throne with contempt, and LeBlanc crawling on the ground. The once proud woman now lowered her head and looked obedient. The bond between the two was a cold chain, but the woman was happy to accept it, and always kept her eyes on the man on the throne. That was an expression that LeBlanc's incarnation had never shown in front of him, but now she gave it to the arrogant man. His heart was broken. Look, Lester, you have been a loser from the beginning to the end, a coward, a man without guts. Women are tamed with fists and wisdom, and the so-called sincerity is just an excuse for cowards without balls. Look, along the way I have come. All things in the world have submitted to me. I'm the living emperor. When my soul returns, all souls in the underworld will submit. I'm the overlord of the dead, whether alive or dead. I have achieved the ultimate of a man. Those who obey me will prosper, and those who oppose me will perish. Even the deathly heir of the underworld in the nations of the world. No one can stop me. And you, Lester, you came to this world and founded the Emerald Territory, but you were tied up and timid, using forbearance as an excuse to put the burden on a woman, using a noble and loyal woman to clean up your mess. You have possessed the immortal power of runes from the beginning, but you have never made any real achievements. Even to pursue a puppy of mine, you need to abandon your self-esteem as a man, throw away the weapons in your hands, and be pressed against the wall like a humble maggot in a mud pit, begging for the grace of a woman with sweet words. Who are you? You want to be my enemy? You can be my enemy. Are you worthy of being my enemy? What do you think? Do you see your own face clearly? You are a coward who can only use women to do things for you with your face. Facing Modkaiser's disdainful gaze, Lester raised his head with a calm look. It's cold sitting alone in that seat, isn't it? What do you mean? No one can be trusted, no one can be relied on, calculating everything around you alone, using cold blood to cover up your loneliness, using arrogance to ease the anxiety in your heart, and you can't stop for a step. You can only move forward forever. Keep going. You conquer, but you have never gazed at the gentleness of the sun, never appreciated the tranquility of the flowing water. All you see and hear is violence. And violence is the only thing in your life. No wonder you can only find these boring things in your palace and castle. In Lester's cold voice, Modkaiser closed his mouth. I ask you, a lonely king who has never received true love and experienced trust, and has gained power through fear, from the human world to the underworld, how many times has your heart skipped a beat? I don't need it. When I hugged her, my heartbeat could hear her heartbeat. That's enough. A few steps to the bottom of Modkaiser's throne, Lester pulled Modkaiser off the throne before he finished speaking and sat on it himself. The new king snatched LeBlanc's chain and hugged the dazed woman in his arms. Who said that a king can't be emotional? The moment the words fell, the new king kissed the woman in his arms and hugged her tightly. Didn't you promise not to struggle, my little rose? Tell me, how should I punish you? Asterisk. Chapter 583 The 100 Years of Empire. The moment the deep kiss ended, the illusion disappeared, and Lester returned to the first floor of the castle. Unlike the illusion, the black-haired witch was wearing a light-colored long nightgown, through which one could feel the woman's lower body temperature. Only her jade-like feet were bare. Compared with normal people, the witch's skin was a little pale, which was somewhat different from Lyssandra's crystal clear frost white, giving her a strange feeling of albinism. Facing Lester's cold gaze, the woman smiled without hesitation and stood up from the man's arms, her voice mature, low, and rhythmic. I didn't break my promise. The illusion of that man you saw came from this man-eating castle and the various torture instruments that wanted to cut you into pieces. It didn't come from me. Strictly speaking, I'm just a bystander and a participant. The protagonists are you and him. If you were a minor character, it would be fine. These torture instruments would not be afraid of you at all. You could just walk around them. The problem is that you are not a minor character, and your slight suspicion of me triggered the castle's will to rebound, pulling you into the field of wool left by that man. From the result, I'm very happy. Lester slapped the woman on the back without hesitation. The crisp sound of the palm strike was accompanied by the witch's scream. So, this is also the test you left for me? Is this how you treat the trust I gave you? This is also good for you. At least you have defeated the will of the castle, and the castle will no longer be hostile to you. Well, it is indeed my fault. In fact, I just want to see what I'm like in your heart. After all, my performance outside is easy to cause you to misunderstand. In fact, His eyes eased a little, and Lester blocked the woman's mouth with his index finger and said softly, LeBlanc, I forgive you. You know me. Some things don't need to be said. Take me around here. Nodding gratefully, LeBlanc, with a blushing face, found that his original body was much more clumsy than his clone, and it was difficult to deal with the man in front of him. Fortunately, the man also thoughtfully saved her face, so that she would not be too embarrassed. As for why the man did not call her LeBlanc but LeBlanc, LeBlanc just regarded it as the man's nickname for herself. Simply throw away the old name LeBlanc, which should have died, and become LeBlanc in his mouth. This is the first floor of the Dark Castle. The Dark Castle is built between the enchanted obsidian rocks, 300 meters underground of the Black Rose Mage Academy. The area of the Dark Castle is not very large. According to the architectural structure, it should be the underground palace where Mordekaiser lives. Ancient magic defense arrays are arranged everywhere inside and outside the castle, and there are several secret spaces that even LeBlanc herself cannot find, including the dark dungeons on the negative floors, used to torture slaves and prisoners, the forbidden magic workshop and the book collection room on the third floor. The Dark Castle has a fairly complete military structure. Unfortunately, even Lester himself can't figure out Mordekaiser's real plan. The intelligence is still seriously insufficient. It will take a lot of time to crack the magic secrets left by Mordekaiser here. I have a Yordle friend who was once imprisoned here. His name is Vega. He was once a magician under Uzel. I wonder if you know Vega? In the dungeon full of blood and death, Lester led the extremely reluctant LeBlanc to stroll through it. After seeing the forbidden magic workshop in the secret room of magic books, this place is still quite novel. I know that Yordle man. He was originally just a little cutie who was eager to learn celestial magic. Unfortunately, he met the tyrant. He also found me and discussed magic issues with me, which made me full of interest in Yordle magic. Unfortunately, I can't help him except letting him go. Following LeBlanc to Vega's cell, Lester raised his eyebrows. There was a string of untied magic chains and a wooden yoke to fix the head against the wall of the cage, and various torture instruments were placed in other places. In Lester's own words, Vega's position is the best viewing platform, where he can personally experience 8 different execution performances at the same time. Mordekaiser is really cruel. You let him go? LeBlanc seemed a little guilty at the moment. Yes, at that time I had already joined forces with Vladimir to overthrow his rule through the Larxo tribe. I could have tried to use all kinds of magic to help the Yordle regain his sanity, but I teleported him outside in order to monopolize the secrets here. I really can't accept a Yordle lunatic who talks about Uzel all the time. Sighing, Lester held LeBlanc's hand and left Vega's dungeon. Perhaps after everything was over, he could invite Vega to live here again, and Vega would be very happy. In such a world, it is enough for everyone to be responsible for themselves. You don't need to regret anything. Returning to the entrance of the dungeon and continuing to go down the spiral staircase, after passing through the barrier set by LeBlanc, Lester finally saw the most important space channel in the Dark Castle, the Soul Well. The Soul Well is made of obsidian and sometimes spews a light blue soul glow into the air. Put your ear close to the wellhead, and you can vaguely hear the wailing of souls from another world, as well as some unheard and incomprehensible whispers. He didn't know if this language was the Auchian language that made Mordekaiser boast all over the world. With LeBlanc's consent, Lester looked down into the well. Surrounded by a thick aura of death, a perfectly balanced black iron plate armor with at least 100 kinds of sealing formations was suspended in the well. Just when Lester wanted to take another look at the size of the black iron plate armor and estimate how big Mordekaiser was, he was pulled back by LeBlanc behind him, and he couldn't help but be a little confused. Hey, what are you doing? Do you feel like your soul is being attracted? You can't stare at the soul well for a long time, otherwise your soul will go to the underworld, and then I can't pull you back. Feeling attracted? It seems not, but I heard someone talking. Hearing this, LeBlanc was also stunned. Even she herself would be affected by the soul well. But how could someone talk? Is it a ghost? Isn't she, LeBlanc, the biggest ghost in the Dark Castle? You can hear someone talking in the well. Now it was Lester's turn to be surprised. You can't hear it? LeBlanc shook her head in confusion. I can only feel the feeling of my soul being pulled, and I can't hear anything. Lester smiled a little more. Maybe my soul is special. It seems that there are still many secrets to explore here. But before that, LeBlanc, you have to help me remove the soul-sealing curse of Roy. You should be glad that you didn't really kill Roy, otherwise, I'm afraid we will really become enemies. Blinking, LeBlanc took Lester's hand and left the soul well. Now, what are we? The closest Comrades. HMM. And lovers. That's more like it. One of them. When the random portal of Bandle City appeared near the Immortal Fortress, Lester returned to Bandle City for a few days. After picking up the sleeping Roy from Bandle City and writing a letter of safety to Cinna, Lester moved into the dark castle without sunlight and became a caveman at the bottom of the mountain. After the soul-sealing curse was lifted, Loy finally regained consciousness. Out of guilt, LeBlanc accepted the second resident of the dark castle. Although there was some estrangement between the two women, at least they didn't really fight for Lester's sake, which made Lester feel relieved. Because LeBlanc's bed was quite big, the three of them could sleep directly after playing. As for whether it was stacked with the enviable Ahad, even a certain miserable writer who opened a new book didn't know. There were too many mysteries left by Mordekaiser in the Dark Castle, including the operation method of the teleportation crystal, the secret space hidden by Mordekaiser, and the soul well where whispers came from. There were too many secrets to explore. Anyway, there was nothing else important happening in the outside world except the Dragon Island invasion, so Lester settled down to live in the castle and use the books left by Mordekaiser to find a way to crack the secret. On August 4th, 806 AD in the Narxan calendar, a coalition of 10,000 people, including the Narxan Empire War Corps, the private soldiers of the nobles of the Kingdom of Demacia, the Kingdom of Northland, the adventurers of the Principality of Valoran, the warlords of Shurima, the treasure hunters of Bilgewater, and the Navali Brotherhood of Ionia. Arrived at a certain sea area of the Sea of Watchers near the far north continent by ship. The fleet found the legendary dragon nest in the fog, and the war between the dragons and the invaders broke out. On March 25th of the following year, despite the last warning of the dragons, the humans who insisted on going deep into Dragon Island to plunder were counterattacked by the dragons. The angry dragons decided not to hold back, and the awakened ancient dragons waved their wings and reappeared in Runeland, and the tragic Dragon Island War began. On November 3rd, 807 AD, Anwitanet, a traitor of Dragon Island and a dragon priest who surrendered to the underworld, opened the underworld teleportation array that had absorbed enough souls and successfully guided the marshal of the undead army, Sebastian, to land on Dragon Island with the soldiers of the underworld. At the same time, the barrier composed of the underworld trapped everyone on Dragon Island, unable to escape. Humans and dragons had to stop fighting and face the new crisis together. The dark clouds of the underworld covered the sky over Dragon Island. The ghost wizards of the undead army awakened hundreds of ancient dragon remains sleeping in the dragon tomb through the underworld soul gathering spell created by Mordekaiser in the Ochan language. The remains were successfully undead and turned into more than 300 skeleton dragons controlled by the underworld wizards. Sebastian, who obtained the skeleton dragon army, led thousands of warriors of the undead army to pounce on the living on Dragon Island. The war between humans and dragons instantly turned into a war between the living and the dead. Both the dragons and humans paid a painful price. Narxan calendar, 808 AD, April. The ancient dragon, the leader of Dragon Island, Oshlapamildagirida, defeated the underworld army at the cost of his life. Before the casualties were beyond his control, Sebastian, who had collected enough souls, led the remaining more than 200 skeleton dragons, and returned to the underworld with the traitorous dragon priest Anwitanet of Dragon Island. The underworld barrier that covered the sky and the sun dissipated, and only a small number of people survived. The angry dragons launched an attack again, determined to kill all the invading humans to vent their resentment. Burnham Darkwill, who was protected by the Black Rose, left Dragon Island in disgrace through the teleportation array. The rest of the humans who surrendered or resisted were annihilated. The Narxan Empire war group did not bring back any wealth, but instead buried thousands of lives. The Dragon Island war that shocked the world ended in a whimper. Except for a few powerful mages who left Dragon Island through teleportation magic, no one knew what kind of disaster had happened on Dragon Island. After thinking about it, the dragons, who were seriously injured, gave up the method of direct revenge on humans because they were afraid of the invasion of the underworld again. They set about exterminating all human slaves on Dragon Island to avoid the emergence of internal traitors like Anwitanet. The Elder Dragon used dragon language magic to reseal Dragon Island and tried to negotiate with the mixed blood dragons in the Ixtal Dragon Valley to replenish their blood. The wizards of the Black Rose obtained enough dragon body materials, in addition to a part of the dragon blood that could suppress the bloodthirst symptoms. Burnham Darkwall only got an unacceptable huge failure. After suffering a disastrous defeat, Burnham returned to the Immortal Bastion, and the first thing he did was to block the news of the Empire's defeat. He only said that the Empire Legion was betrayed by the Dalmatians on Dragon Island, which caused the regiment to suffer heavy losses. Because the Continental Peace Conference had just signed a peace treaty with the Kingdom of Northland and the Principality of Valoran, Burnham, who could not tear his face and start a war against his neighbor, set his bloodthirsty eyes on the powerful country in the western continent, Dalmatia. Using Dalmatia to divert the contradictions of the defeat, the anger of the Narxan people was successfully directed to the old neighbor in the west. Feeling the hostility of Naxos, Dalmatia also began to prepare for war. After the Dragon Island War, the sky over the Valoran continent, which had been peaceful for 40 years, once again appeared the clouds of war. Time flies, and more than 60 years have passed since the Dragon Island War. Naxos Empire, outside Drakhan, logging yard. The tall and strong young man with a crew cut was waving the felling axe in his hand solemnly, as solemn as a general going into battle to kill the enemy. The felling axe hit the tree trunk again and again, neither too high nor too low, and each axe could just bite off a large piece of the tree's flesh with the bevel of the axe blade. 1 axe, 2 axe, 3 axe, 4 axe. Ha. After the 11th axe fell, the tall tree could no longer maintain its balance, and fell to the right of the young man with a creak. After more than a dozen axe blows, a standard log appeared in front of the young man. Unlike other lumberjacks, the young man threw the axe on the woodpile and carried the thick log alone, returning to the wood storage yard easily. The other lumberjacks just took a quick look, hiding their fear and trying not to attract the young man's attention as much as possible. Scene. Let's join the army together. The Empire needs us. The young man, who was about to return to the woods, stood still, waiting for his childhood friend to approach him, and said calmly, "No, why not? Haven't you always wanted to be the greatest general of Naxos?" The young man stared at his puzzled friend and said seriously, "Only war can bring me the glory that belongs to Larx. I'm tired of seeing those Naxan soldiers who have never been on the battlefield and have never killed an enemy showing off in front of me. Now becoming an Imperial soldier will only tarnish my faith. I would rather chop wood here." "So what you mean is that if the Empire really goes to war with Dalmatia, will you join the army?" At this moment, the young man named Scene showed his coldness and ruthlessness. "Of course, if the Empire and Dalmatia go to war, I will put on armor and chop off the heads of every enemy with an axe, so that those Imperial cowards in military uniforms can see what a true warrior of the Empire is." Chapter 584 Dalmatia's Heroic Heritage. In the Immortal Fortress, Dark Castle, LeBlanc found Lester, who was wearing a magic monocle and studying magic circuits, and shook the magic secret letter in her hand. "Your little lover has sent you a letter. Do you want to read it?" "Oh. It seems that Burnham is ready to take action against Dalmatia." Lester took the magic encrypted letter written by Cinna from LeBlanc, smiled, and dripped his blood on the wax of the letter, and the magic wax melted. After the incident with Loy, Cinna still had a grudge against LeBlanc, but there was no harm in having an extra layer of protection. After repeated discussions, Burnham finally chose to give in and let the Emerald Territory provide war supplies in the form of gold coins to buy and indirectly participate in the war. "According to your plan, I have agreed to his proposal to provide the northern area of Rhineland City north of the Quiet Forest as the gathering place of the Imperial Legion. It seems that the war between Naxos and Dalmatia is about to start." Hearing this, LeBlanc raised her eyebrows. "Of course we have to fight. If we don't, he won't have a chance to start a war. The current Empire is being tormented by our Grand Marshal Burnham. There are more than a dozen missing people every month in the Immortal Fortress alone. There are many resistance organizations and new nobles in places that can't be seen, who are planning how to overthrow his rule." Rolling his eyes, Lester no longer wanted to study the magic barrier, and stood up. "Isn't it you and Vladimir who did it? Who made him disobedient? Although the Black Rose has become a little weak due to the attack of the God of Death, it is not an existence that a mortal like him can contend with. In fact, I think the third son of the Darkwell family is quite good." He is brave, curious, ambitious, and knows what reverence is. As long as he is trained a little, the Empire can last for at least another 300 years. Lester, you will support me, right? LeBlanc blinked her playful eyes, and Lester sighed softly. I will support you, provided that you don't ruin our plan. These are just minor fights. Don't forget the main business. No matter how powerful Narxus is, it can't keep messing around, especially the names I told you. If they show up, try to ensure their promotion. You can win people's hearts and use tricks, but don't let them die. Hey, remember, Cyan, Darius, Draven, and Swain. Don't worry, I won't forget them. While the two were talking, a little bat bypassed the magic barrier and came in front of the two. Shoma, symbolizing the soul, began to emit colorful light and eventually changed into Burnham's cold appearance. The Empire does not need weaklings and cowards. Not bad, it looks a bit like that. With Lester's praise, Shoma changed again and became the appearance of the Vastea Mistale tribe, which was Loy, who had regained his sanity. Thanks to the unique magic environment, Loy began to actively study black magic. In fact, even Lester himself didn't know how far the little Mistale had grown. Perhaps there was also a meaning against LeBlanc. Lester was not sure, but he knew that Roy was no longer the innocent and lovely little Mistale. Cold, cruel, and unscrupulous in order to achieve his goals had become the new characteristics of Vastea Mistale. Coupled with his absolute loyalty to Lester, when Burnham Darkwill had to disappear, Roy could perfectly serve as a transitional body to start a large-scale purge of the old nobles of Narxus, so that the Empire would not fall into a state of collapse while changing blood. At the right time, Lester, who returned to the Emerald Territory, would completely control the Narxus Empire and merge Narxus and the Emerald Territory into one. Lester, I still need to learn more about the Empire, so I plan to stay for a while longer. Is that so? Then you have to get along well with LeBlanc and don't fight. Roy glanced at LeBlanc coldly and said indifferently, if she doesn't fight with me, LeBlanc didn't refute and just sneered, which made Lester realize that he had better leave the Dark Castle as soon as possible. He was tired of the daily life of being a mediator. As for studying the magic secrets left by Mordekaiser, this has become a secondary profession, right? In the Demacia capital, in the woods not far from the forbidden magic stone forest, Riss, who had been crawling on the ground and waiting for a whole week, pushed away the grass growing on his head. At this moment, the wandering mage was rubbing his chin in distress. There were 3 times more Dragon Knights in the sky than before. The fearless vanguards, who rarely served as defenders of the stronghold, dispatched 2 full shield formations just to surround the forbidden magic stone forest. The reason why the kingdom dispatched such a large battle was because an intruder broke into the stone forest. It must be said that the overly strict defense caused great trouble to Riz, because he was very sure that the patrol route of the Dragon Knights had included his destination. Once the Demacians discovered the secret of the Rune Temple, the consequences would be disastrous. Well, it seems I have to wait for a while. Fortunately, the rune scrolls are not completely filled. This trip to Freljord is indeed a bit tiring. I should take a good rest. Having made the decision, Riz no longer hesitated. He immediately got up from the ground, patted his butt, and left the woods. He's finally gone. A woman's indifferent voice came from the empty woods. He has always been very patient. Otherwise, he would not have spent all his time looking for runes for his obsession. If he died, I can't think of where to find another such persistent human in the world. To be honest, he is more suitable to be a giant god than us. The man's voice was more humane than the woman's. Then why don't you give him your crappy seat? Haha, maybe I will do so in the future. Now, I still have many puzzles to solve. It's not the time to leave. More than 500 years have passed in the blink of an eye. How is Twilight? Did she finish her hide and seek game? Question mark? Obviously she is still immersed in her space travel and has forgotten the wrong things she has done, let alone making amends. As for games, there are too many games that interest her, and Lester is nothing at all. There was silence for about 10 seconds before the woman's voice sounded again. Since Twilight has chosen to give up, the treaty will be completely invalidated. I will let Kyle leave the Star Elm and take Morgana away. It's time for Morgana to return to the Star Elm. without Morgana to help him. If he still wants his emerald collar, he will have to come back sooner or later. Of course, you are in charge of him, and I will just be responsible for managing these runes. The indifferent voice, that was not like that of an ordinary person, disappeared completely, and the forest returned to its former silence. In the Demacia noble area, the kingdom garden was as bright as day. The majestic Demacia king, Rent Jarvan, put down the hardcover edition of History of the Narxan Empire in his hand and looked at his son, who was running towards him. Rent Jarvan naturally didn't know that several waves of untouchable guests had ignored the laws of the kingdom and broke into the forbidden magic stone forest. At this moment, he set his sights on his only son, proudly raised the little prince, who looked a little dusty, and swung the little prince in the air twice. Dulce Jarvan, my lovely little prince, tell your father, what did you learn from General Brad today? Wiping the dust off his nose, the cute little boy tried hard to learn his father's usual solemnity, but unfortunately the black nose made the little boy's already lax solemnity even more ridiculous. Father, I learned wrestling from General Brad today. King Red kindly wiped Dulce's face with the wet handkerchief handed over by the servant, and asked with a smile, tell father, have you ever knocked General Brad down? Dulce shook his head stubbornly with his tense face drooping. I didn't knock General Brad down, but I got praise from General Brad. He said I was a genius in combat and I can always observe the subtle details. You are worthy of being Red's son, so amazing. The little boy finally smiled brightly after getting praise from both his teacher and his father. Father, can you tell me more about the story of the great late King Dulce? By the way, there are also the stories of the Halberd of Atamar and the Omen of Landon. Okay, my little prince is so outstanding. Can I still refuse this small request? Father, you are the best, waving his hand to signal the servants to retreat. King Red placed his son, who he had high hopes for, on his lap and let his son, who was close to him, hug his body. He knew how special his son was. Exposing his son to the kingdom war too early would only have a positive effect. It would not make the young Dulce feel afraid. Instead, it would make Dulce motivated and become more self-disciplined and studious. This is a trait of a hero, and only a hero will admire another great hero from an early age. The late King Dulce was the most special and great king in a light shield family. He was born in a turbulent era. Many heroes were born around him, and he was the most shining one. Glancing at the History of the Narxan Empire on the Forbidden Magic Stone table, Red's voice had a bit more historical heaviness. At that time, Demacia was facing the most severe barbarian invasion. The Sand Bandits in the southern continent and the barbarian tribes in the north, united to set foot on the land of Demacia. This group of invaders slaughtered our people, looted our farmers, and burned down the villages we built with great effort. In just over a decade, the enemy's soldiers directly advanced to the land outside the capital. Little Dulce clenched his fists. He seemed to have traveled back to that turbulent era and experienced everything firsthand. Very satisfied with the bloodiness shown by his son, King Red continued calmly. The great King Argostan is old and can no longer continue to lead the noble kingdom army to resist foreign enemies. The noble generals in the army, who were born in prominent families, are all incompetent people. Facing the evil magic cast by the invaders, they were defeated again and again, and handed over the land and people to others. The noble kingdom army of Demacia was incompetent. When the people of Demacia were completely disappointed, King Dulce, who was only 14 years old, led the fearless vanguard corps to stand up, replacing his father, King Argostan, and started the greatest national defense war in the history of the Light Shield family. Unlike those noble generals, who only knew how to command soldiers to die behind their backs, King Dulce led the way from the first counter-attack war, and won victory after victory on the battlefield with the fearless vanguard, led by his close friend Erixhilda, giving the Demacia people the most firm confidence, and laying the foundation for our Light Shield family to break free from the shackles of the Noble Council. King Dulce first repelled the Shurima invasion fleet on the southwest coast, sinking the brutal Shurimans to the bottom of the sea, and then led the fearless vanguard all the way north to confront the evil barbarian Queen Timothy Warmother. Soon he faced the most difficult test, which was the Ice Warlock under Timothy Warmother, who could freeze the forbidden magic stone. Father, can the magic released by those evil Ice Warlocks really freeze the forbidden magic stone? Child, you are still young. When you grow up a little bit, I will let you know the secrets of our Light Shield family. Then you will see how terrible magic is. Father, I will grow up as soon as possible. I want to help father share his worries. With a hearty laugh, King Red kissed his son's dirty face. Okay, father will wait for you to grow up quickly. Father, I want to listen more. Okay, where was I? King Dolls, by the way, dealt with the evil magic of the Iceborne Warlocks and sought out the greatest craftsmen in Demacia to create 2 heirlooms of our Light Shield family. Father, it's the halberd of Atama and the omen of Randuin, right? Little stars appeared in the little prince's eyes, and King Red nodded heavily. Yes, the halberd of Atama can tear open any magic shield of the Ice Warlock, and the omen of Randuin can block any magic attack of the Ice Warlock. King Dolls held a shield in his left hand and a spear in his right hand. He finally gained the upper hand on the front battlefield, and began to reclaim the land lost by Demacia. The unyielding War Mother Timothy mobilized the Ice Warlocks and blocked the battlefield with magic, trapping King Dolls and the fearless Vanguard's Legion commander Derek Silder on the battlefield. The enemy used despicable magic to force King Dolls to surrender. Facing the words of persuasion, King Dolls, who had already prepared for a fight to the death, made his response. He said, even if I die here, there are thousands of warriors in Demacia who are willing to sacrifice their lives for this land. War Mother Timothy, today, if I don't die, I will take your head. In this way, King Dolls and Derek Silder led the remaining Demacia soldiers to launch a desperate charge. The king was like the sharpest sword in the world. He pierced through the magic blockade of the Ice Warlock with one sword, killed in front of War Mother Timothy, and cut off War Mother Timothy's head with a halberd. Demacia won a hearty victory and the barbarian invaders were defeated. After this battle, without the coordination of War Mother Timothy, the various barbarian tribes in Freljord began to fight among themselves, which gave the king enough time to reorganize the kingdom army. Until King Dolls ordered Master Durin to create the forbidden magic Colossus Galio, those barbarians completely lost the opportunity to invade us. After this, the king took back most of the military power from the incompetent nobles and established the Great Light Shield family, while his best friend and closest subordinate Derex established the Crown Guard family and vowed to protect the glory of the Light Shield family forever. Even today, the Crown Guard family is your most trusted friend and subordinate. Child, now do you understand why I named you Dolls? Nodding, the little Prince Dolls jumped from King Red's arms to the ground and said in a loud voice, you want me to be a hero like the late King Dolls? A young man is teachable. Chapter 585 Piltover's to-do list. In the city of Progress, in a large villa belonging to the Phyllis family in Piltover, Lester, dressed in a luxurious dress, sat in the upper seat, with his hands in white gloves crossed, quietly listening to the chief hex crystal expert of the Phyllis family explaining the functions and prospects of hex magic crystals. The lower seat was the head of the Phyllis family, Samuel, who showed due respect and solemnity at this moment. As the contemporary head of the Phyllis family, he naturally knew what the emerald collar meant to Phyllis. Standing next to the long table, the scientist named Raman was a white-haired old man who looked a little old-fashioned. His life experience of being immersed in academic research for many years gave Raman a unique temperament, and he was not afraid even when facing the head and guests of the Phyllis family. The white-haired old man bowed elegantly to the two and said calmly, "Member, let me start to explain. Mr. Lister, this is the magic crystal discovered by the armed expedition team in the Crystal Scar Canyon. We named it Hex Magic Crystal. Through instrument detection, this magic crystal contains powerful and assorted magic energy, and its efficiency far exceeds that of electricity and steam power. To use a less rigorous metaphor, if there is a suitable and stable energy conversion device, this fist-sized hex magic crystal alone is enough to supply the energy expenses of the entire city of Progress for at least several years." Lester looked at the dark blue spherical crystal that Raman had put in a transparent box. The transparent box was made of special quartz magic material, which has multiple functions of anti-impact, anti-radiation and stable magic energy, and is very valuable. In fact, the quartz box used to hold the crystal was developed by the magician of the Emerald Territory, so in a sense, the Emerald Territory is not always taking money without working. After all, no matter how loyal the subordinates are, it is impossible to always be loyal to the leader, who only takes in and does not give out. All patience will be exhausted in the passage of time, which is a constant that is difficult to change. The quartz box is the Emerald Territory's further investment in the Phyllis family. The Phyllis family naturally has to take out the dividends from the hex crystal market to satisfy the Emerald Territory. This is also the main reason why Lester returned to Piltover. As for the spherical crystal, Lester naturally knew that it was the carrier, life crystal, used by the Shell people to pass on memories and common consciousness. For the fate of the Skarna people, Lester could only say sorry. Compared with the benefits brought by being on good terms with the Shell people, the help brought by Hex Crystal is more important to the Emerald Territory. How much Hex Crystal has been mined so far? Ramon explained patiently without any dissatisfaction when his thoughts were interrupted by Lester. Including this crystal, a total of 12 have been mined so far. These crystals grow in the bodies of domed crystal creatures and are buried deep underground. Under this circumstance, it is still technically difficult to mine hextech crystals on a large scale in the complex terrain of the Crystal Scar Canyon. We can only use small-scale blasting to avoid serious damage to the Crystal Scar. During the mining process, did you suffer any attacks from those crystal creatures? No, those crystal creatures seem to be in a dormant state. Very good, continue. Nodding, Ramon paused and continued. Based on the physical and magical properties of hextech crystals, our research team has discovered that hextech crystals can be used to create a large number of artificial crystals through energy infusion. Limited by the current manufacturing process, we can only use skilled craftsmen to perform precision processing on natural crystals, and the output is extremely limited. However, as long as there are enough craftsmen, I'm confident that we can increase production capacity. This involves the secrets of hextech crystals, so we have not yet established a suitable confidentiality system. Artificial crystals are equivalent to a weakened version of hextech crystals. As long as we develop a steam power device that can use artificial crystals as the energy center, we can close the annoying boiler rooms in the factory and make hextech artificial crystals that output energy stably a new source of power. According to the current number of factories in Piltover and Zorn, this will be a very objective wealth. As long as we control the continuous production of hextech artificial crystals by hextech crystals, we can control the energy supply of the factory, which can make us the top family in Piltover. The above are all the current research results on hextech crystals. Sir Lester, if you have any questions, please be sure to ask. Thank you for your patient explanation, Lord Ramon. I have to say that I have a different view of the Fellis family this time. You have made me see the possibility of Fellis's growth. Nodding to Ramon, Lester looked at Sammy Fellis, who was a little flattered, smiled slightly, and stretched out his right hand. The Emerald Territory will support the Fellis family's research and development of hextech crystals, provide the Fellis family with suitable magic materials, and even provide appropriate military assistance in the process of crystal mining. However, the Emerald Territory will account for 50% of the mining volume of hextech crystals each quarter, and the Emerald Territory will also account for 30% of the subsequent profits obtained from the development of hextech crystals in Piltover and Zorn. I wonder what Senator Sammy thinks of this proposal. Although it was a bit painful, Sammy knew very well who was responsible for the Fellis family's future. The last great force that was dissatisfied, the Adrian family, has become a thing of the past. The great founder of the Fellis family, his great-grandfather Connor Fellis, engraved the first family rule in the minds of every heir. Only the Emerald Territory, never betray. After reciting the ancestral precepts and family rules 3 times in his heart, thinking of the fate of the Adrian family, Samiel Firoz suddenly felt that giving up these benefits seemed to be nothing painful. The military and magical support from the Emerald Territory, coupled with the accumulated foundation of the Firoz family itself, is enough to ensure that the Firoz family will last for 100 years. It seems cumbersome, but the actual thinking process is only about a second. Samiel held Lester's right hand with both hands, lowered his eyebrows and bowed. Of course, it is the honor of the Firoz family to share the discovery and labor results of the Firoz family with the Great Emerald Territory. After finishing the matters related to the Hextech crystal, Lester visited Hemedina again. At this moment, Hemedina has become a well-known figure in Piltover. As one of the members of the Piltover Parliament, he participated in the construction of Piltover. After meeting Lester, Hemedina was also very happy and warmly entertained Lester at home. After the greetings, they started chatting. Lester learned the story of the Yodel expedition from Hemedina. Little Lenny, you can't imagine that kind of scene at all. When Tristana proposed to take the initiative to fight in the material realm, all the residents of Bandle City raised objections. In the history of Bandle City, the Yodel people have never interfered too much in the affairs of the material realm. At most, they come to a human gathering place like me and act as individuals. Fighting in the name of Bandle City is simply a fantasy. Am I right? Looking at the excited big head, Lester thought of the cavalry general Cled who served in the Emerald Territory and shrugged. If there is no history, create history. I personally support Tristana in forming the Yodel expedition. After all, this is my suggestion. As for what you said about not interfering too much in the affairs of the material realm, I choose to reserve my personal opinion on this point. Hemedina, who was unable to refute, took a breath and leaned back on the leather sofa and stretched out his body. Well, anyway, Tristana is too stubborn. What's more terrible is that Timo, Ziggs, Lulu, and Corky have joined her expeditionary force, and she still wants to convince me. How is that possible? Do I look like the kind of restless yodel? Okay, I admit that I was a little tempted. Being able to actually apply my inventions in battle would allow me to obtain better experimental data. Unfortunately, I had too many things to do in Piltover, and I couldn't spare the time, so I declined her invitation. Anyway, they've gone to Freljord now. That's what Tristana told me at the beginning. Cough cough. After coughing twice, Hemedina began to widen his eyes, stood up, and put his hands behind his back to imitate the serious Tristana. She said, in order to understand what war is, we need to experience war. War is not just about killing, it is also a kind of protection for survival. Freljord is the most suitable place and our first stop. Let us experience the cruelty of Freljord together. Hey, don't look at me like that, little Lenny. I swear I didn't say a wrong word. Tristana really thinks that going to the barbaric Freljord will allow Timo and the others to learn how to fight. I don't need to go to know that when they go to Freljord, they will only understand that there are some hungry humans in the world who don't mind eating yodels. Later, Lester took the initiative to mention the missing Rambo to Hemedina. After asking, he found out that Hemedina didn't know that Rambo had left Bandle City at all. To be more precise, the residents of Bandle City did not realize that a garbage man had left the garbage dump. In this case, Lester did not elaborate on Rambo, who had gone to the Emerald Territory for mechanical research. After bidding farewell to Hemedina, Lester came to the Zorn Heavy Industrial Park south of the Sun Gate. He was going to try to contact Malphite to see if Malphite had restored the rock armor through sleep. Using the underground canals and underground factories below sea level, the popular all-chemical technology has become the new development direction of Zorn. After the acquisition of the Emerald Territory, the former number 26 Inorganic Chemical Factory has been transformed into an all-chemical mine factory. The miners wear special filtering respiratory masks to prevent the poisonous gas discharged from the factory from harming the human body. In order to avoid trouble, Lester, who also put on a respiratory mask, looked at every well-protected miner. He knew that with the development of the times and the economy, the situation of the lower class people in Zorn would become worse and worse, and it would be worse than now when it just started to develop. Humans are always forgetful animals. In less than 100 years, the people of Piltover will forget that their fathers were once lowly Zorns, and will also forget that the reason Piltover has a beautiful natural environment is because the heavy industrial areas have moved to Zorn. By that time, the Brotherhood will turn into a superior pity, and soon the pity will turn into disgust due to endless investment, and eventually become two distinct cities. Even knowing this, Lester is not ready to help the Zorn people make any changes. Although it is a bit too arbitrary, he also knows that pitiful people have their own hateful aspects. The Zorn people are not even willing to admit that it was Janna who saved the impending destruction of Zorn, which is enough to explain a lot of things. The Zorn people can abandon Janna, who is devoted to them, so what can he do for the Zorn people? He can't do anything. The only ones who can save the Zorn people are the Zorn people themselves. After contacting the person in charge of the alchemy factory, Lester took the improved mine elevator all the way down. It is worth mentioning that the foreman Laurie and the miner Quilla, who had entered the Devil's Mine with him, had already been lying in a small and cramped coffin. The two did not die in the crustal vibration caused by Moffat's movement. Lester later learned that when the ground began to tremble, Laurie and Quilla abandoned him without hesitation and fled from the mine without looking back. Everything was as Lester expected. The two smart people would not be stupid enough to wait for him to die. Except for the Bagrat of old Quilla, who was proficient in human nature and accidentally lost. The two returned to the ground safely. The two people who were uneasy were scolded by the person in charge of the chemical plant. Quilla, who had retired, was fine. Laurie directly lost his position as a foreman and deducted a lot of money. Laurie, who lost the protection of the mine manager, was almost beaten to death by the resentful miners. Fortunately, Laurie was willing to spend money and hired a group of gangsters to protect him for several months, using the power of money to block the malicious revenge of the miners. When he was taken out of the underground world by Malphite and Kaltzit's men came to acquire the chemical plant, the misunderstanding was resolved. Naturally, the two had to pay a considerable amount of compensation. Laurie left the factory with his family and settled in the most prosperous area of Piltover. Laurie's descendants became civilized people in the City of Progress, hiring employees to run a decent pastry shop. The old miner Quilla was starved to death at home by his son, who listened to his girlfriend's bad words because he failed to bring money back for his son as promised. Perhaps it was because he lost the Bagrat that had been with him for more than 10 years in his last days, or perhaps it was because he resented the unfilial son he raised. The old man died with his eyes wide open, unwilling to spend a penny for the dead old man. Quella's son Borant threw the old man's body into the sea. After Quella's death, the subsidy from Emerald Collar could only be distributed to Quella's son Borant. Borant proposed to the woman he had been pursuing for a long time with the compensation as a gift. The woman, moved by true love, finally agreed to the loyal husband, and the two entered the palace of marriage and lived happily together. Unfortunately, the good times did not last long. 2 months after the wedding, Borant died in a car accident. Like his father, Borant, who was ignored, was sunk into the sea by the workers hired by his wife. Borant's wife became a poor widow. Because she could not bear to continue living in the sad zone, she moved to Piltover alone under the care of a warm-hearted stranger. Chapter 586, Warrior Scion. Returning to the Devil's Mine, holding the stone bull left by Malphite, and waiting for a while, Lester, who had no reaction, could only turn around and leave. There was nothing to deal with in Piltover for the time being, and it was meaningless for him to participate in the war between Narxis and Demacia. It would be better to return to Mount Targon to have a look. If he remembered correctly, Diana and Leona came to Runeterra around this time and began their own legendary stories. In the original story background, the Lunary and the Solary were incompatible. In the end, the Solary defeated the Lunary, razed the Lunary's base to the ground, and erased the history of the Lunary's existence. In this life, under his influence, the Lunary and the Solary had the same high priest, and the saints of the two sects were on good terms with each other. According to his calculations, the Lunary should be able to continue. The Targon was too far away, and after his reform, Lahorak was infinitely close to the Spartans with explosive combat power and complete military. In this case, even the Emerald Territory would find it difficult to send spies across 2 continents to spy on the Targon. From this point of view, it can be said that Lester shot himself in the foot. So he had to go there in person as an ordinary person. In order to avoid the eyes of the Titan, he could not become the High Priest. At the Immortal Fortress recruiting office, Fred, the recruiting officer sitting on the stool, raised his head and looked at the 2 young men who were coming towards him. The leading young man was wearing a lumberjack's waistcoat, with a neat black crew cut, tall and sturdy, muscular, and a head taller than a normal Narxan adult. The young man with a fierce face and cold eyes looked like he was ready to pick up an axe to chop people at any time. He looked very difficult to mess with. In fact, he did shamefully avoid the young man's gaze. The young man who came later fits a stereotype of Narxan youths. He is warlike and eager for merit. His eyes are full of ignorance. He has no knowledge of war, but he is full of admiration for the Imperial Legion. He is the kind of person who is most likely to die on the battlefield for the glory of the Empire. From this point of view, he is not as impressive as the young man in front. Come to join the army? Fred's mouth slipped, and the familiar word came out. He regretted saying something nonsense. If this is not a recruitment point, yes, I'm here to apply for a job as a lumberjack. The young man in the lead fought back without showing any weakness. His attitude was very bad, and he looked disrespectful to his elders. Fred sighed that this face was indeed a hot-tempered person. He wanted to expose this matter, but Bernard, who had been busy sorting out the recruitment records, raised his head, did not even look at him, but said coldly and unceremoniously, "Listen, this is the Imperial Recruitment Office, the most sacred and glorious place in the Empire. It's not the lumber yard that you, a farmer, want to go to. If you want to make trouble, I think you may have found the wrong place. Now, I give you 3 seconds. Get out of here. Otherwise, I will let you know the consequences of disrupting the order of the Empire." Seeing that things were starting to go wrong, Jija patted his best friend in front of him with some worry. "Scene, why don't we forget it? There's no need to make things so awkward, sir. We are here to serve as soldiers." "Jija, it's okay. I just want to know if this place is not as useful to the Empire as the lumberyard where I am." Interrupting Jija's words directly, Jija moved his eyes away from the first recruiter, who liked to talk nonsense, and put them on the second bastard who threatened him. Staring at him with a terrible look, Bernard realized that he might have been a little too nosy and couldn't help, but regretted secretly. But he couldn't say it out loud. If he gave in now, how would other colleagues view him? "I've already given you one chance, kid. Don't make me say it a second time." Bernard could only continue to threaten with a cold face, hoping that the troublemaker named Scene would quickly give in, so that he could find a way out. Unfortunately, his calculations fell into nothing. The glory of the Empire, right? Tell me, what's your name? Knowing that his colleagues and soldiers were laughing at him, Bernard secretly glanced at Fred, who was the first to start the trouble. At this moment, Fred looked down at the damn table like an irrelevant passerby and had no intention of helping him at all. Bernard could only curse inwardly. "You ignorant kid, you should call me Chief Bernard. Bernard, tell me, how many enemies have you killed? How many wars have you participated in? How many merits have you won?" Slamming the table hard, Bernard stood up and roared, "Enough. What does this have to do with you? If you don't get out of here, you'll be ready to go to jail." Staring at Bernard, who was a head shorter than him, Scene glanced at the other guards who didn't take action, and said in a deep voice, "Bernard, this is the place of glory you mentioned. I just want to know how great my predecessors were, but they responded to me with arrogance and rudeness. Since you are unwilling to answer, let me tell you about myself. My name is Scene, and I grew up in Drekken. I just turned 24 this year, and I have worked in Drekken's logging camp for 14 years. The soldiers who were watching with some disdain suddenly changed their views on the rude young man who was speaking. Working in a workplace with heavy physical labor, since the age of 10 is a very special experience, no matter where he is. You look down on me, a farmer who can only cut trees. But in the past 14 years, I have respected my profession the most, and even regarded this job as more important than my life. Because in the ancient Rarxxi tribe, every warrior believes in his job, and every member can devote himself to the Rarxxi family. I have always believed in this, since I was a child. The truly great Narxan spirit will not despise me, just because I'm a lumberjack, nor will it treat its compatriots arrogantly, just because you are an Imperial recruiting officer. What's more, as a soldier, your contribution to the Empire may not be as much as mine. As a lumberjack, I can cut down a tree as thick as your trunk in 7 minutes, and one person can complete the logging work that 10 people can complete. The forest farm even had to suspend work 4 times because of my excessive logging, because I alone completed the work of a group of people in 3 months. I'm the glory of the Drekken lumber yard. You can ask others about it. If there is any falsehood, I will chop off my own head and put it in front of you. At this point, Scene leaned forward and stared coldly at Bernard, who had begun to sweat. This is my contribution to the Empire. What about you? Commander Bernard, can you tell me how much you have contributed to the Empire as a glorious Imperial soldier? How many enemies have you killed? How many heads of enemy commanders have you chopped off? How many wars have you participated in? How many merits have you won? Tell me, what qualifications do you have to threaten a man who is truly loyal to the Empire? What qualifications do you have to let an oxen who is eager to sacrifice his life for the Empire live in a dungeon because of your arrogance? What qualifications do you have to insult a Roxy warrior who is standing here and ready to die on the battlefield? Convince me with your iron-blooded merits. Let me admit that you are a qualified Imperial soldier, not a coward who only sits here and bullies others in the name of the Empire. Tell me, what contributions have you made to the Empire? His calves began to tremble. Family members know their own business. Bernard, who was in a dilemma, looked at other soldiers for help, but the soldiers had no intention of rescuing him. Instead, they cast a look of approval at the young man named Scene. I speak. The spit and death stare made Bernard unable to remain silent. I'm a civilian. So you've never been on the battlefield, never killed the enemy, am I right? Coward. Civil servants have civilian jobs, not all Imperial soldiers need to go to the battlefield. After saying this to defend himself, Bernard saw the indifference in Scene's eyes that could not be described in words. A big handful of calluses had grasped his neck without knowing when. Bernard struggled in fear, but his legs gradually left the ground, like a powerless baby. What is the need for a coward who can't go to the battlefield to kill the enemy and still show off to his compatriots? 5 fingers closed. Crack. The sound of bone breaking sounded. Bernard's head tilted to the side, and he died directly. Yeager took 2 steps back and fell to the ground in disbelief. He thought that Scene might do something out of the ordinary, but he didn't expect that he would kill the recruiting officer directly. Scene casually threw away Bernard, who had become a dead man, and glanced coldly at the Imperial soldiers, who drew their weapons and were ready to kill him. He stood straight in place, like an unshakable iron tower. If I can use my life to awaken the dignity and glory of the Empire, I can pierce my heart with my own sword and dig it out. A huge storm that shook the entire Narxan Empire swept across the Conqueror Square. The Imperial conscription officer was killed by an Imperial youth who was enlisting at the conscription point. The crime of attacking an Imperial officer was obviously a death penalty without any surprises, but countless soldiers and Narxans interceded for the murderer. The murderer was Scene, a woodcutter from Drekhan, an Narxan warrior who could not be faulted with any crime or fault. The matter finally reached the top of the Empire. Many old nobles with connections in the army wanted to publicly hang Scene for attacking and killing Imperial officers. On the other hand, civilian officers who admired the iron-blooded spirit of Narxus tried their best to protect Scene and wanted Scene to join the army to atone for his crimes. The matter was argued for several days without any fundamental result until Burnham Darkwill personally went to the Imperial death row and met Scene. Looking at the tall young man tied to the wooden yoke with thick iron chains, Burnham did not see any fear in Scene's eyes, but only a calmness like cold iron. Do you know that you are about to die? It has been almost 500 years. You are the first young recruit who killed a recruiting officer in Conqueror Square. Countless people shouted to hang you on the execution platform. I'm not afraid of death. I just hope that after my death, countless people who dare to drive out the pests of the Empire will appear. With a smile, Burnham suddenly became interested in the young man in front of him. There are indeed many cowards in the Empire, and there are also many pests in the Empire as you said, but is this what you want? To become a martyr who changes the Empire? To be admired? To Burnham's confusion, Scene shook his head. I don't want to be a martyr, nor do I intend to become someone who changes the Empire. I just can't tolerate cowards damaging the interests of the Empire in front of me, that's all. Our ancestor, Roxy, has always relied on the glory of fighting to the death to gain a foothold on the earth. This is the glory that belongs to Roxy, but I can't see it now. In this case, I might as well die and leave this country that disappoints me. Seeing his former self on Scene's face, Burnham's pale face had a rare smile. Scene, do you know who I am? Scene shook his head. I don't know. I've never seen you. I'm Burnham Darkwill, the Commander-in-Chief of the Empire, the most powerful person in the Empire. Hearing this, Scene lowered his head and no longer looked at Burnham. Oh. Burnham was stunned by the blando, and his face tightened. His aura was overwhelming. After living for hundreds of years, he had already mastered the control of his expression. Aren't you afraid? I'm the Commander-in-Chief. If you offend me, I can kill you with just one word. Your pride, your courage, and your loyalty are worthless in front of me. Even if you are the Commander-in-Chief, you can't kill a true Raxi warrior. Even if I die, I will not beg for mercy from anyone. Even if you are the Commander-in-Chief of the Empire. After a pause, Scene added. Even if you let me go, I will not change anything, because of your kindness to me. If you want to use your identity to control me, I can only say that you are doing useless things. Kill me. His face softened again. Burnham opened the cell door and approached Scene, who bowed his head. I don't need to bribe anyone. I just ask you one question. If I'll let you go, what can you bring me? Without looking up, Scene said lightly. If you put me in the Imperial Fortress, I will continue to kill Imperial pests. What if I put you on the battlefield? Raising his head, Scene looked at Burnham indifferently. Then I will kill all the enemies I can see, until I win the final victory or die on the battlefield. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. How many years? This is an Arxan warrior I want to see. Laughing like crazy, Burnham turned and left, but his voice echoed in the corridor of the death row, and reached Scene's ears. There is a group of rebellious barbarian bandits in the northern Dalmor plains who are trampling on the glory of the Empire. Prove to me that you are not a coward who talks big, warrior Scene. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 587 Daddy Alester. With the arrival of winter, the Titan Mountain, which was already in a very harsh environment, was shrouded in a layer of deadly silver snow fog. After several months of long journey, Lester successfully arrived at the foot of the Titan Mountain range. As night fell, the mountain road, which was already difficult to walk on, became even more dangerous. Unfortunately, the deadly road in the eyes of ordinary people was just a boring journey in Lester's world. The rugged and winding mountain road was covered with heavy snow. With the snow already deep to his knees, Lester walked all the way up, stepping continuously. Along the way, he also encountered some small animals foraging for food. They just looked at the man from a distance and turned around and ran away, which made the man who wanted to pet the snow deer a little regretful. Woo wow wow woo wow wow. The wind and snow blowing in the face brought the cry of a baby. Lester frowned and quickened his pace. In the snow pile halfway up the mountain, he saw two frozen Shurimans. The pitiful and respectable couple embraced each other, leaving their warmest hearts to the baby in the cradle, like an airtight ice wall, isolating the most dangerous world from outside. Greatest parents, may you find peace and joy in the new world. Standing still, Lester took off his hood solemnly and bowed to the respectable Shurima couple. As if hearing Lester's voice, the baby stopped crying and laughed lively. The bright moon peeked out from the clouds, passing through the wind, frost, snow, and fog, and cast a soft moonlight on the cruel earth, as if a layer of veil was wrapped around the baby's head. The baby began to grasp the moonlight. Lester was stunned. He could see that the baby liked the moon very much. I just wanted to come to the Targon Peak to catch some fish. It wouldn't be such a coincidence, right? The howling of the snow wolf came from farther away. Lester no longer hesitated, stepped forward a few steps, and picked up the baby from the arms of the Shurima couple. Little guy, tell me, are you the Diana I'm looking for? Lester responded with the laughter of the baby. The hand that grabbed the moonlight held the fingers that Lester was caressing on his cheek, and he opened his smiling eyes and refused to let go. At this moment, Lester's expression became infinitely gentle. Since you have chosen to be my Diana, I will not let you go. Lifting the enchanted cloak, Lester placed the baby on his warmest chest. The man continued to move forward and disappeared in the wind and snow. AWW. The Raker Hunter Gibson threw a spear and hit the wolf's belly accurately. The other hunters approached the remaining dozen snow wolves in a semi-encirclement. After hesitating again and again, the snow wolf pack decided to give up the prey that was too dangerous in front of them and fled from the Raka people with their tails between their legs. There are footprints of people here, an adult man. The sharp-eyed hunter found footprints extending all the way to the distance. Be careful, follow us and have a look. Gibson, the leader of the hunting team, said so. Naturally, the other 4 Raka hunters had no intention of objecting. The 5 of them crossed a small col and did not find the adult walker, but saw 2 ice sculptures on the snow pile. What is that? A hunter held his longbow tightly and aimed his arrow at the unknown ice sculpture. From the clothes, it seems to be a foreigner, and he is not the owner of the footprints. Vigilantly holding his weapon and continuing to move forward, Gibson came to the ice sculpture and put down the spear that had just killed an adult snow wolf with a solemn look. This is a couple who care about each other until the end of their lives. It's a pity that the snow on Mount Targon has taken away their souls. We are too late. Although they are foreigners, they deserve respect. They should not continue to suffer from the erosion of wind and snow. Gibson, should we continue to track the adult man? After a few seconds of silence, Gibson shook his head and said in a deep voice, 2 more hills away is Mount Targon. That's Arlaka's territory. That man can't run away. Help me, the scenery here is great. We have to let this foreign couple sleep here. Not knowing that his tracks had been noticed by the Laka hunters, and not caring even if he knew, Lester sat on a relatively clean stone with a gloomy face, and was troubled by Diana's crying. He didn't care about marking the territory on his body, but now he was a little at a loss. After all, this was his first time as a nanny. There are no Ibex nests in this area, and I can't get the beast's milk. Lester lifted his clothes and took a look at his chest. His mind was a little confused. He squeezed hard, and it was obvious that the miracle did not happen. It's really a drop of milk that can make a hero fail. Lester turned into a bitter face. The key is that I can't produce milk. How about you just eat it first? Damn it, why can't men breastfeed? This is unfair. Lester tentatively put Diana against his chest. After sucking twice, Diana stopped crying, which made Lester slightly relieved, but there was still a breath of air hanging in his throat. This is not a solution. We have to walk for at least another week to reach Mount Targon. I can live without food and drink, but Diana can't stand it. After pretending to breastfeed Diana for a while, Diana gradually fell asleep with a false sense of fullness, and Lester was on pins and needles. How about trying blood? There is no impurity in my blood, and it also contains the rich life energy of Elena. Maybe it can relieve Diana's hunger. Lester made up his mind and gently woke up the baby. He bit his index finger and put the bleeding index finger on Diana's lips. Soon, the little girl sucked it tightly and refused to let go. Diana finally smiled with satisfaction, her eyes wide open, and sucked Lester's blood rhythmically. It must be said that some human talents are always good. After about 5 seconds, Lester forcibly pulled out his index finger, and the dissatisfied little Diana instantly pursed her lips, looking like she was ready to cry and make a scene. Seeing the sky collapsing again, Lester became anxious. I'm healed. I know you're anxious, but don't be anxious yet, because I'm more anxious than you. Wait for me to bite you again before you drink, okay? Please. After 3 times of tossing and turning, Diana fell asleep again. Lester had no way of estimating whether his life energy would exceed Diana's tolerance, so he naturally didn't dare to feed more, so as not to hurt Diana. But then again, this difficult accident also more or less allowed Lester to accumulate some experience as a nanny. Finally solved a big problem. By the way, is my current state considered a walking tang monk's meat? Picking up the baby again, Lester slowed down and set out on the journey again. It took more time than expected, and Lester finally arrived at the foot of the real giant god peak. When Lester was the chief priest of the Mingyeo of the giant god cult, he personally guided Octavia, the leader of Lahorak, to carry out a series of military reforms. Unlike the past, Lahorak, who was now separated from the control of the giant god cult, held most of the military power, and was in a state of separation of church and state. With sufficient manpower, the Raka people built many military watchtowers along the ridgeline to watch each other. These watchtowers that could light beacons were stationed with a Raka warrior all year round, which could provide timely alarm information for foreign invasions, and more than once won enough evacuation time for the Raka villagers outside the giant god peak. This time, Lester did not intend to hide his whereabouts. Not surprisingly, a vigilant Raka warrior blocked his way. "Foreigner, this is not the place you should come. If you keep going, I will stab my spear into your heart." Lester patted Diana, who was a little curious, and said softly, "Raka warrior, my name is Lester, and I'm a scholar who is interested in the culture of Mount Targon. I have no ill will towards the Raka people, but my admiration for Mount Targon has brought me here." Lester's fluent and friendly Raka language surprised the sentinel. In his entire life, he had never seen a foreigner speak Raka so authentically, just like his grandmother who had lived in Mount Targon for decades. The resonance brought by the same language and the special temperament of softness and beauty made the Raka sentinel lower his vigilance, but the baby in Lester's arms became the second disturbing factor. "Lester, is that your child? Where is his mother?" Lester shook his head. He had no need to lie. "This is the child I picked up on my pilgrimage. Her parents have been sleeping in this cruel and cold land. I can't watch this child die, so I took her with me." Frowning, the sentinel tightened the spear in his hand, and continued to ask, "Then how did you feed this little baby? Without a big's milk, goat's milk, or breast milk, I don't believe that any baby can walk out of this sacred mountain alive. Don't try to lie. I will identify any liar, and pierce his despicable lies and hateful throat with a spear." Without saying anything, Lester just bit his index finger silently, put the bleeding index finger into Diana's mouth, and let Diana suck. The indescribable shock hit the soul of the Raka sentinel. He didn't expect that a man with a baby could have such a great will and mind, and he took a baby girl in a swaddling clothes out of the desperate Wanli death. You know, any wound in the body may allow frost to penetrate into the bone marrow. Frostbite in the giant god mountains often means death. The man in front of him hurt himself again and fed a weak baby girl with his own blood. What's more miraculous is that the baby girl actually accepted this gift of fate. Even if he was a hateful foreigner, such a noble and pure soul was worthy of the respect of the Laka people. At this moment, he had no reason to stop this holy pilgrim, but was full of respect for the pilgrims and foreign scholars. Putting away his spear, the sentinel's face showed a more sincere smile. "Sir Lester, I didn't expect you to accomplish such a feat in this way. Please forgive my rudeness just now. My name is Randy. Please allow me to lead the way for you. Your deeds must be sung in the Laka tribe. This is the most precious gift that the Holy Peak has brought us." Lester shook his head. "I don't want to bring any trouble to the Laka tribe, Randy. Just find me a place to stay and let me raise this child who is destined to meet me, and I will be satisfied." Hearing this, the reverence on the face of the Laka warrior named Randy became more obvious. "Sure enough, your soul is even more holy than the steep snow peaks. Please rest assured that you don't need to have any psychological burden. Just leave everything to me." There was no way to continue to refuse, so Lester could only nod and accept. As long as the matter did not get to the giant god sect, the possibility of his identity being exposed was small. After all, there was still a statue of him on the giant god peak. If it had not been knocked down, someone would always be able to recognize it. Passing through the sentry tower on the Rigel line, Lester followed Randy to the foot of the green giant god peak. Groups of giant god peak cattle and sheep chewed the grass comfortably. This grassland was the main source of food for the Raka village and the only mercy for life in the harsh snow mountain environment. Walking into the village under the vigilant or curious eyes of the Raka people, leaving aside those strong Raka women with shining eyes who could hardly walk, the Raka people were generally friendly to recognized foreigners. The village chief of Berry village was a highly respected Lahorak named Jordan, a centurion of Lahorak. After hearing about Lester's deeds from Randy, Jordan deliberately found Gibson, a hunter who had just returned to the village 2 days ago, and confirmed Randy's words from Gibson's mouth, which completely proved that Lester did not tell a lie. The story of the pilgrim meeting parents who protected their daughter with their lives on the holy mountain, saving the baby girl with blood, and crossing the holy mountain alone spread throughout Berry village. Jordan's favorability was directly maximum doubt. Jordan treated Lester as a guest of honor and arranged a warm wooden house next to the mountain ice spring and grass for Lester to live in, which made Lester a little flattered. Being able to find a residence close to the mountains and rivers at the foot of the harsh environment of the giant God Peak, such treatment made him even embarrassed to continue his plan of eating and drinking for free. Taking advantage of this momentum, Lester also took Diana to visit the villagers of Lacquer in Berry Village one by one. In addition to making many male owners feel that they may have an extra hat on their heads that they don't care about, Lester has completely integrated into Berry Village and has become a part of the village as a doctor. After all, compared with his wife being pregnant with someone else's child, it is more important to have a doctor who can save his life when he is seriously injured. The first thing to consider in Mount Targon is how to survive, not why his child has someone else's surname. On the other hand, since he chose to be a doctor, Lester took the opportunity to seek the opinion of the village chief Jordan. The visionary village chief would naturally not refuse a passionate and kind doctor. Jordan directly ordered the mobilization of Lahorak, who participated in the combat training in the village. It took less than a month to expand the hut and surround the herb field with a fence. After more than 2 months of bustle, for Lester, the ice spring hut finally felt like home. Chapter 588 My Dad is a Big Star. Narkson calendar year 876. 8 years have passed since Lester settled in Berry Village. 8 years is too long for a national war, but too short for a flower that has not yet bloomed. The little baby has become a quiet and lovely black-haired girl. There were many beautiful Lacquer girls who wanted to be Diana's stepmother, but they were all ruthlessly rejected by Lester, which made Lester the famous Lacquer iceberg. Even the most passionate woman can't shake the iceberg. Unless you choose to give everything like a moth to a flame, you may get the iceberg's mercy for one night. This is the most famous saying in Berry Village. As for those Lahorak barbaric female warriors who wanted to use their power to break the iceberg and get ice water directly and forcibly take action to rob the civilians, they could only lay down their arms after being knocked to the ground by Lester in a head-on challenge. As a professional warrior, he was defeated by a doctor, which was a shame. Fortunately, there were more women who failed later, so there was no need to hurt each other. Anyway, no one could push the iceberg down. Strong, pious, kind, gentle, able to treat illnesses and judge people, with long endurance, and able to fight against the warriors of Lahorak. A series of top factors made Lester the man that the women of Lacquer most desired, without a doubt. In addition to becoming a legendary figure in Berry Village, Diana and Lester have lived together in the ice spring hut and run the medicine field for the past 8 years, becoming nominal father and daughter. I don't know if it's because Lester's blood is addictive, but Diana hasn't completely quit it until now. Every time she doesn't absorb blood for more than a certain period of time, Diana will have a very serious withdrawal reaction, and the scene of the attack is no less than taking some kind of refined drug, which looks a bit scary. In addition, Diana's well-developed body is much stronger than that of a normal Lacquer child. As for why Lester knew that Diana was well-developed, the author is not very clear. Dad, I'm back. Diana's weak voice came from outside the door, and Lester, who was using the pestle and medicine jar to mix herbs, looked at the door. Diana had thick black hair that stretched to her shoulders, a smooth and full forehead and a girl's jade-like skin without any flaws. She was 140 centimeters tall, with long legs and a well-proportioned and powerful body. It seemed that she was nourished by the energy of life. The hill in front of Diana had blocked her view of her toes. Coupled with the people behind her who were not willing to be outdone, the little girl could be said to have undergone abnormal development. Diana's perfect figure was also a big rumor in Berry Village, so much so that for a while, the women of Lacquer thought that Lester had some panacea to promote directional growth. Lester had to repair the threshold several times before the women of Lacquer understood that the reason why Diana became so perfect was because she had sucked his blood since she was a child. After figuring out the cause and effect, the women of Lacquer gave up the third growth plan and sighed that the lucky Diana was blessed by fate. Dad, are you sick? Noticing that her dearest father had a sad face, Diana took the initiative to put down the medicine basket and took Lester's hand with a worried look and put his hand on her chest, touching his forehead gently, feeling the deep touch like the sea. Lester didn't know why things turned out like this. He was very sure that he was going to raise a daughter at the beginning, but now it seemed that the development route was a little off. Anyway, he didn't know what month was. I'm fine. I just thought of some things in the past. Lester touched Diana's head with his other hand, and when Diana squinted her eyes, he spoke earnestly. Ziona, you are not young anymore. Before she finished speaking, Diana interrupted Lester's words, and her smart eyes were filled with tears. Dad doesn't want me anymore. Is he going to marry me off? Woo woo. Dad doesn't want Ziona anymore. Ziona might as well die. Lester, who was full of black lines on his head, finally had the opportunity to withdraw his warm right hand, rub Diana's face from both sides, and said angrily and amusedly, "What nonsense are you talking about, girl? You are only 8 years old. How can I marry you off? You should be 18 to consider these things, right? Before that, if anyone dares to harass you, tell your dad that I will beat his mother's legs in front of his father." Hearing Lester say this, the little girl finally burst into laughter, staring at Lester pitifully with her soft eyes, like mist and rain. Lester secretly called her a charming little fairy. If he hadn't watched Diana grow up from a baby in open crotch pants, he would probably not be able to withstand this charming attack. Erezi is just like this. By the way, will you develop towards perfection if you grow up by sucking his blood? Sure enough, he is a walking Tang monk. Naturally, Diana didn't know that her father was considering whether to sell blood publicly in Emerald territory, so she asked softly, "Then will my father marry me off when I'm 18? Avoiding Diana's slightly sharp gaze, Lester scratched his cheek and responded ambiguously, "Well, think about things when you're 18. Hahaha, it's settled." After a long time, Lester was more certain that Diana, who seemed to be quiet and gentle, was too precocious. She knew how to use her advantages to deal with her adoptive father at such a young age. What would she be like when she grew up? "Actually, I want you to go to the Giant God Sect to study. Otherwise, you won't be able to get in touch with many peers. Children should have a complete childhood. You can't become a big girl if you stay in the medicine garden every day with your old father." I thought that, even if Diana would not accept it, she would not show an exaggerated attitude. The fact is that Diana's eyes suddenly became empty, as if she had lost her soul. So, Dad wants to find a stepmother for Ziona. If Ziona is sent away, Dad can go back and forth with all kinds of old aunts. When I return home, I will be bullied and scolded by old aunts I don't know, and I will be driven out of the house completely. Sure enough, Ziona is redundant in this world and there is no need to exist. With a sigh, Lester grabbed Diana's cheek again and called out to the lost soul, "Sure enough, this child has become very difficult to deal with since I don't know when. What nonsense are you talking about? I won't find you a stepmother, and I will never kick you out of the house. I just want you to get in touch with other people. In addition to making friends, learning is also very important. Putting aside those religious worships, a lot of knowledge in the Giant God Sect is very useful. You should know more about the land where you grew up. I don't need friends, nor do I need to contact with my peers. I just want to stay here to take care of the medicine garden. Anyway, Dad, you know everything. Those elders of the Giant God Sect will definitely not be as knowledgeable as Dad. If I want to learn something, I can learn from you, Dad." Lester sighed and had no choice. He couldn't bear to hit or scold this girl who was raised with blood. He spoiled her from childhood and looked quiet. He didn't expect the rebellious period to come so quickly. Diana is only 8 years old. What sin has he committed? Why don't you listen, child? Lester sniffed, turned his head away, and wiped the corners of his eyes silently. "Okay, I'll go to the Targant Sect to study." Diana sighed and couldn't bear to see Lester sad, so she chose to compromise. "But I want my dad to promise me a few things." The day after the 3 chapters of the agreement, Lester brought Diana to the foot of the Targan Peak Ridge and handed Diana over to a young female elder of the Bright Moon Sect. Since Diana was going to be sent to a strange place to study and live, Lester would naturally protect her and not allow any mistakes. He met this female elder during the treatment process. At that time, he thought it might be useful, so he took the opportunity to become a melting iceberg. Since then, he has captured the heart of the female elder. She is one of the few women in Raqqa who often interact with each other. The female elder's name is Moshidis. Moshidis herself has a high status in the Bright Moon sect and a strong personality. Her mother Pamela is a priest of the Bright Moon sect. It is naturally more than enough for such a person to protect Diana, a little girl. In addition, with his own reputation and status in the Raka tribe, I don't think anyone would risk bullying and provoking Diana at the risk of becoming an enemy of the whole world. Moreover, Diana herself was not a good person. Although she looked quiet and gentle, she was very vicious and liked to rush up and attack people from all directions. Diana's well-proportioned body had been trained by him to become a battle-hardened warrior. Even an adult man would not get any benefit if he tried to attack Diana. This was also a point that Lester was relieved about. As for why he had to send Diana to the Targon cult, it was a joke. If he didn't send Diana up, how could he deal with Leona? If he didn't deal with Leona, how could he deal with the solar and lunar star spirits? Walking up the mountainside, following her teacher Moshidis through the busy solar temple, Diana came directly to the west side of the Targon peak. The huge moon viewing platform was on the mountain wall. Obviously, this was the headquarters of the lunar cult. Compared with the lively solar cult, the number of followers of the lunar cult did not seem to be that large, but for Diana, coming here was just to make her father happy, and it didn't matter whether there were many people or few people. Taking Diana to the courtyard where she lived, it was obvious that Diana liked this private courtyard by the sea very much. Moshidis touched Diana's little head and said softly, "You will live with me during the days of studying in the mountains. You are Lebeo's daughter, which means you are my daughter. Come, call me Teacher Moshidis. If you are not shy, you can call me Mom." Diana's satisfied smile froze on her face. "Lebeo? Daughter? Mom? Who the hell are you? Why are you so arrogant? I want to be my mom, who is not shy with you." Not noticing Diana's stiff expression, Moshidis recalled the days when she met Lester, and her pink lips curled up slightly. "At that time, I was studying herbs at the foot of the mountain. When I was going down the mountain, I accidentally sprained my ankle and broke it. It was your father, Lebeo, who took the trouble to carry me back here, helped me straighten my dislocated ankle, and took care of me all night. At that time, I decided that I would get your father, starting from getting his body and gradually getting his heart." Compared with the group of barbaric and rude Lahorak who only knew how to wrestle in the mud pit, he was like a snow lotus on the snowy mountain, noble and arrogant, and could be admired from a distance, but not played with. Such a man is willing to be patient to treat the illness of an ordinary and unfamiliar woman like me. "Diana, do you think he likes me?" Diana, who was resisting the desire to complain about the third-rate story, the second-rate plot, and the first-rate narcissism, knew that she had to rely on this woman who didn't know what she was doing and wanted to be a mother to support her when she studied here, and she smiled with a wooden face. "Yes, maybe." After getting Diana's approval, Moshidis's face became more confident. "Is that so? I think so too. Otherwise Lebeo would not have handed you over to me. Lebeo is really a very charming man. Perhaps he will come up often to take care of you. I believe this is the beginning of love. Diana, sooner or later, I will be the only woman that Lebeo cares about. Those women who dream of getting Lebeo are only worthy of showing envious eyes in their dreams. Bless my marriage with Lebeo. Hold on, you must hold on. This ordinary and confident woman is just one of my father's many admirers. As long as I follow her words, I can get a favorable and safe living environment. Why not? Anyway, my father will never look down on such a woman. My father only really likes me, otherwise he would not sacrifice himself to find such a stupid umbrella for me. So, Diana, if you can recognize me and treat me as your mother, I think Lebeo will definitely look at me with admiration. What do you think? Do you want to call me mother? Unable to bear it any longer, Diana glanced around with an expressionless face and finally saw the right tool in the corner of the yard. If I use that shovel, I will be able to swat this annoying woman to death, like swatting a fly, right? A deadly sense of threat came over me, and Moshidis shuddered, but I didn't know where this threat came from. The woman who was talking to herself finally looked down at Diana, and then she noticed that Diana had turned her head to the other side without knowing when. The little girl's face was full of shyness. The woman was startled, and then she clapped her hands in sudden realization. It's still too early now. I know you are a quiet and shy girl. It's okay. Let's take it slowly. There is still a long time. We will get familiar with each other one day. By the way, there is the room I prepared for you. Go and have a look. If you need anything, just tell me. Today and tomorrow, I will take you to familiarize yourself with the environment of the sect. Starting from the day after tomorrow, the new apprentices of the sect will gather together, and you will officially enter the state of learning. Okay, goodbye, teacher. Watching Diana trotting into the hut with a shovel on her shoulder, Moshidis smiled knowingly. What a shy girl. Does she think there is a mouse in the house? So cute. Chapter 589 The Special Features of Blood. The next day, she followed the Puxin woman to visit the two garrisons of the Titan cult. After getting in a good mood, Diana changed into the Moonlight Cult's tailor-made Moonlight Cult uniform. On the third day, she came to the neutral area where the new believers of the Titan cult studied and lived, and met the other 8 little brats of the Moon cult. Diana did not feel any sense of accomplishment in becoming the big sister of the Moon little brats with her fists and words full of wisdom. She did this just to save herself some trouble. After all, she also knew that she was easily harassed by others. It would be better to establish her position from the beginning and cut off the unrealistic ideas of those little brats. The so-called neutral area is in the middle of the east and west sides, with the open halfway up the Titan Peak as a horizontal plane. The west side is the garrison of the Moon cult, and the east side is the garrison of the Sun cult. The temple complex in the middle is the place where the two major sects exchange and learn, and it is also the place to guide the new believers who have not yet determined the Titan faith to make the final choice. Generally speaking, the school system is 4 years, and the youngest new students are 8 years old and the oldest are 10 years old. The lacker people who are over 10 years old have completely lost the opportunity to become believers. During the 4-year semester of the new believers, the most knowledgeable and eloquent elders and priests of the Lunary and the Solary will successively send out the most learned and eloquent elders and priests to tell the ignorant children of Raqqa about the vast and great doctrines of the Titans, with the purpose of naturally increasing the number of members of the sect. For the sake of fairness, the lecturers are not allowed to bring any private goods, nor are they allowed to force brainwashing doctrines on students. The lecturers can only tell the students the differences and advantages and disadvantages of the sun and the moon in the most objective and rational way under the watchful eyes of the great and sacred high priests of the two Titans, so that the apprentices can make their own choices when they graduate. Having said that, the Lunary naturally has other ways to attract young believers than the Solary. As a student of the elder of the Lunary, Moshidis, Diana was naturally labeled as a Lunary from the beginning. There are not many new students like Diana who belong to a Titan sect from the beginning, and this is not a violation of the rules. After all, no one can force a family that has believed in the Lunary since childhood to let their son believe in the Solary. That is not fair. In addition, many apprentices changed their original beliefs during the 4 years of study, which further reflected the advantages and disadvantages of the giant gods, and increased the vitality and competitiveness of the students. In order to guide the young believers of the other sect to change their flags, the Bright Moon sect and the Fiery Sun sect would also send the most charming and knowledgeable elders to teach and impart knowledge, forming a healthy competitive relationship. Standing in the open square in the neutral area, Diana looked up at the tall and magnificent statue of the high priest of the two sects in the center of the square, with a strange look on her face. For some reason, she always felt that the wind-eroded statue looked a bit like her father. In general, her father seemed to be more handsome than the statue? Diana smiled a little ridiculously, but a solemn voice came from beside her. He is the most respectable and great leader of the Raqqa tribe. 500 years ago, as a foreigner, he became the spokesperson of the Titan god. He conquered and controlled the cult of the Fiery Sun and the cult of the Bright Moon, and gained the loyalty of Lahorak. He ruled the entire Targon Peak, and transformed it into a great force that foreigners dared not invade. He changed the discord between the two major sects. My father said that the reason why believers of the two major sects can stand here and listen to teachings at the same time instead of drawing their swords against each other is because of this most respectable great man, the only high priest of the sun and the moon who surrendered to both the cult of the Fiery Sun and the cult of the Bright Moon. Since him, the cult of the Titan god has no high priest anymore, because no one can stand shoulder to shoulder with him on this land with the same reputation. He holds the sun in his left hand and the moon in his right hand. He is guarded by the Lahorak warriors with their lives, protecting this holy land. Although he stands on the ground, he looks up at the starry sky. Perhaps only the world beyond the horizon is his home. When he came, he was as dazzling as the sun, burning all the darkness on the Targon Peak. When he left, he was like the bright moon in the sky, leaving behind silence and stability silently, and leaving like moonlight. His mask was still sleeping quietly in the deepest part of the temple. Perhaps one day in the future, the high priest will come back again, put on his mask, and calm the catastrophe on the Targon Peak. I don't know why you sneer at a great man, but I know that I don't like you. The calm and logical language is not like what a little kid of 8 or 9 years old can say. Diana turned her head and looked to her right. There was a blonde girl wearing a Fiery Sun church uniform with a solemn face. The dazzling golden hair like the sun complemented the girl's beautiful features. The girl could become the focus of everyone's attention just by standing there. Judging from the other little Fiery Sun believers who were one step behind the girl, there was no doubt that the blonde girl was the big sister of the Fiery Sun church. When Diana was looking at the blonde girl was also looking at Diana, who stood out from the crowd, and said in a deep voice, "Remember, my name is Liana, and I am destined to defeat you. I originally thought that your father, Lestat, was an excellent person, but from your attitude towards the Great Ones, I can see that an excellent person would never educate someone as rude as you." Diana frowned. She also didn't like this guy who talked to himself and had a face as tight as a golden mask. "You can say that I'm rude, but I can't tolerate you saying that my father is Diana. Liana, right? Don't think that you are the sun just because you wear a yellow robe. I accept your provocation. Don't let your arrogance become a laughingstock for others. Let's wait and see." Noticing the dispute among the young believers, the temple elder who was in charge of guarding the temple of the high priest standing in the front whispered, "Okay, it's a good thing to want to understand each other. You will have enough time in the future study. Now, let's salute the Titan high priest." The two women stopped arguing. At least at this moment, everyone was full of awe for the owner of the Colossus. The sun nourishes everything in the world with its rays. Every flower, every blade of grass, every person who fears the cold and longs for warmth should respect the Sunday. To sum up today's lecture in one sentence, it would be believe in the Solari cult, or you will be an ungrateful person. Watching the lecturer leave the podium solemnly, Diana dozed off out of boredom. She could even imagine that tomorrow there would be a priest from the Bright Moon cult using the moon to promote the greatness of the Bright Moon cult. It was said that they were expelling ignorance and becoming wise, but it was just a dispute between sects. I really don't know why my father asked me to come to such a boring place to waste time. Glancing at the blonde girl sitting not far to her right, Diana felt a little amused. Perhaps it was to compete with her, or perhaps it was because Liana liked to show off. It seemed as if Liana was the only student in the whole class, and she took the initiative to answer all the questions. Naturally, Liana was praised by the elders. Diana clearly remembered the look that Liana deliberately turned back to look at her when she was praised. Not wanting to get angry with the child, Diana naturally did not show any performance in class. Boring class, boring guy, what's the point of getting a compliment? I miss my father so much. I haven't seen him for 3 days. When will you come to see me? After a day of study, there were fewer and fewer apprentices in the semi-open lecture hall. Diana was about to leave, but she saw the blonde girl stand up from her seat and walk straight towards her. So the girl raised her eyebrows and steadied her butt. Diana. Little Liana had a stern face and stared closely at the black-haired girl who had been distracted all day. "I won today. I won the teacher's recognition." "Oh, congratulations, you are awesome." Liana was a little angry at Diana's nonchalant attitude. She put her hands on her waist and said word by word, "As a loser, you must apologize to the statue of the high priest and promise me that you will not be disrespectful to the elders in class like today. You are so long-winded." "Who said that answering a few questions makes you a winner? Is it based on the teachings of the Fiery Sun that you learned at home? You only care about yourself and don't give others a chance to speak. Have you noticed how other apprentices look at you? You answered 7 questions by yourself. Do you really think that the elders are complimenting you when they say you are knowledgeable? Diana left after she finished speaking. Leona looked blankly at the other apprentices who were looking at her. Unlike the friendliness at the beginning, she now saw unfamiliarity in the eyes of these apprentices. Silently lowering her head, Leona took a deep breath and apologized to the remaining few people. I'm sorry, I didn't notice this today. The leading female apprentice shook her head. Leona, I know you want to prove yourself, but you are too dazzling. Sometimes the warm sun can burn people's eyes. The female apprentice adjusted her ordinary black robe and lowered her head. Not everyone can come here wearing a luxurious golden robe. We ordinary people just want to be recognized by the sect and have a chance to stay in Mount Targon. The female apprentice and other apprentices had already left. Leona sat alone in her seat until the moonlight appeared quietly. I've learned your lesson. More than 3 weeks had passed since Diana was sent away. Assuming that Diana might be thirsty for blood again, Lester took the initiative to contact Moschidis and prepared to go to Mount Targon to take a look. In the narrow mountain pass controlled by the Sun Guard and the Moon Guard, Lester, carrying a medicine basket, saw Moschidis coming down the mountain to pick him up. Thank you for your hard work, Lord Lester. Maintaining the reserve and dignity of a Lunary elder, Moschidis calmly took Lester to Mount Targon, trying to make herself full of the charm of a mature woman. I'm really sorry for causing you trouble these days, Elder Moschidis. On the contrary, I have to thank you for sending Diana to the Lunary. Lester was stunned, and Moschidis explained. Diana is a smart student. I like her very much. Moreover, Leona of the Sun Cult is too outstanding this time. Only Diana can surpass Leona in the Lunary Cult. Whether in class or in battle, Diana is the best student. At present, Diana has become the core apprentice of the Lunary Cult, and her future is limitless. I'm relieved that Diana can be so outstanding. Lester didn't expect Diana to be able to beat the chosen girl Leona. It seems that his blood has improved Diana a lot. During the 8 years of raising Diana, Lester took the initiative to do many experiments with his own blood for Diana's safety. His physical condition was too special. Not to mention the spell power talent and the messy magic talent. Just the rune power, the void mark, the Vastair's Iru talent, the mermaid talent and the seal of the star spirit were enough for Lester to drink a pot. Without the appropriate test equipment and the assistance of the mage, it was naturally not a simple matter to analyze the additional properties of the blood. The initial experiment was naturally carried out on livestock near the grassland. The result was that less than 1 milliliter of blood would cause adult goats to bleed to death due to excessive vitality. Through continuous experiments, it was diluted about 20 times before it barely reached the bottom line of adult male goats. The goats that had sucked blood were a circle larger than ordinary goats, and their wisdom seemed to be much higher than other goats. They also maintained a high affinity with Lester. Without Lester's domestication, the goats spontaneously became Lester's followers. Afterwards, Lester mixed his diluted blood into the potion and fed it to several children in Berry Village regularly. These children had no other obvious side effects, except that their bodies and intelligence were slightly better than other Lacquer children. Even if they stopped feeding them, they did not have the withdrawal reaction that Diana had. However, there was one thing that was very similar. That is, these Lacquer children who had eaten blood had a high degree of favorability towards Lester, which could be seen from their daily lives. This also led Lester to a conclusion that Diana had become seriously dependent because she had been sucking blood since she was a child, and the blood completely changed Diana's original physique. It must be said that the special effect of blood gave Lester a bold idea. A portal to Bandle City will appear in the Targon Mountains in the near future. I have to take Diana to see Nora and let Nora check my blood and Diana's condition. I hope Nora hasn't disappeared in Shurima yet. Finally, we arrived at the headquarters of the Lunary Cult. As soon as Lester walked into the courtyard, the female elder closed the door with her backhand, pushed the man against the wall, and lifted a corner of her robe with her other hand. The child's class will end in the afternoon. Dr. Lester, I just sprained my foot again. I wonder if you can help me massage it again. Chapter 590. The statue in front of the temple is me, Lestat. Back in the yard, Diana just saw Lester coming out of Mercedes's room. She was surprised, but also a little confused. She tried to look at the half-open door behind Lester, but was blocked by Lester. Lester calmly closed the door behind him and said softly, "Your teacher Mercedes just finished running. I took a look, and she was sleeping on the bed. Come, let me take a good look at Ziona. You really make Dad proud. Dad is proud of you." Diana, whose hair was a little messy, was rubbed on the head by Lester's big hand, but she didn't seem to be annoyed at all. Instead, she was dizzy. It was not until Diana no longer doubted Mercedes's current state that Lester pulled Diana and walked towards Diana's room. "Would you like to tell Dad about your experiences here during this period of time? Of course, although it's a bit boring, there are also some interesting things, especially there is a guy who has been competing with me." "Dad, please sit down first." Seeing that things were about to get out of control, Lester lost his charming mood, and with a serious face, he took out his right hand and pressed it on Diana's chin, gently twisting it so that Diana turned her blurred face to him. Sure enough, unlike the normal state, Diana's eyes at this moment were shining with a light pink light. Lester's heart sank. He knew that this was the state of Diana's thirst for blood. If she could not get satisfaction for a long time, Diana's body and emotions would become manic, aggressive, and become another bloodthirsty personality. "I thought I came too early, but I didn't expect it to break out early this time. It seems that I have to go to Nora. If Nora can't solve it, this matter will have to rely on LeBlanc to find a solution." Not knowing that Lester was thinking about his own problem, Diana found that Lester's attention was not on her. In a blink of an eye, she turned into a cold look. "Be obedient. Don't hurt your teacher Mercedes." This time Lester deliberately used a heavier tone. To Lester's surprise, the difficult Diana nodded obediently and became pitiful. Diana turned her head, her blurred eyes like misty water, staring into Lester's eyes. At this time, Lester was very grateful to Mercedes. If he hadn't just passively become a great sage, even he might not be able to control himself now. At such a young age, she has such a terrible charm ability. Obviously, this is definitely not Diana's own unique ability, but a new power from him. If this power is not controlled well, terrible things may happen. Wiping his wet fingers with a silk scarf, Lester put Diana off his lap and put her next to him. The satisfied little girl finally regained her quiet appearance, put away her playful little tongue, and sat upright on the bed. There was no longer the terrible aura of the little devil. "Ziona, I think you should also understand that your physical condition is not normal. Even I can't be sure whether it is good or bad for you. So when you finish this quarter's study, I will take you to see an expert in this field. I have already told Mercedes, and the rest is that you just need to tell the Perrin priest. This trip will take about half a year, not too long." "Okay, Dad, I will tell the Perrin priest." It's great to be able to travel with Dad. Diana regained her calm thinking and was satisfied. She no longer pursued the issue of Lester's cheating and raised her own questions. "By the way, Dad, why do I feel that the sculpture outside the High Priest's temple looks like you? Am I mistaken?" Lester stood up and walked to the window. With a faint smile, he turned his back to Diana and looked at the bright moon in the sky. "After waiting for so long, it's finally time to pretend again." "No, you are not mistaken. That is my father hundreds of years ago." "Diana?" Question mark. "At that time, I came to the Targon alone. After some efforts, I became the messenger of the Sun Spirit, unified the two major sects and Lahorak, and became the unique high priest of the sect." "Diana, it's me who made the Laka people so powerful today. Deep in the temple is a golden mask tailored for me, just as you imagined. Ziona, it's time to confess my story to you." Lester turned around and looked at Diana, who couldn't close her mouth anymore. This time he didn't plan to stick his finger in. "Your father has lived for more than 800 years. He is a real old monster." To Lester's surprise, Diana did not show any disgust. Instead, she proudly jumped off the bed and asked for a hug. Fearing that Diana would fall, Lester could only catch the little girl and spun her around twice. "Wow. It turns out that my father is so amazing. He can live for such a long time and not age or die. Dad is not a monster. Dad is a god." "God? Do you think I'm a god?" Lester was stunned, and Jana hidden in Lester's body also had a slight unnatural fluctuation. Diana, who was unaware of this, nodded vigorously. Yeah, besides the gods, who else can master such a powerful force? Dad, why don't you reveal your identity this time, so that you can smoothly control the Targon? Of course it's not that simple. Don't look at the fact that the Reika people are still guarding my temple. If there really comes a high priest who can rule everyone, they will kill me without hesitation. Even if I can prove my identity, they have countless ways to prove that I'm fake. The Targon needed a high priest in the past, but not now. What's more, my goal from the beginning was not to control the Targon. Controlling the Targon was just to make things easier. The Reika people are actually not of much help to me. In Lester's words, Diana seemed to have crossed 100 years and personally integrated into this unfathomable layout and plan. Confused, unable to understand, and then turned into uncontrollable panic. The powerful and inviolable Targon is actually worthless in the eyes of my father? So what is my father's purpose? Who is he? Why did he come to the Targon to pick me up and raise me by himself this time? Was she just a chess piece that was picked up and placed on the chessboard? She had never felt this panic before. This time, the perceptive Diana deeply realized the distance between her father and herself. In her eyes, her father was everything to her, but in his eyes, she was probably just a speck of dust in 1,000 years. The emotional bond that seemed unbreakable to her was probably just a child's play in his father's eyes. She was not as important as she thought. Dad, will he leave Mount Targon? Will he abandon Zyrona? Woo woo woo. After all, she couldn't suppress her child's nature. Diana wiped the tears from her eyes, as if she saw her father abandoning her after completing the layout. Not knowing that Diana had rehearsed the entire 86-episode TV series in her heart, Lester looked at the little guy who cried at the drop of a hat. It was fine just now. What happened? It's broken. I was pretending to be a cup and scared the little guy to tears. What a sin. Not daring to pretend any longer, Lester, at a loss, could only pick up the little girl, like he did when they were little, patting her back to comfort her. Don't cry, don't cry, it's Daddy's fault. Daddy shouldn't have told you this. Feeling Lester's sincerity, Diana slightly suppressed her grievances and panic, and hugged the man who gave her a sense of security. Will Daddy abandon Zyrona? Lester was startled, put Diana down, looked at Diana's serious eyes with a complicated expression, and asked softly, "Can you tell Daddy why Zyrona asked such a question?" "Because I want to be Daddy's helper. Since Daddy said that he came to Mount Targon for me, then I will definitely be able to play a certain role, even if it's just a little bit. I want to be someone who is useful to Daddy." You kid. Knowing that Diana would become his vessel to deal with the Bright Moon Star Spirit in the future, and it is very likely that the Bright Moon Star Spirit would annihilate her soul, Lester felt a pain in his heart. Should he continue his plan and use Diana and Leona to plot against the Bright Moon Star Spirit and the Fiery Sun Star Spirit? Let them betray the Star Realm. He has changed so much of history. Will the Solar and Lunar Astral Spirits still choose Leona and Diana as their incarnations on Earth? Is it feasible to break the seal by collecting runes and confront the astral spirits head on? He has been preparing for this plan for hundreds of years. Does he really want to reveal this plan to a child? After learning about his plan, will Diana hate him, betray him, and become a knife stabbing his heart? This trust is too heavy. One wrong step will lead to eternal damnation. There is no room for emotion. Dad, Zyrona, can you give me some time? I need to verify some things before I can give you an answer. Thank you, Dad. Thank you for not lying to me, Lester said softly, smiling bitterly and touching the little girl's head. You have been very smart since you were young. You can't hide anything from you. In fact, I should have realized it long ago, but I still wanted to treat you as a child. When I took you from your parents' arms, you were only this old. In this matter, I should apologize for hiding something. Thank you for understanding me. Too many things happened during this meeting. Both Lester and Diana needed time to calm down. This time, Diana did not keep Lester, who was about to leave. It won't take too long, Diana. I will give you a real answer. Immortal Fortress, lower space, in an alley in the underground city. There were 2 piles of ashes after the human body was burned on the ground. The dagger and the broken metal arm guard fell to the ground. The blade of the dagger had been melted by the high temperature and condensed into a useless knife that could not be used. Seeing that the other party had no intention of leaving, Evelyn appeared in the shadows of the street and stared at the man not far away expressionlessly. The man had an ordinary appearance, but a huge body. There was no hair on his body, and there was a special mark on his chest. Evelyn saw something special in the man's eyes, which made her very unhappy. There was only one human in the world who could look at her in this way, looking at her completely evolved body and giving her a little praise. This kind of possessiveness could only belong to her master, not the overconfident little devil in front of her. I didn't expect to see a companion here. Are you hunting here too? Companion? I like you very much. Let's blend in and fight side by side, companion. Lowly scum, who do you think you are? Are you worthy of being my companion? Evelyn smiled coldly as her open hands turned into sharp claws in a puff of purple smoke. It's rare to meet a little fellow who comes to my door in person. Don't bore me too much, or you'll be in pain. Asterisk. Chapter 591, A New Path to Power. It didn't take Evelyn too long to fight this unequal battle. The enemy was weaker than she had imagined. With sharp claws piercing into his chest, Evelyn pulled out the man's demon heart and closed her 5 fingers. With a snap, the purple red heart was crushed. Evelyn tried to absorb the demon's soul, but found that the man in front of her was just a body without a soul. Whether it was the man's own soul or the consciousness after the demon parasitized, it seemed that they had never existed at all, which seriously violated common sense. Even the knowledgeable Evelyn had never encountered such a situation. It has the breath and power of the devil, but it does not have the soul of the devil. It is like a parasite with scattered consciousness. It hunts humans and captures souls by controlling the parasite. This guy hides really deep. But this guy is qualified to be my prey. Anyway, the master has lost it now, so it is better to get this possible demon core first. Evelyn made a decision and swept her tail to wipe out all traces. Only then did she leave the material world and return to the shadows. In the cold spring, Lester took Diana down the west side of the Targon Peak and came to the coast at the western foot of the Targon Mountains. Dad, will there really be a magic portal here? Outside the simple tent, Diana looked at the horizon, where the moon was setting, her eyes full of expectation. If nothing unexpected happens, it will. Come, try the grilled fish I made. Be careful, or you might get a fish bone stuck in your throat. Lester smiled and handed the stick in his hand to Diana. Diana took a careful bite and squinted her eyes. Good time, Dad. Can you tell me the story of Bandle City again? Then I will tell you the story of the woman tree. Deep in the Bandle forest, near the Blue Cave, there grows a human-shaped tree. The reason why it is called a human-shaped tree is that this tree has the plump figure of a woman. Except for the lack of a head, it is the same as a woman in other places. For example, it is probably more mature than your teacher Moshidis. Dad, compared to me? Kids, don't compare casually. Anyway, this woman tree is also an interesting story in Bandle City. Some Yodel people say that the woman tree is a human female invader in the past. The guardian of Bandle City punished the invader and turned the invader into a self-sacrificing tree in Bandle Forest. Some people also say that the woman tree is a plant type Yodel, but it can't speak. In fact, no matter what the woman tree is, many Yodel people like to extract sap from the woman tree. The sweet sap has the effect of strengthening the body. When paired with juice and other drinks, it will make the juice full of refreshing and cool taste. After I learned the news, I went there to take a look. As expected, I found the woman tree not far from the cave entrance. The trunk of the woman tree is blue-green, plump, luxuriant, but fruitless, very magical. I gently hugged the largest diameter part of the tree according to the method Yodel said. An amazing scene appeared. A large amount of fresh milky white sap oozed out of the concave part of the trunk, splashing my face. I took the opportunity to taste it, and it tasted really good. Even if it is not used in drinks, the sap can be added to soups and foods appropriately, to add flavor and freshness. Treasures like that are simply not seen in the material world, and can only be seen in the fantasy magic world. Diana's eyes widened. Although she didn't understand some parts, she felt that both her father and the woman tree were very powerful. That night, both Lester and Diana talked about sex very well until the moon reached the center of the sky. The two who were not sleepy saw the light blue magic halo suddenly appearing in the shallow sea area. Diana found that if her father hadn't specifically told her that it was a portal, she might have mistaken those inconspicuous spots of light for the reflection of the moon. Ziona, we should go. That's the portal to Bandle City. It's really remote. This is the way of the Yodel people. They always like to hide themselves. Remember to hold your breath after entering the sea. After packing up his luggage, Lester carried Diana, who couldn't swim, on his back and swam towards the portal. They successfully arrived at the location of the portal. Lester held Diana tightly and jumped into the portal. Bandle City Forest, Witch's home. Nora put the green bubbling potion in the magic bottle with a serious look and only had time to wipe the sweat from her forehead after the stopper was plugged in. This was the 23rd time the potion was made. If it failed again, even she would have a psychological shadow. When Nora relaxed, Yumi jumped into her master's arms and cheered loudly. Wow. Master, we succeeded, we won, but Master, can this transformation potion really allow animals to acquire human bodies? Shaking her head at Yumi, who looked curious, Nora carefully put away the transformation potion. That's what the ancient books say. As for the specific effects, I think I need to do a few more potion experiments before I can find out. Woo woo meow. Master, are you going to use Yumi for experiments? Knock knock. Is Nora there? The sound from outside the door interrupted the two people who were communicating. Is it little Lenny? He's back. Yumi jumped out of Nora's arms without hesitation and ran to the door excitedly to open it for the visitor. Nora's teeth were a little itchy as she watched Yumi leave her. You guy. Whose cat is it? Of course it's your cat, but this time it's little Lenny. He's here to see us. As soon as the door opened, Lester opened his arms, hugged the kitten like a young swallow returning to its nest, and rubbed his face against it twice. Long time no see, Yumi, how are you and Nora doing recently? Meow little Lenny, we are so happy every day. Wait, who is she? Yumi looked at Diana, but Diana naturally picked up the cat's scruff from her father's hand. Feeling unhappy, Diana realized that she was very jealous of the cat in front of her. Wow, are you the talking female cat? It looks quite interesting. Meow meow. Who are you? Let me go. Little Lenny, help me. Yuma's short legs stretched and kicked again and again, but she didn't hit Diana. In desperation, she could only call for help from Lester. Okay, Ziona, stop teasing Yumi. He took the cat back from Diana's hands. Just then, Nora came out, and Lester introduced Nora and Yumi. She is my adopted daughter Diana, and these are my friends Nora and Yumi. Yumi curled up in Lester's arms with hostility, staring at Diana closely. On the other side, Nora looked at Diana for a while. Her eyes paused on Diana's gifted figure, and then looked at Lester, who seemed to have something to hide, and suddenly sensed a hint of unusual breath. Nora's expression suddenly became a little more strange. Adopted daughter? Little Lenny, how come you have such a big adopted daughter? Lester shrugged and said helplessly. This matter is a long story. Anyway, come in and sit down first. What to drink? Of course it's the Star Brilliant Magic Tea, and for Ziona, just give her a glass of ice juice. After the host and the guest sat down and exchanged a few simple greetings, Lester explained his purpose. Actually, this time I came here for Ziona. Her body is very abnormal now. This is related to the blood I fed her since she was a child. I want you to help investigate what is going on with my blood and Ziona's current condition. Lester asked Nora, after explaining in detail how he raised Diana with blood from a baby girl. I wonder if you have time recently, Nora. It's not too busy. Let's go. I'll check your blood first. Neither Lester nor Nora likes to waste time. After drinking the tea in one gulp, Lester instructed Diana. Ziona, you just stay here and play with Yumi. Don't bully Yumi. Do you hear me? Okay, Daddy, how could I bully a cute little kitten? Diana narrowed her eyes and gently held Yumi in her arms. Meow. Yumi trembled when she sensed the terrible threat from Diana. Resist? Resisting is useless. Kittens are born to be eaten. Is it really okay to leave them there? Seeing that Nora was still a little worried, Lester comforted her softly. Anyway, Ziona, who is kind by nature, is still very obedient and will never hurt Yumi. Okay, wait for me to prepare. When Nora came back, she had a fist-sized narrow-mouthed pottery jar in her hand. Drop some blood in here, not too much. I'll use the magic jar to test what magic element your blood contains. Nodding, Lester bit his index finger and ripped blood into the jar. Pop. To Nora's surprise, the clay jar with high magic resistance cracked directly, and it was simply unable to withstand the various properties of blood. Looking at the blood drops moving on the jar fragments, Nora was angry and amused. Little Lenny, even magic items can't carry the energy in the blood. You have already gone beyond the scope of blood, right? Lester smiled bitterly and nodded. That's exactly the problem. I have learned and used too much power. In the seal of the star spirit, even I don't know what my blood is now. Nodding, Nora began to look for things in the magic cabinet again. With such a powerful energy, it seems that I have to use my Aeon's pot. Soon Nora placed the Aeon's pot in front of Lester. The so-called Aeon's pot looked like a stone urinal full of cracks, which looked like it would be thrown on the street and even beggars wouldn't want it. Is this Orn's pot made by Orn, the demigod of Freljord? After observing it several times, Lester thought it was just a urinal made by a third-rate mason. Yes, this is indeed a magical device made by Orn, the god of forging in Freljord. Only this thing can withstand the terrible energy shock. Drop some blood in it. You can drop more. Without asking Nora how she got the Orn's pot, Lester used the same trick to drip blood into the pot. This time, the tattered stone pot did not crack. It was trapped at the bottom of the pot and did not move. Holding the Orn's pot with both hands, Nora closed her eyes and began to call on the Door Grimoire to assist her in casting spells. In your blood, I feel a rich vitality, the power of the stars, the blessing of black magic, the blessing of the nature elves, the blessing of time, the blessing of the ocean, the natural magic talent, the power of shadows, the power of element, the power of spells, the breath of the dark, the breath of the underworld, and many soft rune breaths. What is this purple light? It is actually peeking at me in the opposite direction. Lester, how did you stuff so much power into your body? Normally, your body should have exploded long ago. I can't believe you can live safely until today. Lester smiled awkwardly and was speechless. I just learned a little more when I traveled around the Runeland. It's not that serious, right? Nora shook her head seriously. This is very serious. Let me tell you this. Your body is now a time bomb that may explode at any time. Now it is all up to the Star Seal to suppress various forces. Now your body has just achieved a microsecond balance. The life rune provides you with sufficient vitality to supply the Star Seal, and the Star Seal uses vitality as a buffer to eliminate the influence and conflict brought by various forces. If you lose the life rune or destroy the Star Seal, once the balance is broken, you will immediately become an unpredictable magic disaster, and even Bandle City will not be able to withstand your self-destruction. Lester. Fortunately, this balance is not so easy to break, so don't worry too much. Lester whispered, feeling that Nora said this a little too late. Nora, is there any way? I mean, if I want to remove the Star Seal, how can I reconcile the various forces in my body? Nora shook her head. I don't know. I've never encountered such a situation. You are an exception among exceptions, Lester. You are a living miracle. Even I can't explain this impossible miracle. In the 1000-year history of Runeland, there has never been a human like you. But I do have a guess. I don't know if it can be realized in you. To be honest, this suggestion is very dangerous. It won't be more dangerous than it is now. Please tell me, Nora. Well, as I said before, all the power in your body is currently being reconciled by the force of life as a buffer. In this case, you can try to integrate all your power into the life rune to create a new ability. Only with the power of the rune can you purify the other powers you control. Refining all the power does not mean abandoning the power, but the purification process is too risky. I can't give you any advice. You can only explore everything by yourself. Chapter 592 Dependent Seal, Imperial General. Ziona, come in. The father's voice came from the room. Diana put down her gaze on Yumi, who had lost her luster, and walked straight into the room. A pungent smell of medicine hit her face. Diana looked at the bottles and jars in the room, and then looked at the bright plants swaying on the flower bed. Suddenly, she felt a little more uneasy about the unknown. The girl couldn't help but look at Lester. Dad? Noticing that Diana was a little uneasy, Lester rubbed the little girl's head and said softly, "Lie here, it's okay, just take a nap, and when you wake up, Dad will take you to Bandle City for a walk. There are many interesting things in the city." Yeah, obediently lying on the flower bed according to Lester's instructions, Diana blushed and took off her coat and trousers, leaving only her underwear. The big hand held the small hand, and her eyes finally stopped at the man's gentle smile. A blooming magic flower gently covered her in front of her, and Diana fell asleep lightly after inhaling the sleep pollen. Knowing that Diana had been affected by the pollen, Lester let go of Diana's hand and looked at Nora, who looked serious. "Nora, do you need me to leave?" Nora shook her head, took a bottle of the prepared dream flower, and gently dripped a few drops on the flower. Affected by the activity of the potion, the flower covering Diana's head once again released a large amount of magic pollen, allowing Diana to completely enter the dream. Noticing the smile on the corner of the girl's mouth, Lester breathed a sigh of relief. "It seems to be a good dream. You are more helpful here. I need to know what kind of connection you and Diana have established through blood." "Okay, it's up to you." Taking a step back, Lester, who was a little uneasy, took Diana's hand again and silently watched Nora raise her staff to cast a spell on the flower bed. The whole flower bed seemed to have turned into some kind of magical living thing. The flower bed under Nora's mental control began to sway its branches, blooming more stamens, and gaining vigorous vitality. A sharp green thorn grew from the vines on the other side of the flower bed, gently stabbed Diana's neck, sucked out a few strands of blood, and the flower bed began to emit a magical glow. About 10 minutes later, the life rhythm of the flower bed began to weaken, the blooming flowers began to close, and the flying vines also retracted into the flower bed. Nora opened her eyes and put down the staff that she had been holding high with some fatigue. After waiting for so long, Lester also became a little more anxious. "How is it?" "There is a very complex blood mark in Diana's body. The source of this blood mark is undoubtedly you. Your blood is more like a curse and bondage. The connection established by this blood mark is dominant for you, so you don't have to worry about anything. For Diana, there are many side effects. Of course, your daughter is not without benefits. From the perspective of her magical talent and physical strength, she has far exceeded the level of normal development. As long as she continues to be fed with blood. To be honest, I don't know what will happen. Nora, can you tell me in detail what this blood mark does for me and Ziona?" After drinking a bottle of recovery potion, Nora raised her spirits and raised her staff again. "This time I need your blood, little Lenny. Remember to cooperate." "Okay." Nora cast a spell again to restore the flower bed to life. After drawing some blood from Diana's body, another thorn came to Lester. Lester gently held the thorn needle and pierced it into his forearm, allowing the vine to draw some of his blood. For the next hour, Lester could only wait by the side, silently watching the flower bed like a precise operating table, constantly drawing blood from his and Diana's bodies, moving alone. When Nora opened her eyes again, Lester saw deep fatigue in the eyes of the Yodel Witch. It was obvious that Nora had put in much more energy in this physical examination than he felt. Without a doubt, he owed Nora another big favor. Lester helped Nora sit on a small stool beside him and asked softly, "Do you want to take a rest first?" Waving her hand, Nora, who was in low spirits, pointed to the small medicine bottle placed on the medicine jar cabinet. "Just help me get that." After drinking the energy recovery potion, Nora regained some spirits and stared at Lester with a strange look, which made the battle hard and Lester feel a little unnatural. "What's wrong?" Nora was relieved because she could not see any evil meaning in Lester's eyes. "Little Lenny, you really made a fortune this time. I also want to know how I made a fortune. Why don't you tell me? It's already so late, and you're still keeping me in suspense. I'm so anxious." Nora exhaled lightly and looked at the girl lying on the flower bed with a complicated expression. "This blood mark has a function similar to a high-level slave magic contract. If I'm not mistaken, the relationship between you and Diana should be more than just a simple father-daughter relationship. I've seen a lot of your gamma play in the ancient court secrets of Shurima. You really know how to play, little Lenny? You won't do the same to the Yodel people, will you? I heard that you have a good relationship with Lulu." Seeing that Nora suddenly deviated from the topic to some terrible place, Lester felt a little wronged. No matter how hungry he was, he would never do anything to the purple garlic. This was too unfair to him. What are you talking about? I told you that my relationship with Diana was just an accident. I gave her blood to save her. How would I know what my blood would do? Of course I know who you are, otherwise I would kill you at all costs. Looking at Nora, whose expression suddenly became serious, Lester also adjusted his attitude. It seems that the matter is serious. Nora nodded. Let me put it this way. Diana is now your dependent. I wonder if you can understand the meaning of dependence. In the ancient times, when gods were still active on earth, dependents had the blood power from gods, which was much stronger than others. Dependents who had obtained power would naturally be bound by the father god. Once the father god died, the lives of dependents would also come to an end. In addition, dependents also have the spiritual attributes of not betraying, absolutely believing in, and obeying the father god. These characteristics are naturally inevitably used by some lustful father gods to do this and that. Therefore, dependents are also equivalent to slaves of gods. In front of the father god, dependents have no room for resistance and will never like anyone other than the father god for the rest of their lives. Unless they can find a way to revive from the dead and cleanse their souls, they can get rid of the father god's shackles. Even some powerful father gods will make low-level gods their dependents or servant gods. This kind of restraint is extremely terrible. Once a connection is established, there is no way to remove it. Now you and Diana have established such a connection. This situation is too special. I can't figure out why your blood has such an effect, but it is inseparable from your messy power system. Thinking of Diana's strange behavior towards him, Lester sighed. So that's how it is. I was wondering why this girl always had strange ideas about me. Nora shook her head. Actually, it's easy to say if it's just like that. After all, the price paid to establish such a contract is too high, and it's almost impossible to force such a relationship unilaterally. From what you said, it seems that your blood can force such a relationship, which is terrible. This means that, as long as you have a physique that is strong enough not to be destroyed by your blood, you can force such a dependent relationship by feeding blood, making others become your slaves without knowing it. So now Diana is my dependent. She will not betray me, she will not like being controlled by others, and she will definitely accept my orders? Is that so, little Lenny? I think you know better than me. Nora narrowed her eyes and examined the silent Lester. After a while of silence, Nora's sharp eyes softened. Little Lenny, as your friend, I'm willing to trust you, and I will not say anything about the power you have, but I still need you to make a promise. I will not care about others, but at least here, promise me that you will never use this power to control any yodel. Lester smiled bitterly and whispered, I promise you that I will not use this power on any yodel. With your promise, I'm completely relieved. I have always believed that you are a unique existence and a good friend of yodel. Lulu will never like a person who is inherently evil. Moreover, we have been dating for so long, so we naturally know your attitude towards yodel. After all, you can gain the friendship of yodel by giving your heart, and it is unnecessary to use such power to control yodel. After that, Lester talked with Nora for a long time about the blood mark. It was not until Diana woke up that Lester took the blushing little girl out of the witch's hut. On the way to the ranch hut, the atmosphere between the two was a little strange. Ziona, what did you dream about? Diana held Lester's hand tightly, suppressing her shyness and the desire to obey, and lowered her head and whispered, if Dad is willing to tell me the truth, I will tell Dad what I dreamed about. Looking at his little daughter with a complicated look, the relationship was destined to deteriorate. Lester hesitated for a moment, but still moved his hand away from the girl's head and pinched the girl's nose. Then let's go. This is a very long story, my little moon princess. I hope you have enough patience to listen to it. Then you can decide whether to stand on my side. No matter what choice you make, I will respect your opinion. In the northwest of the Damo Plain on the Valoran continent, another group of thousands of barbarian bandits that had been raging for more than 10 years was uprooted. The sky-high flames burned above the bandit camps. Hundreds of bloody heads were pierced on the pierced stakes. More corpses had been piled up in the burning wooden camps and turned into ashes in the flames. On a broken tree stump nearby, an Arxan general with a burly figure and scars all over his body was indifferently bringing down a heavy double-edged axe, chopping off the last head on the stump like chopping firewood, and carrying out the ruthless belief of not taking prisoners from beginning to end with his master. Crack. The axe blade cleanly chopped off the captive's head, bone and flesh included. The eyes of the ruthless barbarian bandit were full of fear, his lower body and legs spread out, a foul smell emanated from his body, dripping on the ground. Another coward who is afraid of death. Picking up the falling head, the Arxan general casually pierced the head on the last wooden stake, the wooden spike protruding from the mouth of the head, decorating the last krill blood color of the bandit camp. The smell of blood filled the outside of the camp, even stronger than the battle and fighting at the beginning. Around the execution stake, hundreds of Narxan soldiers in black iron armor were silent, and everyone turned their eyes away from the tall general, so as not to offend the most terrifying general of Narxus. Kicking away the corpse of the bandit kneeling in front of the stake, the tall man carried the double-edged giant axe on his shoulder, stared coldly at the spikes of the stake, looked through the spikes at the black smoke and flames rising into the sky, and admired his spoils. General Scene. General Scene. There is an urgent military situation. In the strange silence, an Arxan scout riding a fast horse came behind the man, turned over and dismounted, knelt on one knee on the ground, and handed over the letter tube with both hands. Scene finally turned around, took the letter tube from the messenger's hand, and took out the commendation order and military transfer order from the supreme command of the empire in the letter tube. General Scene, thank you for your great contribution to the empire. In view of the fact that you have eliminated the long-standing barbarian bandits, cleaned up the Freljord banditry, and restored the Dalmor Plain to the Empire's rule during the rebellion, the Supreme Command has decided to grant you the title of Imperial Baron at the Imperial Celebration, and appoint you as the new Lord of Norskaberg, with 3 villages under your jurisdiction. The following content is about some taboos and rules of the Imperial nobles. Scene left a bunch of nonsense in the commendation order without commenting. He was not surprised that he could get the fiefdom. He looked directly at another military transfer order. Military transfer order from the Supreme Command. Scene's regiment will immediately set off to return to the Imperial Fortress for rest and expansion. Due to General Pickle's incompetence, the Empire has been losing ground on the Western Front and urgently needs military reinforcement. The scout secretly looked up at the youngest and most combative general of the Empire, but found that the Imperial general who received the commendation order did not have a happy expression, but became more indifferent and disdainful, and his eyes were still vaguely looking at him, which made him a little frightened. He knew that many people were beheaded by the general who did not distinguish between friend and foe because of their cowardly behavior. No matter whether they were enemies or imperial soldiers, no one was not afraid of the man in front of them. Glancing at the trembling scout, Scene said coldly, "I'm in a good mood today, you can go." "Yes, I'll take my leave." The scout, who felt as if he had been pardoned, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, got on his horse and left. He knew that he had saved his life today. Glancing at the soldiers of his regiment, Scene said coldly, "Everyone listen. Target, Norska Castle, set off." Chapter 593 Little Lena's Holiday Training Plan. Lena lowered her body and stared at Diana, who was less than 3 meters away from her. Sweat dripped from her forehead and rolled into the sand, which was sucked dry in the blink of an eye. No matter how many times she tried, she could not defeat her peers in front of her. Even the Lahorak wrestling method taught by her father could not make Diana fall once. Whenever she met the little princess of the Bright Moon sect in martial arts training class, she would only have one result, that is, she would be thrown into the sand by her opponent in a mess. She didn't know when her pride and confidence had disappeared. The eyes of the people around her had changed from expectation at the beginning to undisguised admiration for Diana. This change put a lot of pressure on Lena, as if she had become a complete loser. She didn't understand why she had put in so much effort, but still couldn't surpass Diana, especially when she found that her arms and thighs after training were already thicker than Diana's, but she was still no match in this situation. The successive setbacks had made Lena doubt herself. Ready. Start. The warrior Lahorak in charge of martial arts training gave the order. Lena, who was still in a trance, only felt a pair of iron arms holding her lower back, and then she felt dizzy and fell headfirst into the sand. Good. As expected of the strongest new believer Diana. This time the hug and throw is still impeccable. Speaking of which, Liana is too weak for a young believer of the Fiery Sun sect. I originally thought that she could at least fight with Diana, but now it seems that the gap between the two is too big. Hey, is this all you people of the Fiery Sun sect are capable of? Liana lay in the sand, and the provocation in her ears was like a heavy hammer hitting her heart. Before, the believers of the Fiery Sun sect were willing to argue for her, but after so many failures, no one was willing to speak for her anymore. Silently clenching her fists, Liana buried her face in the sand, wishing she could suffocate to death. She wanted to prove with her strength that she had been working hard, but she always failed under everyone's expectations. No one wants to keep failing in the process of hard work, and you are no exception. To be honest, my victory over you is not fair, and there is nothing to be proud of, because I should have defeated you. What I have you never have, and this is why I can win. At some point, Liana heard Diana's devilish whisper in her ears. If you want to know why I'm so strong, come to me during the vacation after this time. Liana got up from the ground. The victorious Diana had already left in the crowd, but she knew that she might not be able to ignore the words left by her opponent. Winning is winning, losing is losing. I'm not someone who can't afford to lose. Still pretending to be strong, Liana left silently. But it's not a big deal to go over and take a look. If I know where I failed, I will definitely stand up again. As November approaches, the Targon Peak enters the harshest winter. The trial road on the mountain is covered with heavy snow. Without the one-horned demon in the ancient legend to stop the climbers, the Reika people finally understand that climbing the mountain in the winter is equivalent to committing suicide. It was not until too many widows and widowers appeared in the village that the Reika people realized that the terrible one-horned demon had been saving the lives of the Reika people. Unfortunately, when they realized this, the one-horned demon had disappeared without a trace. In the past 100 years, no one has seen the kind one-horned woman again, just as no one knows when the woman will appear on the Targon Peak. The sacred road has been closed, and the Reika residents halfway up the mountain are not having a good time. Any extra activities will cause energy consumption, which will aggravate the food shortage of the Reika people. In the next 4 months, it will be a rare time of rest for the Targon sect members living halfway up the mountain. For the sect's young believers, it is equivalent to a winter vacation. After packing her luggage, Liana greeted her mother early and walked to the residence of the Lunary cult with her bag on her back. With the relationship with the Lunary cult's priest Perum, Liana's parents would not worry that their daughter would encounter any danger. Moreover, during this winter vacation, she would have special training with Diana, the most outstanding new believer of the Lunary cult. They had heard of Lester's name a long time ago, and the couple were more assured of their daughter's safety. As a strong enemy that Liana could not defeat, Liana's parents were also looking forward to whether their daughter could become good friends with Diana. Any smart person would understand the principle that if you are close to the red, you will be red. If you are close to the black, you will be black. If you can make your daughter better, why not do it? Diana? Liana walked on the snow and came to the door of the small courtyard. She knocked on the half-open door. Peeping is also a way to observe the environment, but she just disdains to do it. I'm here. Teacher Moschidis, I'll leave first. Diana's voice came from the yard. Liana took 2 steps back to make room for Diana to open the door. I didn't expect you to come so early. Diana had almost no luggage. Surprised, Liana responded seriously to the black-haired girl's teasing look and said in a deep voice, if I can't be humble as an apprentice, I have no right to go down the mountain to share Uncle Lester's wisdom. Diana smiled non-committally and closed the door with her backhand. She didn't say that she had expected this a long time ago. Sometimes I think that your seriousness are also a kind of advantage. Thank you. The two walked down the mountain without saying a word. They left the snow-covered halfway point of the giant god peak near noon and came to the foot of the green grass. Liana had forgotten how long it had been since she last went down the mountain. The snow-capped mountains in the distance are like a winding dragon, cutting off the blue sky. The silver line in the sky is in the hands of the creator, leading the cows and sheep lying comfortably on the green land. Along with the sound of horses neighing, the chimneys of the village are rising with smoke. The scenery is picturesque, and the people are like waves. The harmony between man and nature depicts the sharp and quiet beauty of Mount Targan. Noticing Leona's somewhat obsessed look, Diana patted the blonde girl's shoulder with a smile. Unexpectedly, this guy with thick eyebrows and big eyes is also unexpectedly sentimental. My father and I's home is 10 times more beautiful than this. I hope you can show this expression when the time comes. Leona's emotions were exposed by Diana, and she tightened her face again. I didn't go down the mountain this time to enjoy the scenery. If I think Uncle Lester's teachings are useless to me, I will leave directly. This is what we agreed. Diana shrugged and said indifferently, "Of course, you can leave at any time, including now. I didn't ask you to come." Leona chose to change the subject without answering Diana's question. "Although I still think it's a bit dangerous for the two of us to walk alone at the foot of the mountain, there is no other choice now. Why don't you lead the way? Look, my dad is here. With him, you won't be in any danger." Following Diana's line of sight, Leona was stunned. A tall boy of only 15 or 16 was walking towards her with a medicine basket on his back, waving at her softly. "Ziona." The boy's voice was as cold and magnetic as ever. His eyebrows were handsome and his eyes were bright. His facial lines showed his three-dimensional features just right. Most importantly, his handsome figure was not inferior to the well-trained warriors of Lahorak. His fair skin was incompatible with the wheat color unique to the Laka people, as if he was an elf from a myth. Subconsciously raising her hand to respond to the boy's greeting, Leona saw that the originally reserved and proud Diana seemed to have changed into a different person and rushed towards the boy. She opened her arms like a young swallow returning to the nest and was embraced by the man and turned around twice. "Dad." Leona lowered her right hand in a daze and lowered her head in embarrassment. How could Diana's father be so young? "You must be the good friend Leona that Ziona mentioned." Lester squatted down and raised his right hand to the blonde girl after putting down Diana, who was still reluctant to let go. "You have the same cute name as Ziona. My name is Lester, and I'm Diana's adoptive father. Thank you for being Ziona's good friend. Ziona is very proud." I was a little worried that she would not be able to make friends. Caught off guard by Lester's set of consecutive punches, Leona's little face turned red. She raised her hand and shook it gently with Lester, and then was let go by Lester. She didn't know that she, as an opponent, was actually a good friend in Diana's mouth, but she also knew that now was not the time to refute. She had to use all the etiquette she had learned to respond to the kindness of Diana and her adoptive father Lester. After holding back for a while, Diana still chose to change her words. She really couldn't go against her conscience and call the man in front of her uncle. Judging from his appearance, if the man in front of her was an uncle, then her wrinkled brother should call him grandpa. "Lester. Brother, I really troubled you this time." With a chuckle, Lester stood up and touched Diana's head. "Don't be so polite. I should be the one thanking you for coming to my house and listening to a lonely old man like me tell stories from the past. Ziona has had few friends since she was a child. It's good to have a playmate of the same age. Of course, I will also give you and Ziona special training after playing. You should also know that I'm a doctor. You will inevitably drink some bitter herbs when the time comes." Hearing Lester talking about herbs, Leona seemed to understand why Diana had such a strong physique. It was naturally a blessing to be strengthened by herbs. No wonder Diana said that she won unfairly. It turned out that she was lacking in herbal strengthening. "Brother Lester, I'm not afraid of hardship. As long as I can become stronger, I'm willing to give everything." The man's eyes suddenly became gentle. Leona, who had just finished the oath, blushed and let Lester touch her trembling head like a quail. Although she was treated as a child by the man in front of her, but unexpectedly comfortable, it seems that she wants to do it a few more times. Lester was also a little emotional. The sunny girl who was going to be a BT girl in the future was so innocent when she was young. She didn't look like she was about to receive a nuclear bomb. "You are also a serious and good girl. Ziona has such an excellent friend like you. I'm really proud and happy. I hope we can get along well in the days to come." If you have any questions, you can tell Ziona or me. Nodding dazedly, Liana and Diana followed the man shoulder to shoulder and walked slowly to the east. Before it was completely dark, the three returned to Berry Village. Liana silently observed the villagers' attitude towards Lester. Most of the villagers had expressions of respect or love on their faces. Only a few male villagers had complicated expressions. From time to time, they looked at their beautiful wife with watery eyes, and then looked at Lester with a soft face. This emotion was too complicated for her to understand, but it could be seen from other places that Lester was definitely oppressed to Giselda in Berry Village. Following the mountain stream through the green grass, passing by 4 Lahorak warriors who volunteered to guard the medicinal fields, the strong aroma of medicine hits the face from the tree stumps and wooden fences. Liana saw a vast medicinal field, and her eyes were fixed on the backpack behind the man. The girl was a little surprised. "Are you taking care of these medicinal fields alone?" Nodding, Lester looked at the medicinal fields planted with various herbs. "Yes, I also tried to teach some villagers to take care of the medicinal fields. In the end, no one could stick to it. Now only Ziona can help me." "Awesome." The ice spring gurgled from north to south. Perhaps because of the medicinal fields, spots of fireflies dotted the grass. Not far from the medicinal fields, a warm cottage stood quietly under the bright moonlight. Knowing that it was where she would live, Liana suddenly looked forward to her future life. The house was expanded by Lester himself and has been raised to 3 floors. The first floor is the living room, dining room and bathroom. The second floor is 2 independent rooms. The inner one is Diana's room, and the other one is Lester's room near the stairs. The third floor is the attic used to store things. Because there are some dangerous things, even Diana rarely takes the initiative to go to the 3rd floor, and it is usually locked. "Ziona, take little Liana to the room to tidy up and change the new bedding I prepared. I will go to make dinner." Little Liana. After thinking about it, Liana still accepted the affectionate name of her elders. Under Lester's arrangement, Liana followed Diana to the 2nd floor. The handmade solid wood furniture along the way opened Liana's eyes, especially the various exquisite carvings and ancient symbols, which she had never heard of. She is not an ordinary family either. The furniture used in her home can be regarded as exquisite, but there is still a big gap compared to the natural creations in front of her. "Did your father build all these?" "Of course. My father is omnipotent. You will understand this sooner or later. Now, please let me show you the place where I have lived since I was a child." Since Lester confessed, Diana, who had already regarded Liana as her own sister, took the blonde girl into her own little world. "From today on, you are also the master of this house. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 594. Ahahaha, here comes the soup. Knock, knock, little princesses, get up, get ready for dinner. An extremely familiar call came from outside the door. Okay, the body responded before the mind. Liana slowly opened her eyes, rubbed the corners of her eyes, and sat up on the unfamiliar and comfortable soft bed. Liana, who was still a little hazy, patted her cheeks, gathered her hair on her forehead to her temples, squinted her eyes and watched Diana, who was only wearing grey moon pajamas, stretching lazily beside her. Lowering her head, she was wearing another golden sun pajama sewn by Diana's father. It seemed to be made of velvet and the wings of some rare birds and beasts. It was warm and soft. She had never seen it before, but she couldn't let it go. She looked at Diana, who had woken up, then put on her slippers and walked out of the house, going to the bathroom on the 1st floor to wash up. Liana applied the green herbal paste in the earthenware jar to the soft bristle fine brush called toothbrush, filled her porcelain cup with water, and began to brush her teeth and wash her face. She tidied her appearance in front of the glass mirror and sat at the dining table with Diana. Like the princess's knight, the kind and handsome man had already placed delicious food on the table. After greeting each other, the three people began to eat breakfast happily. Everything was so natural, as if I had lived here for more than 10 years, but the fact was that I had only been here for a month. A month ago, I was still living in the stone house of the Fiery Sun Temple on the Targon Peak, accompanied by the Fiery Sun scripture and the Targon doctrine. Now I live a life of luxury that I dare not imagine, and have a nickname I have never had before, Liana. As Diana's father said, the princess of the legendary kingdom is probably just like this. Compared with the dream life here, the past life seems a bit too hasty and boring. Her sight stayed on the gentle face of the man. For a moment, Liana even wanted the man in front of her to be her real father. However, the black-haired girl in her peripheral vision made her sober up. She was just a guest who came to study and would leave sooner or later. This was Diana's home. The room on the second floor belonged to Ziona, not Liana. Diana's words at the beginning were just polite words after all. What's wrong? Didn't you sleep well last night? Or are you sick? Noticing that Liana's face looked a little abnormal, Lester, who looked worried, put down his bowl and chopsticks, put his hand on the girl's forehead, and made the girl lower her head shyly and whispered, "No, brother Lester, I just had a beautiful dream, but unfortunately I forgot it when I woke up." "Is that so?" Hearing this, the man relaxed and sat back in his seat. The warmth from the big hand on his forehead gradually dissipated, and Liana suddenly felt reluctant. Everyone dreams, whether it is a beautiful dream or a nightmare, it is just a dream. It cannot change regrets. The result of persisting can only be regretting in the darkness again and again, and letting oneself fall deeper. I often dream too, dreaming of many things in the past. Those beautiful days that I did not cherish have become the past. I can only see them again in my dreams and hug them. Opening my eyes, the cold reality will make me forget the beauty in my dreams. Haha, this can be regarded as a kind of comfort to me. Some things can be better if you don't think about them. If you think too much, you can't laugh. In order to get rid of this predicament, I'll learn to accept the present and cherish all the good things I have now. This is my expectation for myself. If I fail the present for the sake of the past, then I'm too pathetic. Haha, Liana, just think of it as an old guy groaning painlessly. Unable to look away, the man was obviously smiling, but Liana saw unspeakable heaviness and sadness in his eyes. Her heart was clenched, and she had a hunch that the man's dream must be very painful. The person in the dream must be a man's unforgettable regret. After the little episode at the dinner, Lester went to wash the dishes, while Liana and Diana went back to the second floor to change clothes. The three of them gathered on the grass in front of the door. When the two little ones finished their warm-up exercises, Liana also became serious. "I have trained you in fighting skills for almost a month. Today I will test your academic performance in actual combat. Liana, carefully observe how Ziona attacks me, and try to find the advantages and disadvantages from it." "Yeah." Liana nodded, staring at the two people who began to confront each other. "Ziona, start." "Dad, be careful." Knowing how powerful her father was, Diana didn't dare to let him go. She rushed towards the man in a fighting posture, and began to attack tentatively, trying to find a flaw. Soon Liana's eyes widened. The black-haired girl's simple whip kick actually made a sound of breaking through the air. What was even more incomprehensible was that the man just shifted his heel to avoid the attack that swept towards his knee, leaving Diana empty. If this attack was aimed at herself, she would have absolutely no way to dodge it, and could only take it head on. Judging from the sound of the powerful force breaking through the air, the outcome of taking it head on would definitely not be good. Too slow. Play to your strengths. Ahaha. With her body twisted, Diana clenched her right fist and hit the man's lower abdomen, tapping the ground with her left foot, preparing to continue with a spring kick. The man, with an unchanged expression, stepped back half a step and pressed one knee to the ground. While avoiding the punch, he used both hands to hold Diana's forearm and slightly raised calf, and threw the black-haired girl to the grass with an extremely beautiful throw. The fall directly splashed the mud and formed a shallow human-shaped pit. There was no intention of holding back at all. Liana's pupils began to tremble, and a layer of fine cold sweat appeared on her forehead. Unlike her usual gentleness, the man was a little scary when fighting and teaching. No wonder she was never Diana's opponent. Growing up in such a training environment, compared with the aggressive Diana, she was just a sheep raised in a sheepfold. After helping the dizzy Diana up from the ground, Lester looked at Leona and smiled. "Leona, do you feel a little scared?" Shaking her head, Leona patted her chest. "Don't be afraid. On the contrary, I like your training method." "That's good, little Leona. Tell me what you saw." After thinking for a few seconds, Leona said seriously, "Ziona's attack just now was very powerful. I think it's very unusual. I mean, generally speaking, children of our age can't rely on training to achieve that level. It's just a kick that makes the air whirring." Nodding with a smile, Lester touched Diana's little head. "That's right. Ziona gained a strong physical fitness because she took the potion I prepared." "What else?" Leona, who gained some confidence, continued. "There is an absolute height difference between Ziona and you, brother Lester, so Ziona chose to use her legs as a method of attack, which has a wider attack range. At the same time, she lowered her body to make it more difficult for you, brother Lester, who was unwilling to kick, to touch Ziona's body. In this way, the gap between them can be made up to a certain extent." "That's right. In a fight, you should try your best to play to your strengths and avoid your weaknesses. In short, the most ideal way is I can hit you, but you can't hit me. Tall people have their own ways, and short people have their own ways. Ziona kicked my knee to abolish my ability to move. This is very important. Is there anything else?" Leona bit her lower lip in embarrassment and shook her head. The subsequent throwing skills were too fast. She didn't find the key point. In the blink of an eye, Diana, who was attacking quickly, was thrown to the ground. "Don't be discouraged. It's already a talent to analyze to this extent. Ziona, tell Leona why you failed." Patting the dirt behind her, Diana spoke. "My disguised attack intention was too obvious, and Dad saw it at a glance. The most important thing is that I failed to change my body's center of gravity quickly, which allowed Dad to catch my flaw in an instant." Lester clapped his hands encouragingly and concluded, "That's right. The so-called battle is to catch the flaw and kill with one blow. It's easier said than done. Everyone makes mistakes in battle. If you want to win in a battle of the same physical level, you don't have to be much better than others, but make fewer mistakes than the enemy. Even if you reveal a flaw, you must know that this flaw is deliberately exposed by you to trick the enemy. Apart from this, any strategy and false moves are just a small part of achieving an effective attack, making the enemy lose the ability to resist, or even lose his life. This is the true meaning of fighting. This is also what you lack, little Leona. I've learned." Leona bowed to Lester properly, and the next moment Leona was helped up by Lester. The man said something that surprised Leona. "Leona, there's no need to be so polite between you and me. From now on, Ziona will be your enemy. Ziona, you can only passively defend, not actively attack. You are allowed to use throwing and wrestling techniques, understand?" Diana, who had regained her strength, rubbed her fists. I understand. I will throw little Leona out hard. Little Leona, you can use any part of your body to attack. There are no restrictions. Let go and show me your skills. Don't worry about hurting Ziona. As long as she doesn't die on the spot, I have a way to heal any fatal injuries." Diana's provocative action aroused her anger. Not willing to be outdone, Leona nodded and raised her fist. Taking a few steps back, Lester issued an order. "Begin." Practicing actual combat in the morning, learning how to hunt in the afternoon, and feeling the boundary between life and death, Leona felt that she had grown up a lot in just one day. The sun began to set. Facing the red glow, Lester walked in front with a dead mole on his back, followed by two panting, muddy little girls. The three of them returned to Berry Village. Leona thought that her embarrassed appearance would cause some commotion, but to her surprise, the villagers did not seem to be surprised at all. The villagers of Berry Village had obviously long been accustomed to Lester's style of doing things, which made Leona, who paid attention to her appearance, feel more comfortable. After all, she was not the only one who was so embarrassed. When they arrived at the center of the village, a young man with a complicated expression came to Lester. "Sir Lester, my wife is sick again. Can you help Amy treat her illness again tonight?" Leona looked at the man in front of her. This was a custom in Berry Village. Compared with men, women seem to be more prone to illness. "Sorry, I have to take care of these two little ones tonight. Compared to Miss Amy, they need my help more." Please tell Ms. Amy that I will do it next time. I will definitely do it next time. What surprised Lena was that the man whose request for treatment was rejected was relieved and nodded gratefully. Then I'll take my leave, Sir Lester. Thank you for your generosity and kindness. Noticing Lena's confused look, Diana covered her mouth and smiled secretly, which made Lena poke the soft flesh on the side of the black-haired girl's waist with some dissatisfaction. What are you laughing at? It's true. He is so happy, even though he was rejected. He must not like his wife Amy. Diana put her hands behind her back, looking like a little adult. You are wrong, little Lena. He loves his wife. He will feel happy after his father refuses. Nonsense. How can there be such a love that does not save people from death? Turning back to look at the two little girls arguing, Lester felt a little funny. Unlike Diana, who had been led astray by him, Lena was still very pure now. He decided to interrupt the two girls' quarrel. Ziona, Lena, drink the herbs obediently tonight, and don't complain about the bitterness. Okay, Dad, brother Lester, I'm not afraid of bitterness, you're so good. I'll make braised boemol eggs tonight. We've been tired all day, let's have something delicious. Oh exclamation point asterisk. To the happy family walked towards the ice spring cottage and returned home in the hazy night. After filling the bathtub with a full pool of hot water, Lester sprinkled the herbs that promote blood circulation, remove blood stasis, strengthen muscles and bones with flower petals, and urged the two little ones to take a bath quickly. After Diana and Lena started playing and fighting in the bathtub, Lester opened the medicine pot that was boiling herbs, cut his wrist with a magic steel dagger, and added blood to the medicine pot. After nearly a month of continuous modulation, he has basically found the most suitable combination of medicinal materials and blood concentration. The new formula allows Lena to digest and absorb her own blood as quickly as possible without being harmed by the blood, because the herbs increase the threshold of blood damage to the body, allowing Lena to gain a stronger tolerance. It is worth mentioning that high temperature does not destroy the magical structure of blood, so he can make potions with his own blood and give them to others to drink. If he wants, he can even control the entire berry village through blood, which also makes him deeply aware of the terribleness of this power. It's not Nora's fault that he is too vigilant. In fact, even if he encounters this situation himself, he can only do nothing before finding a way to replace his blood. Chapter 595 Angel War. Just as Lester was using his own blood to make early arrangements for the Star Spirit, an unexpected guest came to the Lord's Castle of Fidlet. 6 pairs of white wings slowly folded, and the golden-haired angel wearing a golden helmet landed on the balcony, making Hina, who was lying on a chair basking in the sun, completely lose her previous steadiness and composure. She felt a terrible pressure from the strange yet familiar woman in front of her. You are, Sister Mishap, you are back. The wine glass in her hand fell to the ground and shattered, and Hina looked incredulous. The golden-haired angel took off his helmet, revealing an extremely handsome face, which was 8 points similar to the delicate Hina. No, I'm the incarnation of the god of justice, Kael, Morgana. I came here this time to take you back to the Star Realm, my sister. Take the Starfire rune blade. It's time to return to my mother's arms with me. She has been waiting for you for too long. The tone without any emotion made Hina stunned for a moment, and her smile gradually froze. Hina stood up from the chair, took a step back, and looked a little sad. Your name is Mishap, not Kyle. Have you forgotten why you left here? Mishap. The blonde angel's expression was shaken for a moment, and then he regained his composure. Mishap has become a mortal's past. Now the angel of justice Kyle and the angel of punishment Morgana are alive. My sister, it's time to abandon the entanglement of the secular world and follow me back to the divine world. Sister. No, Kyle, I can't go with you. I will let you know that it's not just you who has made progress over the years. Cinna no longer hesitated and used her divine power to send a danger signal to the sky. Fidlet, which received the signal, instantly entered the highest level of war. Under the control of the wizard, the 8 energy nodes scattered in different areas of Fidlet were connected to each other, and in just a few seconds, they formed a protective magic circle that covered the sky and the sun. Not caring that he had been surrounded by the magic circle, Kyle looked at his sister indifferently and turned to flee to the inside of the castle. With his wings flapping, Kyle flew into the sky, and the 6 wings behind him spread out again. He held his hands in front of his chest and condensed a flaming sword with divine power. The cold voice of the Angel of Justice echoed in the ears of every resident of Fidlit, and the blazing divine light like the end of the world was reflected in everyone's eyes, bringing an unspeakable crisis of life and death. This land that made Morgana fall should be purified. Angel of punishment Morgana, my sister, I will give you one last chance. Come back to the divine world with me, or let this fallen land be punished in your place. After getting the Starfire rune blade, Hina also spread a pair of white wings and looked at her sister who was about to become an enemy without giving in. She had already considered the worst outcome, and giving it a try would give her a glimmer of hope. There is no point in talking more. If you insist on taking action, then let your strength speak for itself. Foolish man. The flaming sword suddenly soared, and the blade slashed down, turning into a flaming blade of more than 10 meters that slashed towards the Lord's castle, intending to split the indestructible fortress with a single sword of divine power. The next moment, the city defense magic circle lowered a magical light curtain that seemed to be real, and blocked the flaming blade, and it was very easy to block the terrible attack. Unexpectedly, his attack failed to break the magic shield. Kyle's face turned cold, and he raised his sword again. Energy protection. Magic energy binding. Hina, who was holding the Starfire rune blade high, and Kyle, who had 6 wings on his back, were locked by the city defense magic circle at the same time. The former was strengthened, while the latter was severely weakened. Under the impact of the chaotic magic element, the flow of divine power in Kyle's body was briefly stagnant. Hina, by receiving a steady stream of magical energy, successfully used her divine body to transform the energy into the divine energy of the Starfire rune blade. A second pair of wings bloomed behind her again. Hina did not retreat but advanced, flapping her wings to meet the second flaming blade. Sister Misha, I will save you. What the hell? I don't need a mortal salvation. And I don't have a sister like you. You actually said I don't know what the hell. The powerful Starfire rune blade struggled to block Kyle's attack. The furious Sinner took advantage of the opportunity when Kyle had not yet adapted to the restraints of the magic circle and slashed at Kyle with a sword without mercy. Unable to block with the flame sword in his hand, Kyle chose to protect his body with his 6 wings. The next moment, the Starfire rune blade passed through the wings and cut them off at the root. Golden blood fell from the sky along with the wing, and Kyle rolled over to escape. What do you think? Sister, do you see my determination? Don't think you can bully people just because you have 2 more wings. Sinner said this, but she didn't stop at all. She flapped her wings and turned into a stream of light to pursue the victory. Morgana, you have no idea about the power you are ejecting. Mother, please grant me the power to punish evil. Kyle stabilized his body without any intention of dodging. He put his hands together and began to pray. The next second, the sky suddenly changed. Countless holy light sword blades fell from the sky like a rain curtain, continuously hitting the shield constructed by the city defense array. In just 1 second, the sword blades broke the shield and covered Kyle within a dozen meters. Feeling the terrible power of the holy light sword blade, Zinna's face changed, turned her wings to stop the attack, and took several sword attacks, and narrowly retreated from the attack range of the holy light sword blade. Turning his head to look at his wings, the wings that were scratched by the sword blade had become bloody, and his own body could not recover at all. Protected by the holy light sword blade, Kyle sneered and raised his right hand. How can a mortal fight against a god? A healing divine light turned into the purest restorative energy and was applied to the body. Kyle's broken wings grew again at a speed visible to the naked eye and were fully restored in a few breaths. The holy blade of light disappeared, and Kyle summoned the flaming sword again, his eyes cold and ruthless. Mortal, is this how you brag? Do you want to use the energy tower? Some of the desperate Hina had to consider the next choice. After more than 800 years of research, the Emerald Territory finally cracked the mystery of the Atlan Energy Tower. Based on the core of the 8 war energy nodes of Fidlit, 4 Atlan energy towers that can be connected in series were built in the 4 directions of the southeast, northwest and northeast of the inner city. The crystals of the energy towers began to charge from the beginning of their establishment. Until today, the reserves of energy crystals have far exceeded expectations. As long as they are determined, they can launch a devastating attack at any time. Cinna was confident in the most terrifying magic technology of the ancient race Atlan, but she still needed to think carefully before using the trump card of the Emerald Territory to annihilate the Protoss on her sister. Not to mention whether such an attack would directly kill her sister. Even if she didn't care whether her sister Mishap would die, there would only be one result of exposing the trump card. That is, the Atlan people suffered a devastating blow from the Protoss like 1,000 years ago. So, it still can't be used. Good steel should be used on the blade. Sighing, Cinna spit a small mouthful of blood on the ground, wiped the blood stains from the corner of her mouth, and the black-haired angel clenched the starfire rune blade in her hand. Fortunately, she had explained her affairs when she ran away just now, otherwise her efforts for hundreds of years would be completely wasted. Although she was very unhappy to hand over the Emerald Territory to that woman, it seemed that there was no other way at the moment. The indifferent Kyle looked down at his sister, who fell to the ground. How is it? Have you realized the gap between you and me? Morgana, if you continue to be stubborn, even as an angel of punishment, you will suffer unbearable suffering. This is your last chance. Come back to heaven with me, wash away your filth in front of your mother, and become a perfect existence like me. I can forgive this sinful city. You don't recognize your relatives. You strip yourself of the mortal world from beginning to end, claiming to be a god, but you don't know that you are just dust on the ground. You are even happy to eat a pink berry and satisfied to become a real woman. Sister, tell me, you who have nothing but power, can you be called perfect? Kyle, who kept silent, was still indifferent, but he didn't mind giving the stubborn sister some time to talk nonsense. Looking directly into Kyle's eyes, that were shining with divine light, Cinna smiled and regained her initial composure. From the beginning, I knew that you would get lost in the astral world. It's my fault that Brother Lester and I didn't take good care of you. You have been stubborn since you were a child. You always think that you are right and that you can do anything, but you don't know that overconfidence is arrogance. You always think that Brother Lester prefers me more, but you don't know that his love for you is no less than mine. You just don't act like a spoiled child like me because you have always been proud. When Kyle heard the name Lester, there was a little more struggle in his eyes. Cinna smiled slightly, and the white wings behind her seemed to be stained with dark purple ink. From the roots of the feathers, they turned into black feathers and spread to her body. Her black hair also turned into enchanting purple black hair, and a stronger breath erupted from the depths of her soul. Even at this point today, you are still very proud. Pride, my sister, will always be your biggest weakness. You think you are always rejecting others, but you don't know that you are rejecting your true self. Golden tears of blood dripped from the corners of her eyes, and the sad Kyle's eyes flashed with real murderous intent. She received the order to bring back another sister angel, but now something unexpected has happened that she could not imagine. Her sister, who should have ascended to the throne with her and obtained the god of justice, the punishment angel Morgana, who was gifted by her mother, has completely fallen, and there is no room for turning back. At this moment, Morgana has completely lost the qualification to be chosen. At this moment, there will only be one person who can be the angel of judgment and the angel of punishment, and that is Kyle, the new god who inherits the name of justice. Eradicate the traitor. The instructions from the Star Realm made Kyle's body tremble. It seems that you have made your choice. You would rather choose this filthy world and that dirty man than accept the gift of your mother and the embrace of your sister. Kyle raised the flaming sword, and the burning wings connected to the anger in his heart burst out in an instant. You disappoint me, Morgana. Cinna laughed at Kyle's anger. Look at you now, you are still angry, Mishap. Are you really a god? Kyle shook his head, the flames around him burned away his blood and tears, and he raised the flaming sword. No more words, your day of judgment has come, Morgana. I've said it before, your arrogance is your biggest weakness. Why do you think I told you so much, my sister? Kyle's face changed, and he was about to cut off the flaming sword in his hand. The next moment, a line of law symbolizing the most perfect axiom of Runeland perfectly cut the power in the angel's body. Even the flaming sword condensed by divine power could not escape, and turned into a cloud of dissipated green smoke in the power that subverted all rules. This is the power of the law comparable to that formulated by the gods, and the original definition of magic by the creator at the beginning of creation. After being transformed by Lester and nearly 500 years of research, it has been perfectly applied to the land of Fidlit. The Osgod elemental weaver, which imitated the Vidarian, the national treasure of Ishtar, was fully activated in an instant. The spires of 8 high towers, symbolizing energy nodes, rose from the tower bodies. The 8 spires, rotating at a constant speed, were grouped into os, and began to rotate along the entire city of Fidlit according to the complex elemental orbit compiled by the axiomatic normal. All forms of supernatural power, including magic, spells, element, and even the power of parasitic demons, were banned without leaving any room. When the spires rose from the ground, millions of people in the Emerald Territory witnessed the great power of the Emerald Territory with their own eyes, and also witnessed the Emerald Territory's determination to fight against the messenger of the gods. The cheers from the entire city made Hina very proud. This was the power that belonged to her and her brother Lester. It was unique and belonged to mortals. Gods can destroy mortals, but they can never defeat mortals. While she still had some authority over Augustus, Cinna, leaning on the Starfire rune blade, took a step with difficulty and slowly and firmly approached Kyle, who had fallen to the ground with broken wings. The high and mighty god fell to the ground and was nothing more than a prey to be slaughtered. A dangerous and complacent smile appeared on Cinna's lips. Sister, the mortals you mentioned built the Osgod floating tower. The lifespan of mortals is indeed very short, so short that the hundreds of thousands of people who built the Osgod floating tower did not witness the day when the floating tower flew into the sky until they died. They used generation after generation, one family after another, for a full 469 years without interruption. They used the unyielding will of mortals to build Osgod. It was built from bricks and tiles, and a piece of mud that you look down on, but now you are trapped here by the stones of these mortals. My sister, may I ask, as a god, how do you feel about being defeated by mortals? Killing people also requires destroying their hearts. Do you really think you've won? The surging divine power began to resist Osgod's power of law. Kyle gritted his teeth and climbed up from the ground, but was gently hugged by his sister. The black wings behind him turned into countless chains to lock the two of them. The spark blade in Cinna's hand fell to the ground and became dim. The black-haired angel buried her head in the chest of the blonde angel and said softly, I haven't hugged you like this for a long time, sister. Although I didn't win, I didn't lose either. Little Cinna has done her best. The rest is up to you, brother Lester. Under the gaze of the soldiers of Lord Fidlet's castle, the two people bound by the chains turned into an illusory black magic cocoon and were isolated in another space by Osgod, who reduced the scope of action. Chapter 596 Walking the dog with the wrong leash, leaving only the dog, but not the person. Immortal Fortress, Blackthorn Rose Street, Rosa's mansion. A woman in a noble dress was waiting outside the door. Inside the mansion, the magic secret letter that required a drop of blood to decipher had been opened and thrown on the table. Rosa, who had not yet read the letter, played with the dark red metal ring in her hand, which symbolized the supreme power of the Emerald Territory, and sighed softly. After so many quarrels, this time he actually sent the Lord's Ring. According to the rules of the Emerald Territory, anyone who is recognized by the previous Lord can obtain the loyalty of the Black Iron Guard Corps and the Edge of Night if he obtains the Lord's Ring. It seems that Zyozina has really encountered unsolvable troubles this time. It seems that I will not be able to sit idle for some time in the future. Putting down the Lord's Ring, Rosa opened the secret letter and frowned to read it carefully. Sister Rose, when you read this letter, I have already failed in the battle and can no longer maintain the rule of the Emerald Territory. According to Brother Lester's plan, I have given you the token of the ruler of the Emerald Territory. Please take the token and go to Fidlit as soon as possible with the help of the messenger Electra to take charge of the overall situation and control the army. If you delay, changes will occur to avoid riots in the Emerald Territory. Electra will report in detail on the specific affairs in my personal experience. Electra is the eldest daughter of the Gelust family and the contemporary controller of the Night's Edge. She can be fully trusted and will assist her sister in completing all the subsequent work. I hope we will meet again one day, all for brother Lester. Putting down the secret letter, Rosa suddenly felt jealous of a certain man. She is in danger, but still cares about others. What a good girl, but she falls in love with such a heartless bastard. Anyway, this body is idle now, so I'll go to the Emerald Territory and see if I can help Zyrozina. I have been in a cold war with Zyroloi for so long. Maybe this is a good time to ease the relationship. After making a decision, Rosa put the Lord's ring on her right ring finger, changed into a set of clothes that were convenient for traveling, and left the mansion. Elika Tregelist, who was standing at the door, saw the target of her trip coming out of the gate and respectfully performed a noble salute. Ms. Rosa, have you made a decision? Although Rosa had already put on the ring, the rigorous Elika Tre still confirmed it. After all, some words that were not clearly said were easy to cause misunderstandings. In the process of getting along with the person in power, playing word games without ambiguity is the most dangerous behavior. If Rosa did not accept it, she would have to find a way to get the ring back at all costs and use the second plan. Nodding slightly, Rosa looked at the dignified and beautiful woman in front of her. Judging from the threat coming from her body, this woman is indeed capable. Are you Elika Tregelist? That's me. Come with me. Seeing that the woman was about to turn around and return to the mansion, Elika Tre couldn't help but feel a little confused. Ms. Rosa, aren't we going to the Emerald Territory? With a mysterious smile, Rosa went straight back to the house. Mages naturally have their own ways. Come with me, I will let you see the world of top mages. Narkson calendar, 887 AD. Mount Targon, Berry Village. Lester got up from the bed and covered Diana and Leona with a quilt. After being moisturized, the two women fell asleep with the afterglow, but Lester's face was a little gloomy. As early as the age of 13, the two women became official members of the Cult of the Sun and the Cult of the Moon. Now the two girls are 18 years old. In order to ensure that his blood mark can completely control Diana and Leona, he has been preparing for 18 years to trap the Sun Spirit and the Moon Spirit in the bodies of the two girls for his use. During this period, even when Sheena was attacked by mishap and was forced to be sealed outside the Lord's castle in the form of a fallen angel, he did not return to the Emerald Territory, not for anything else, just so that he would not give up all his previous efforts. If Sheena had not arranged for LeBlanc to take over the Emerald Territory in advance, the Emerald Territory would probably have lost control long ago. Even so, LeBlanc, who was not familiar with the Emerald Territory, still caused some twists and turns and losses to the Emerald Territory. He has paid too much for this day. This time, he will never allow mistakes, especially when the Justice Spirit has already attacked him. Opening the window, a cold wind blew into the house from the window, and Lester sobered up a little. The summit of Mount Targon. This is the last stage. I must make the Solar Spirit and the Lunar Spirit stand on my side completely within 15 years. To do this, I will do whatever it takes. Are you ready? Climb to the top, master the power of the Titans, and become the chosen one. On the hillside of Mount Targon, under the starry sky, snowflakes were flying all over the sky. Lester looked at Leona and Diana with complicated eyes. After living intimately for so many years, he could only push his lover to the unknown cliff with his own hands. No amount of psychological preparation could offset the guilt and pain in his heart. If you fail, you will probably stay on the mountain forever, because that means the Titans have discovered my existence and know my purpose. Dad, I live for this day, don't I? Diana smiled freely. My parents have long been sleeping in the Targon Mountains. As an orphan, I was able to enjoy life safely until I grew up, and I also enjoyed the happiness that a woman and a wife should have. I'm very satisfied with my life. I will not regret it, even if I die in the mountains. Dad, on the contrary, does not need to have any psychological burden. Just treat this matter as a transaction between you and me. Whether it is false or ulterior motives, you have given me meticulous love. For 18 years, I have only walked on the path I'm destined to take. What is there to be afraid of? Thank you, Ziona. Lester hugged Diana, looked at Leona with a serious face, and spoke hesitantly. Leona. As soon as he said the nickname, Leona's mouth was blocked by Leona's lips, and they did not separate until a minute later. Lester, this is my own decision. As Ziona said, you don't have to have any psychological burden. Although you are a despicable guy who has used Ziona to plot against me from the beginning, we have lived together for so many years and know each other well. I know that you are not a bad person. It can only be said that it is destined to come to this point today. Neither you nor I can change it. You appeared in my life and changed my original life trajectory. For the first time, my life has a color rather than the sun god. Now I'm very satisfied. What's more, this mountaineering is to get closer to the sun god. Even if you don't ask me to do so, I'm afraid that one day in the future I will do it myself. At that time, I'm afraid that I will not have the ability you give me, and the ending will definitely not be better than now. After Diana, Lester gave Leona a deep hug again, and Diana on the side also hugged the two closest to her. In addition to physical contact, the three of them have already established a deeper bond. Perhaps this is the last time to hug each other, and everyone can feel the reluctance and nostalgia of others. Please, both of you. Unfortunately, no matter how much reluctance there is, it cannot stop the established fact. Watching the two figures go farther and farther, Lester knelt on the snow, holding his hands together, and prayed to the starry sky. Soraka, if you can hear my voice, even if it fails, please spare their lives. In the universe outside the starry sky, the majestic dragon composed of countless galaxies suddenly stopped, and the dragon binding rope instantly straightened, causing the Warstar Pantheon to stagger and almost be dragged down. Even the restraints of the Starrow's crown and the dragon binding rope could not completely seal the power of the Starforger Dragon King. Unfortunately, the god of war Pantheon did not care about these. She only felt that she had offended. In an instant, Pantheon, who was already in a bad mood, entered a state of rage. The plump golden breastplate on his chest and the dreadlocks on the back of his head were filled with divine power, and the star-colored divine spear stabilized his body. Dragon, why do you always go against me? Glancing at Pantheon with his galaxy-sized eyes, the starry sky dragon named Aurelian Sol made a sound that shook the stars. Small and useless stars, why do you always disrespect great things? We need your power, but you always resist us. After so many years, you still can't recognize your current status. Like an angry master pulling a disobedient dog chain, Pantheon pulled the dragon binding rope in his hand hard. The unobservable supreme law was released through the dragon binding rope and the Starrow's crown. The irresistible force made Aurelian Sol crash directly into a planetary belt, destroying dozens of glittering ancient creations. The planets that should have turned into flames and disappeared like fireworks in a billion years, tens of billions of years, or even longer disappeared and became cosmic dust. Aurelian Sol slowly stopped his body and let his tail bypass the last planet that had luckily escaped the mass extinction. The Star Dragon looked at the Warstar Spirit without saying anything, which aroused the Warstar Spirit's violence. Pantheon pulled the dragon binding rope again, and the Star Dragon's body swung uncontrollably again. The planet that survived last time could no longer be spared this time, and turned into a beam of dazzling light in the starry sky. When will you learn to obey? Remember, you are the destroyer of these planets, dragon. You say that you love your creations deeply, but that is just a lie. You don't care at all. Without us to maintain the stability of this universe, everything would have been destroyed by darkness long ago. Relying on you and your race alone, this universe will not have any good results at all. You are just a bunch of despicable thieves, hateful fraudsters, and cowards who play with mortals. Why should great things obey idiots who should have turned into cosmic dust long ago? Dragon, you deserve to die. Pantheon, who was completely enraged, began to mobilize the celestial power on the dragon binding rope. With the help of the Starrow's crown on the head of the Star Dragon, the dragon binding rope accelerated the extraction of Aurelian Sol's power. Through the complex and intensive astral secrets, Aurelian Sol's power was reversed and applied to the Star Dragon through the transformation of the dragon binding rope, causing pain to the Star Dragon. The starry sky dragon began to roll in pain, and the Warstar Spirit laughed indifferently. Only the Starrow's crown was impacted in the struggle of the starry sky dragon. The gold dust of the crown that constructed the secret method of the Star Realm turned into comets and drifted towards the other side of the deep space, allowing Aurelian Sol's consciousness to recover in an infinitesimal time. The angry star-forging Dragon King seized the opportunity that he had waited for nearly 10,000 years. Compared with the murderous intent in his consciousness, the anger in his heart was too pale and powerless. In just a moment, the starry sky dragon twisted his head and opened the dragon mouth composed of galaxies. The dragon mouth was facing the war star spirit standing in the air. The hair stood up, the soul trembled, and the body was almost directly shattered by the murderous intent. Panson, who felt the fatal threat and vast murderous intent, saw the dragon mouth of countless planets exploding, and his smile froze completely. The war star spirit desperately pulled the dragon binding rope, but the dragon binding rope lost its effect at this moment. At least it did not have any effect when the dragon burst into anger. The entire universe seemed to be silent for a moment, and countless space turbulence and broken galaxies became victims of the Dragon King's anger. The energy explosion that penetrated the universe spewed out from the dragon's mouth, and the war spirit on the attack trajectory disappeared in a billionth of a second. Only Pantheon's last-ditch effort to throw the star-color spear escaped and avoided the destructive breath of the Dragon King. Aurelian Sol didn't close his mouth until the breath disappeared in the far reaches of the universe. Noisy little bugs. The world is finally quiet. Before Aurelian Sol used his divine power to attack the out-of-control dragon binding rope, without any sign, the Justice Spirit Justice appeared in front of Aurelian Sol in a flash. The female-looking star spirit grabbed the dragon binding rope and cut off the chance for the star dragon to struggle. Looking around, Justice couldn't see any traces of the war spirit. Only the star-color spear flying towards the Star Realm temple indicated that there was a female war god with dreadlocks walking her dog around the universe on a leash. It's okay to walk yourself to death, but you're not much better than calling others trash all day long. Pantheon is dead. Pointing his nose at Justice, Aurelian Sol snorted. I hope it's dead. Why, is it you, a little bug, who insults me this time? How did you kill her? After checking the Starrow's crown through the dragon binding rope, Justice was puzzled to find that there was no problem with the Starrow's crown, and it was even less likely that Aurelian Sol would lose control. I just sneezed, and it happened to be chattering in front of my nostrils, so it died. Justice. What? You don't believe it? Come on, loosen the damn rope. Stand still. I'll show you. I believe it. Aurelian Sol. I'll stay here with you from now on. I would rather the little running guy came. At least she can make me feel some fun. Twilight has her own things to do, and even for us, it's difficult to find her. Brothers, please give some support. Anything. Let me see how many people are still reading this book. It's no different from a single player game every day. It's so uncomfortable. Chapter 597 Once in a Lifetime. On the way to Mount Targon, Liana and Diana were climbing up the nearly vertical cliffs, 1 foot deep and 1 foot shallow. From the first step on the high slope, the originally gentle world was instantly full of hostility. The never-ending cliff hurricane, the air blizzard that froze the soul, the cliffs that could fall at any time, and even a small stone on the rock wall became an insurmountable obstacle. In this world, where ice beads fall with every breath, even with Liana and Diana's strengthened bodies, it is difficult to say that they are smooth. Against the airflow, the two women used all their strength from the beginning with the help of tools and safety ropes, and only then did they move forward with difficulty. Even so, when they climbed up more than 100 meters, a dangerous fracture layer appeared on the cliff. On the way to the top of the mountain, there were only 2 tall rock pillars attached to the sides of the mountain for passage, and there was nothing else. Diana used the 2 magic steel ice picks Lester had given her to dig into the rock wall. After fixing her position, she stood firm against the impact of the mountain wind, tightened the rope tied around her waist, and transferred her body weight as much as possible to the ice picks and the footholds on the soles of her shoes. Liana, I'm already fixed. Try to swing over. This side is broken. Let's go the other way. Okay. Liana, who was 10 meters below Diana, responded, inserted an ice pick back into her waist, and was fully prepared. With her left hand holding the safety rope around her waist, she began to swing the other ice pick with her right hand until the moment the rock broke. Liana pushed the rock wall hard, and her body instantly broke away from the cliff, hanging in the air by the taut rope. I'm going to start swinging. Ziona, hold on tight. I'm fine here. Try to go as fast as you can. Don't worry. Without any extra movements, Liana began to swing her body back and forth. allowing the rope to gradually increase the swing amplitude until the ice pick could hook the other side of the rock pillar. Then she swung the ice pick with force and used the ice pick's ice-breaking saw teeth to bite the rock wall tightly. Taking the other ice pick in her hand again, Liana began to climb up the rock pillar adjacent to Diana until she was 5 or 6 meters ahead of Diana, and then she fixed her body. "I'm ready here, you can swing. I'm coming." Diana pulled the ice pick out of the rock wall in the same way as Liana, followed the force of the rope swing to the adjacent rock pillar, and fixed her body with the ice pick. At this point, Liana and Diana successfully moved from the broken rock pillar on the left to the rock pillar on the right. After just a few breaths, the two women continued to climb up. "Liana, the climbing path has changed. According to Dad, when we were climbing, the trial path was definitely not so difficult. No raker could withstand such a steep and almost vertical rock wall. Without the right tools, this is not a path for humans to walk on." Diana gritted her teeth and chiseled the ice pick upwards. She soon caught up with Liana above her. The two women ran side by side and began to use words to drive away the monotonous and harsh sound of wind and snow. Maybe it has something to do with our physical condition. Generally speaking, such a trial is not an impossible task for us. That's right. With the power given to us by Dad, such a trial is not difficult for us. I don't know how long I climbed. The vision above became more and more blurred. In the invisible clouds, dark blue ice walls also appeared on the rock pillars. The ice blue ice walls were scattered all over the rock wall like scars. The visible cold air emanated from the ice walls, which was enough to freeze the flesh and blood of mortals, but it had little effect on Diana and Liana's strengthened bodies. After using the ice pick to dig a little, ice chips flew everywhere. The ice pick only made a shallow cut. After pulling out the ice pick and digging into the ice wall again, the ice pick finally reached the point where it could fix the body. Diana found that this kind of ice wall was harder than she had imagined, and she had to spend more effort to insert the ice pick. The road is getting harder to walk on. Like Diana, Liana also saw the difficulty of the ice wall. But we have no other way to go. Liana, can you still hold on now? I'm fine. How about you? I'm fine too. The higher they climbed, the more the blue ice wall covered. Unlike the rock wall, except for the small holes dug by the ice pick, there was no way to find a place to stand or use leverage on the smooth ice wall. The two women could only move their bodies slowly with the strength of their arms. Fortunately, the whistling cold wind finally stopped, and at least their ears were free again. What is that? The sun had long disappeared, and in the biting cold fog, it was impossible to tell whether it was day or night. However, the sharp-eyed Diana saw an illusory white figure above. Liana looked up and also saw something unusual. Be careful. Yes. The two women deliberately moved closer to each other so that they could keep an eye on each other in case of any accidents. When they climbed to the vicinity of the white figure, they also saw what was in the ice wall. A male Raka warrior who had long been turned into an ice sculpture extended from the ice wall in a flat walking manner. From the waist down, the lower half of the body was inside the ice wall, and the waist up was sticking out of the ice wall. The two arms were a little twisted, as if struggling to leave the ice wall. The head frozen by the ice crystals had only two black holes that looked a little creepy. Looking at the two women dimly, the scene in front of me was like a Raka warrior who was walking and was suddenly frozen by the cold. The warrior put his arms on both sides of his body to break free from the ice wall, but he could only wait in vain for his body to completely stiffen and eventually turn into a cold corpse on the ice wall. Looking up, there were more white figures in the mist above. Is this a former Raka climber? Diana knocked the twisted arm of the ice crystal corpse with an ice pick. The arm that was hit by the external force broke away from the corpse's body like a broken ice rock and fell to the bottom of the mountain. No doubt. Liana said seriously, while observing the ice crystal corpse. The bodies of these dead have become part of the mountain. The strangest thing is that these dead seem to be walking on flat ground instead of being frozen to death while climbing the rock pillar like us. Flat ground. I think the ice wall here looks like a frozen lake. Let's go. We can't stay here for long. As the coldness in their bodies became heavier, the two women continued to climb up. Without the howling of wind and snow, the deadly ice rock was like a cruel execution ground. More and more ice drowners appeared nearby. Each of them had their heads wrapped in a thick layer of ice, revealing only two bottomless holes, which looked very creepy. As if being silently watched by these ice drowners, Liana and Diana gradually sensed the deadly danger and malice. Ziona, are their heads moving? Look at that Reika woman. Her head was leaning towards the direction below the mountain just now, but now it has twisted to our side. You saw it too? I thought I saw it wrong. Anyway, speed up a bit. That's right, I don't want to be here with these ghosts. The strange scenery made the two women a little scared. They were not afraid of monsters or enemies, but this kind of thing, that was neither human nor ghost, could induce fear in the two women. Click as a piece of ice crystal fell from the body of a drowned ice drowner. It was as if the start button was pressed, and a sudden change occurred. Dozens of drowned people twisted and struggled to move their bodies in the ice wall. They looked at the two women with empty eyes, and moved towards them in a similar posture to Sadako, as if they were going to drag them into the ice wall. Sure enough, these ghosts can move. Diana, holding the ice pick tightly, had a fierce look in her eyes. There are also some above, we can't escape. Liana, who was close to Diana, raised her head and looked coldly at the dead who were swimming below. Then don't run away. I'll take care of the right side, and you take care of the left side. Kill them all. See who kills more. That's what I meant. An hour later, there was no more drowned people around the two women. Only the lower bodies of the densely packed people were still rooted in the ice wall, which was a blessing for people with trypophobia. How many do you have? Liana looked at Diana. 256. Then I have a little more than you. 257. TSK. The two women did not encounter any more ice drowners along the way, and successfully climbed out of the ice wall and the cloud layer, and climbed onto the flat ground from the edge of the cliff. Looking up at the sky, it was actually a starry night, and each star was much larger than before. Lying on the edge of the cold cliff with her limbs spread out, Diana felt for the first time that the cold stone was so beautiful. It's still better to have my feet on the ground. I don't want to have this experience again. Liana said in a deep voice, while constantly moving forward, to gain more room for movement. I think it's a little early for you to lie down now. What? Diana, who sat up, saw the giant frost wolf grinning at her. The ordinary frost wolves that appeared in the Targan Mountains were big enough, and the one in front of her was even more outrageous. When it stood up, it was actually taller than her. It's really strange that there are still such tall creatures in this place. Now we should consider that the problem is not this, right? Hoo hoo hoo. The frost wolf took the lead in attacking, slapping Liana with its sharp claws, leaving deep claw marks on the hard rock ground. This beast is a bit fast, be careful. Liana dodged the claw attack with a skilled forward roll, and her expression was a little solemn. You and I will attack from the front and back. Get rid of it quickly, otherwise there will be more frost wolves. No problem. After responding, Diana rushed up with an ice pick and hit the wolf's tail hard. The giant wolf tail like a broom broke directly and tilted to one side. The frost wolf cried out in pain, turned around fiercely, and prepared to bite Diana. I'm here. Where are you going? Liana, who seized the opportunity, hit the broken tail again without martial ethics. The not so sharp ice pick directly broke the wolf's tail, and blood splashed all over Liana. Let's go. Kill him. The giant frost wolf, in great pain, was attacked from the front and back by the sun girl and the moon girl before it could launch an effective attack. Diana, who was ruthless, did not spare the wolf's face or butt. After whimpering a few times, the giant frost wolf kicked its legs and died. It should be gone now, right? Liana, who was bleeding, shook the blood beads on her hair and calmed her breathing. It looks like it should be gone. Liana, can you continue to move forward? Diana wiped the ice pick on the wolf's fur and asked with a smile. There may be more danger next. Do you want to rest here? Shaking her head, Liana put the ice pick back into the holster on her waist. No need, we have come this far, we might as well finish the rest of the way. Then let's go. After a short rest, Diana and Liana continued to move forward. Compared with the cliffs at the beginning, the road now was much smoother. Not far away was a gentle slope going up. At this height, there was no snow, only a bleak and chilly breeze. Walking up the gentle slope, there were no more obstacles in sight. The thin air seemed to squeeze out all the oxygen in the lungs. Every breath was a challenge to the body's limit. Even Liana and Diana, who were already extraordinary, could not stay calm in this environment for a long time. We are probably the most difficult one on the road of trial. That can't be considered a road at all. The two women looked at each other in silence for a while, and slowly walked towards the final journey to the peak. As the distance approached, the brilliance of the starry sky rippled with a pale golden arc. Did you hear it? Nodding to Liana, Diana looked at the golden divine light descending from the depths of the starry sky. Through the light veil of the divine light, Diana saw a golden holy city that did not belong to the human world. Every part of this holy city reflects the limit of beauty that humans can understand. Countless rare animals live in the most beautiful Garden of Eden, and God's people crawl on the ground and sing praises. In the middle is a temple. Gems decorate the golden pillars of the palace, and agate and spinel form a colorful riverbed surrounding the temple. With their consciousness drawn to the depths, Diana and Liana heard the holy hymns from the astral world at the same time. It seems like a call. You are right. There is something calling us there, waiting for us to arrive. Are you ready? Nodding, Diana took a step. No matter what the result is, we have done what we should have done, and the rest is up to fate. Holding hands, Diana and Liana smiled at each other, and walked shoulder to shoulder for the last dozen steps. Buzz, the illusory golden beams turned into substance, shining on Diana and Liana respectively, changing the essence of the two women as human beings, and everything was developing towards the unknown. Under the Targon Peak, Lester looked at the two beams of light rising into the sky and slowly lowered his head. Did it work? Chapter 598. Thank you for the blessing from Soraka. Time goes back to 10 minutes ago. In a starlight blessing from outer space, the Sun Star Spirit and the Moon Star Spirit, who were deeply sleeping in the Star Elm Temple, gradually regained consciousness and finally felt the breath of the Runeland host that perfectly matched them. The two Star Spirits woke up. Since choosing Phyllis and Stacy as incarnations 100 years ago, the pure divinity of the Sun Star Spirit and the Moon Star Spirit has been seriously polluted because of a man with no bottom line. This pollution is not a one-time thing, but more like a chronic virus that cannot be cured. Only when you are on the verge of death can you understand the seriousness of the matter. By the time the fiery Sun and bright Moon Star Spirits realized this, their divinity had already been irreversibly eroded. The fiery Sun and bright Moon divinities were tainted by human lust at the same time. Simply put, many strange attributes were added to the two most primitive astral concepts of Sun and Moon, such as although I'm the symbol of the Sun, I'm a woman more beautiful than the bright Moon, or although I'm the incarnation of the Moon, I must be a woman more beautiful than the fiery Sun, or although I'm a star spirit, who says that gods can't use human bodies to do this, or that with their beloved men. Or this or that. I'm so lonely. These simple descriptions only explain the most basic changes of the two giant gods. As for the deeper changes, they cannot be described in words at all, and I'm afraid they will not be able to withstand the judgment of the holy light. In short, when the fiery Sun and bright Moon returned to the astral world from Phyllis and Stacy's bodies, they had many strange ideas that they shouldn't have. These ideas even made the two astral gods have the urge to find a female incarnation, to return to the human world, enjoy the life of a mortal with the identity and self-awareness of her, and renew their relationship with the despicable poisoner. For the proud astral gods, abandoning their pure divinity is the most intolerable thing. But even the most knowledgeable and curious star spirit, Trichtles, could not find a way to eradicate the despicable pollution without harming divinity. In Trichtle's own words, that is, there is a 60% risk of success, a 30% risk of aggravating the pollution, and the last 10% risk I don't know what will happen. Maybe you will really become a woman, haha. What's more, no matter how close the relationship is, the fiery Sun and bright Moon will not allow Trichtles to experiment on themselves. They know what Trichtles is. They turned to Soraka, the most enthusiastic and kind-hearted son of the stars. Soraka, who was good at healing wounds and cleansing souls, also said that she could not help. In this case, the two most reliable and efficient ways were cut off by the fiery Sun and the bright Moon. In the end, the two giants could only find a solution that was not a solution, that is, to use a long sleep, to let their divinity return to their bodies for slow purification. Although the process was a little slow, it was safer. As the eternal star spirits, unlike the short-lived species with a lifespan of only 100 years, time is the least valuable thing in the universe. To this day, although the fiery sun and the bright moon have recovered a little, it is still difficult for them to wake up in the fluctuations of the starlight. Fortunately, the kind sun of the stars sent blessings in time, allowing the two awakened star spirits to understand what kind of existence came to the Targon Peak. If Philosynstacy had a host compatibility of 80% in the past, then the trialists selected by the light of stars this time can reach at least 95%. Rather than saying that this has never happened in the star realm, it is better to say that the Proteus who designed the trial road never thought that someone in Runeland would be able to pass such a trial and achieve near perfect compatibility. Simply put, the Titan Peak was transformed into a trial ground with randomly changing difficulty by the Proteus clan thousands of years ago. As a place specially used by the Proteus clan to select the chosen ones, the trial road of the Titan Peak can almost perfectly test many hosts with highly compatible divinity for the Proteus. Generally speaking, when the trial difficulty reaches 30%, it is difficult for a living person to pass the trial road. A difficulty of 45% is enough to be called an elite human in Runeland, and the feedback given by the Light of Stars this time is 90% difficulty. A person may need to climb more than a dozen steep slopes to pass the trial road in the first hour, but only need to walk a gentle slope to pass in the second hour. Unless the star spirit intervenes personally, even the star spirit himself will not know how difficult the next trial road will be. Correspondingly, the more difficult the trial road is, the more it can test the quality and ability of the trialer. However, the trialer who successfully reaches the top in the simple difficulty, unless he is the target of the star spirit himself, the starlight will not react at all. Through the incarnation that is highly adapted to one's own divinity, it can purify and temper the divinity faster. This is the main reason why Liang and Jiaoyu chose to wake up. As long as they control these two perfect incarnations that are delivered to their door through decades of tempering, their divinity can not only eradicate pollution, but also go further. The two consciousness bodies condensed by the power of the star spirit did not speak and floated towards the starlight at the same time, feeling the feedback brought by the starlight. Thanks to the help of the son of the stars, both the consciousness and the body have reached a perfect fit. With such a handsome face and figure like the goddess of the sun, he has passed the trial road that no one can pass with the strength of a mortal. There is no doubt that he is the body of the chosen son. If it weren't for Soraka, I'm afraid I would have wasted this nearly perfect body. The sun star spirit fell in love with this trialist in an instant and said excitedly, Jiao, I have said long ago that Runeland is completely different from other worlds. This is where miracles happen. Our waiting is worth it. Even in the upper world, such a host is simply hard to come by. The sun star spirit, which looked like a ball of pale flame, shook violently. It was obvious that the sun star spirit was very uneasy at the moment. Compared with the pale flame, the cold and burning light grey light ball could not suppress the fluctuations in his heart, and he was no longer as calm and elegant as before. The beautiful girl I saw also has a perfect moonlight body. You are right. Runeland is indeed a land of miracles. Perhaps we should let more companions return here to explore this world together. The sun spirit sneered at the moon spirit's words, slightly restraining his excitement. Don't even think about it. Those cold and stubborn guys will never return to this boring place. In their eyes, Runeland is just an ordinary intermediate world. Moon spirit, I can't wait to enjoy this unique gift. As long as I can control this sun body that has been delivered to my door, I'm confident that I can eliminate the mark that man left on me within a dozen years. Watching the sun spirit fall from the starlight to the earth, the moon spirit no longer hesitated and followed closely behind, falling from the star realm along the starlight and arriving at the highest peak of Runeland. At the top of Mount Targon, the starlight shone on the bodies of Leona and Diana. Following the light of the stars, most of the divinity of the sun and moon spirits entered Leona and Diana's bodies smoothly. In order to increase compatibility, the two spirits did not forcefully suppress the souls of the two women to compete for control of the bodies. They just hid secretly, waiting for their divinity to gradually merge with the two beautiful girls. They would not completely seize control of the bodies until the two girls could perfectly adapt to their divine power. The unprecedented sense of comfort made the two spirits intoxicated. For the two spirits, the bodies that were delivered to their doorsteps were better than they had imagined. However, the familiarity that followed made the sun and moon spirits a little uneasy. This feeling seemed to take them back to the time when Phyllis and Stacy were still there, and they were also happy women accompanying a mortal. Through further exploration, they finally realized that the bodies of the women they possessed contained a lot of depravity. The face of a man suddenly appeared and finally realized that something was wrong. The sun and moon spirits began to struggle violently. Without caring about hiding, the fiery sun spirit took the initiative to suppress Leona's soul and gained control of the body. Touching down and pulling her legs together, Leona's face looked very ugly. How can they be girls? How long have these two shameless guys been women? This is a trap for us. That man is here. He's back to deal with us. Diana also opened her eyes and spoke in panic. Suppress their souls. No, just wipe them out. Only by destroying this body can we return to the star world. We must not stay in such a body for too long. Let's do it. The fiery sun star spirit and the bright moon star spirit closed their eyes again, trying to use all their divine power to wash the souls of Leona and Diana. What frightened them was that their divine power could not produce any effect at all. This body was like an indestructible magic prison. It could be done by slightly suppressing the host's soul, but it was impossible to directly wipe out the host's soul through divine power while the body was protecting itself. Doing so by force would only trigger a series of unpredictable and terrible backlashes. The bodies of the two women would explode directly along with their souls, and they would also lose the divinity accumulated for tens of thousands of years. This was a price they could never afford. As the spirits of the constellations, losing so much divinity was tantamount to suicide. Therefore, they had no way to forcibly erase the host's soul and could only coexist in humiliation. No, Diana, this won't work for us. You, go back. Shut up. Shut up. Even if you are the Sun Titan, it won't work. I'm Leona. I'm not your martyr. I will never be your martyr. Even if you are my faith, I will never surrender. As she spoke, Leona began to cry out in pain and fell to the ground. After struggling for a while, Leona, who was sweating profusely, got up again. The divine light in her eyes had faded, and the blonde girl regained her resolute face. Ziona, are you okay? Diana also got up from the ground with difficulty. She gritted her teeth and patted her head that was about to explode, sneering. I'm fine, but he who wanted to kill me is not fine. Dad's plan really succeeded, and he is trapped in our bodies. Leona, this is the first time that someone has lived in my head and chattered non-stop. I didn't expect that the high and mighty bright moon titan would be like this. To be honest, it's quite novel that you people of Laka believe in this thing. Such a powerful god is just a pawn in Dad's hand. Dad is still the most powerful. Shaking her head speechlessly, Leona was unwilling to admit that Diana's words could be called blasphemy. It was just that after personally experiencing the vicious struggle of the fiery Sun Titan, she felt that her personality collapsed, so she also had a silent recognition. Believing in such a despicable god who kills his own believers at will in order to survive is really not as good as believing in the sun above your head, as Lester said. The blonde girl, whose ideas began to loosen, grabbed Diana's hand and covered her head. Ziona, now is not the time to talk about this. I can feel that they are still struggling and trying to seize our bodies again. We must hurry down the mountain and find Lester. He has a way to deal with, these guys. The moon titan in her mind began to attack her again. Diana gritted her teeth and didn't say anything. She just nodded and supported Leona, who was also trembling. The two supported each other and staggered down the mountain. Unlike the difficulties and obstacles when going up the mountain, the way down the mountain was flat. Without much effort, the two women walked down the top of the Titan Peak under the stars and the moon. This made the Sun Titan and the Moon Titan secretly regret not completely cutting off the way back for the Raka people after climbing the mountain. As long as Leona and Diana's bodies died here, the souls of the two women protected by their bodies would naturally go to the underworld, leaving the way back to the astral world for the Sun Star Spirit and the Moon Star Spirit. Unfortunately, this seems to be impossible. Knowing what terrible experience they were about to face, the fiery sun and bright moon star spirits never stopped struggling. They said all the good and bad things, but Liana and Diana had no intention of obeying. Even if they threatened the two women with the end of their lives, the two women would only smile indifferently and die calmly, which made the fiery sun and bright moon star spirits completely lose their temper. They really couldn't do anything to the two women when they refused to change their minds. In order to vent their anger and revenge, they used their eternal lives to exchange the lives of two short-lived mortals. This was not a problem that needed to be considered at all. Only a fool without a brain would do this. In this way, Liana and Diana walked down the mountain smoothly from the top and met Lester, who was waiting at the starting point of the trial road. Seeing the two embarrassed and strong women slowly walking down the mountain, Lester rushed forward without hesitation and hugged the two women tightly. Whether it was Liana and Diana, or the fiery sun and bright moon star spirits in the bodies of the two women, they all seemed a little quiet in the man's arms. Come on, let's go home. Chapter 599. The ice spring will also flow. In addition to the main universe of Runeland, the Titans also control many time channels to other universes through jump magic. Most of the Protoss who go to other starfields and universes are to satisfy their own characteristics, or obtain suitable incarnations, to explore the mysteries of the multi-dimensional universe, but this does not include the Twilight Protoss Zoe. For Zoe, how to use the power of the Protoss to satisfy her unrestrained joy is the most important thing. In addition, the work of the Star Messenger that she needs to complete is a secondary factor in life. In addition, many Protoss have moved to other cosmic latitudes, resulting in infrequent contact between Protoss in the past 1,000 years. In this case, no Protoss cares about the missing Zoe, but now the Justice Protoss Justice has to take the initiative to find Zoe. After all, he doesn't want to be with a dragon in the starry sky all the time, watching the host of the God of Justice he chose and her sisters fall together. So no matter who it is, there must be someone to control the dragon binding rope and the Starrow's crown on his behalf, so as to prevent the dragons who have gained some freedom from accidentally blowing up the planet where their bodies are located. But things are easy to think about, but difficult to do. The current Star Temple in Runeland can be said to be deserted. The War Star Spirit Pantheon was severely injured and was slowly recovering in the Star Temple. The bright moon and the scorching sun fell to the mortal world and began their pure divine work. The Guardian Star Spirit Curious Star Spirit happened to go to other starfields to investigate the so-called alien space storm. According to Trittles himself, there seems to be an alien subspace in another universe that is more desperate than Runeland. Many consciousnesses shaped by the human thoughts of the native universe were born in the subspace, and one of them seems to have the same godhood as him. In this case, Justice couldn't lead the dangerous Aurelian Sol to find star spirit companions in other universes. Go if you want, the little thief who stole my power. I promise you that I won't run around before another little thief comes. As if seeing the anxiety of the Justice Star Spirit, Aurelian Sol began to persuade Justice to let go of himself. If the oath could not be violated, then there would be fewer disputes in this world. Unfortunately, both you and we know that this is impossible. Hearing what Justice said, Aurelian Sol almost laughed. So you prefer to be a traitor and a despicable thief under the guise of a high-sounding reason? Justice, acting in the image of Misura, looked at Aurelian Sol without comment and said calmly, no matter what you say, we are borrowing your power to maintain the peace of this universe. Whether you are willing or not, this is an irrefutable fact. The shameless remarks made Aurelian Sol so angry that he wanted to destroy the starry sky in an instant. The starry sky dragon, who laughed in anger, said coldly, if you want to use my power, you can tell me directly. It's not that I won't agree, but you deceived my feelings for Runeland with despicable and dirty lies. What's more hateful is that those mortals I love have become your accomplices, imprisoning a great being who truly cares about them for 10,000 years. Hateful. Really hateful. You thieves are hateful. Those ignorant and stupid mortals are even more hateful. Holding the dragon binding rope tightly, Justice did not continue to speak until Aurelian Sol calmed down his sudden anger. I will let Twilight accompany you. Aurelian Sol's tone was a little more mocking. Didn't you say that you couldn't find the whereabouts of that little guy either? Now you can. I said that we couldn't confirm Twilight's whereabouts either, but I didn't say that I couldn't actively call Twilight. Taking out the astral stone that could cross the boundary to contact the Papaya Star Spirit from his body, Justice began to transfer divine power into the astral stone. With Zoe accompanying you, you should be happier than you are now. Don't think you can please me like this. Sooner or later, I will make you pay for what you did. I'm waiting for that day to come. Now, please be patient. HMPH. For well-known reasons, I will not elaborate on the specific adjustment and proofreading process of Liang and Jiao here. Perhaps I will write a related Galio extra in the future. You can just imagine it yourself and think of it as Lester's first step to the stomach. In the material realm, 8 years have passed quickly. The children in Berry Village have become teenagers. The teenagers have grown into young adults. The young adults have entered middle age. The middle-aged have entered old age. And their fathers have passed away. For the lack of villagers in Berry Village, the only things that have not changed in the village are the gurgling ice spring beside the grass and the never-aging male owner of the medicine field, Dr. Lester. Perhaps 8 years ago, the villagers of Berry Village would have doubted Lester's existence, but now they just think it is normal, because the goddaughter Diana and his wife Leona, raised by the male owner of the medicine garden, are both chosen by the giant god through the trial of the giant god. One may be a coincidence, but the two closest women are both chosen by the giant god, and they have also become priests of the sun cult and the moon cult at the same time. Even the Laka people who are born with intellectual disabilities know that this cannot be a matter of luck. As the closest person to the two chosen ones, Lester is naturally not an ordinary person. It is normal to have special powers. Otherwise, how could he control two such powerful women at the same time? Under such circumstances, Lester, who was full of mystery, became a living legend of the Raka people. Even the priests of the Titan cult and the elders of Lahorak who came to the Ice Spring had to kneel down and kowtow before they could leave with a clear conscience. Otherwise they would be accused of disrespect, which was quite embarrassing. Mystery created a sense of distance, which Lester could feel in his daily life. The area near his medicine garden had been guarded by Lahorak and the warriors of the Titan cult. From the security system alone, his home was even more strict than the temple on the Titan Peak and the temple of Lahorak. However, for him, how he lived on the Titan Peak was not the point, but how to control the Sun Star Spirit and the Moon Star Spirit, and use them for his own benefit. It was almost impossible to make the Star Spirit surrender, but he was not an ordinary person, so he naturally had the means to deal with the arrogant Titan. Rihanna, next, leave her to me. The man kissed the blonde woman's forehead lightly, his voice soft. Leona, blushing, glanced at Diana, who was already sleeping soundly, and obediently lay on the bed, slowly closing her eyes. In less than a second, Leona opened her eyes again, with golden light flashing in her eyes, and controlled her body to crawl behind her with a face full of fear. Lester, don't come over. 3 hours later, Leona lay peacefully and contentedly beside Diana. Lester put on his clothes, came to the ice spring alone, and washed his face with clear spring water. Yes. A crisp dragon cry came from the sky. Lester was stunned, looked up at the sky, stood up, and walked towards the remote and deserted hillside. After a while, a tall woman in tight leather armor came down from the mountain. It was Zaya who came to deliver the letter. The two hugged each other for a long time, before letting go of each other. Zaya took out the mailbox given by LeBlanc and handed it to Lester. Why are you so anxious this time? After the warmth, the dragon girl Zaya's expression became serious. There are 4 things I must report to you and ask for your decision. The first thing is that the Pale Witch found your lost little demon Evelyn in the Immortal Fortress. Evelyn has reached a cooperation agreement with the Pale Witch. LeBlanc allows Evelyn to hunt in the underground city of the Immortal Fortress. In return, Evelyn needs to help LeBlanc get rid of certain unsettling factors and share intelligence about demons. The second thing is that Naxos lost on the Western Front. Except for the Legion led by Cyan, the rest of the Naxos regiments were defeated on the battlefield west of the Notmoch Plains. Now the Kingdom Army of Demacia is besieging the old capital of Lianeland. The Illuminati, a secret mage unit of Demacia, has finally appeared. Under the unexpected attack, the old capital of Lianeland is in danger. Burnham wants the support of the Emerald Territory, and the Pale Witch decides to let you make a choice. The third thing is that the Sentinels of Light have found traces of the Black Mist in the territory of the Principality of Valoran. The Shadow Isles headquarters is sending sentinels to investigate. The fourth thing is that Osgood has sent a weak magical response, and the situation of Sinner and Miss Ha may have changed. Lester, the more specific situation is detailed in the letter. This matter is indeed very important. The Emerald Territory needs your decision. His face changed slightly. Lester nodded, opened the mailbox, and took out the Dragonskin magic scroll that recorded a lot of information. Although he had no mana to use, he could see through the contents recorded in the magic scroll through the gifted arcane eye of the blue rune. According to LeBlanc's description in the letter, Evelyn's current state is relatively stable. After he lost his memory, Evelyn followed him for a while and wanted to find an opportunity to rejoin him. Unfortunately, Evelyn was entangled by Fiddlesticks in the process. The two confronted each other in the ice abyss for a long time until one day Fiddlesticks left without a sign, and Evelyn regained her freedom. Because she consumed too much demonic power in the confrontation, Evelyn had to continue to stay under the ice abyss to devour the souls of the suicides in order to restore her lost power. After recovering, Evelyn broke through a bottleneck and fell into a state of sleep. She did not wake up until the last few years. After sensing his breath, she went all the way to the Immortal Bastion. She was discovered by LeBlanc by hunting the demons cultivated by LeBlanc. The two talked openly with him as a balance point and talked it out. Lester was also very happy to get the news of Evelyn again, but compared with other things, the first thing was not so serious. Narxus started a war with Demacia more than 10 years ago. I don't know if it's because the Emerald Territory absorbed too many Narxan people. Narxus is much worse than shown in the original story background. Most of the Imperial warbands controlled by the old nobles and warlords do not have the combat effectiveness worthy of the name of Narxus, but have become blood-sucking termites that drag down the Empire. The fierce, warlike, and unyielding Raxi has become much more depressed. Hundreds of years of continuous continental wars have caused the bravest Narxan warriors and warrior families to die in batches on the cruel battlefield. The last batch of Narxan warriors who dared to explore also followed Burnham Darkwill and stayed on Dragon Island forever, becoming a withered skeleton despised by the dragons in the war between the Underworld Legion and the Dragon Clan. Nowadays, most of the noble families in the Immortal Bastion are cowards who can only inherit family property and noble titles. They are good at playing with women and conspiring, but they can't expect these imperial termites who don't eat meat to go to the battlefield and fight with the continental power Demacia with real swords and guns. In addition to the old nobles holding back the empire, the rising warlords have also become a major hidden danger for Narxus. The large amount of land occupied by the destruction of the Kingdom of Gran and the Principality of Vorkus made Narxus like an Alvo Rish who suddenly received demolition compensation. They had no idea how to spend the money. The nearly 3 times the inherent territory area could not be well absorbed when the population was declining, and they could only use the method of fiefdom to digest these difficult spoils. According to the ancestral precept of Narxus that military merits are used to make a name for oneself, there is nothing wrong with rewarding people based on military merits. Having said that, without perfect rules of restraint, it is difficult to avoid the result of strong local areas and weak central government. The result of the wanton fiefdom is that some of the Narxan warlords in the south are now in collusion, secretly flirting with the Principality of Valoran, secretly marrying, but not working hard for the Empire headquarters, and taking an attitude of lip service in foreign wars. Logically speaking, the Imperial Fortress would not allow such a situation to happen. The problem is that the war situation in the Empire is tight now. In addition, the health of the Imperial Commander Burnham is declining. The failure of Dragon Island has caused a sharp drop in reputation. The Supreme Command is not in a good position to liquidate the warlord forces, so as not to cause dissatisfaction among the warlords and lead to a civil war in the Empire. Fighting outsiders is submissive, and fighting a civil war, these guys who have been living in luxury since childhood and enjoying the blessings of their ancestors can really hit hard. At that time, Narxus will fall apart in an instant, splitting from north to south into 3 or 4 independent countries. let alone how Burnham, the apparent master of the empire, views such a result. Even LeBlanc, who is hidden in the underground city of the Immortal Fortress, does not want to see such a situation. Although she does not care about Naxos, she does not want her tools to be completely broken. Especially when an alliance has been reached with the Emerald Territory, it is the best outcome to let the Emerald Territory completely control Naxos. If a civil war really breaks out, even if the Emerald Territory sends troops to conquer all the resistance forces, the strength of Naxos will be greatly reduced. As for Lester himself, he was unwilling to see Naxos start a civil war. After all, he had long regarded Naxos as his own, and any loss would be equivalent to a consequence on himself. Chapter 600, Besiege ready to save Zao. Other things are fine, but I have to go and see Misao and Hina in person. It seems that I don't have much time left, so I have to complete the plan as soon as possible. After putting away the magic scroll, Lester hesitated for a moment and held Zaya's hand. How many days will you stay? Shaking her head, Zaya said softly with a gentle expression. Although I also want to be with you, the Emerald Territory needs me more now. I have to send your decision back as soon as possible. Okay, I'll write the letter now. Zaya waited for a while. In less than 5 minutes, Lester appeared again and handed Zaya the mailbox. Tell LeBlanc that I will be back within 3 years. Next time I come, you have to treat me well. They kissed and said goodbye. Lester watched Zaya return to her dragon form and leave, and his anxious heart calmed down instead. Naxos must be in my hands. In the west of the Nokmachi Plain, north of the Silver Mountains, an endless army of 10,000 people is stationed next to the Silver River. Black smoke rises from the tents. Soldiers of the 5th Legion of the Naxos Empire, belonging to the warlord Scene, who controls the Norska Castle, are cooking. In the central army tent, a double-headed black iron axe weighing 100 kilograms, called the Black Cutter, is hung on the iron weapon rack. A hideous dark red horn helmet is placed on the wooden table. The magic steel helmet, like a demon descending from the world, has 2 black eyes, as if it wants to devour countless souls. Wearing an enchanted magic steel armor made by the Anvil of Karas, Scene, who is as tall as a mountain, sits on a large stone pier, frowning and observing the magic sand table. A dozen centurions stand in 2 rows, exchanging glances with each other in silence. Next to Scene sits the Deputy Legion Commander Jija, who also looks very solemn at the moment. On the sand table symbolizing the western part of the Nokmachi Plain, the small flags of the Demacia Legion were densely planted, trapping the Naxos 2nd and 3rd Legions and the ancient city of Leanland. Under the control of the accompanying mage, the markers on the sand table came to life, and the flags of the Empire's 2nd and 3rd Legions were surrounded by the Demacians, like 2 plucked turkeys drowning in the blue sea. Seeing that Sign was silent with a gloomy face, Jija, who knew Sign's character well, took the initiative to speak. It seems that the Demacians are serious this time. With the fearless Vanguard as the vanguard in the center and the Dragon Bird Knights on the 2 wings, the 30,000 Kingdom army has been unstoppable all the way. They tore the formation of the 2nd and 3rd Legions into pieces by interspersing and dividing them. The 2 legions combined have nearly 50,000 people, but in the end, less than 3,000 escaped. We are still a little late. We are not late. It took us 2 months of forced march to get here. We are fast enough. If I remember correctly, it took the Legion of Laces 3.5 months to get from the Immortal Bastion to the Nokmachi Plains. Scene sneered. Even if there were 50,000 pigs, it would take the Demacians several months to capture them all. This bunch of rubbish didn't know how to hold on and wait for help. They dared to take the initiative to attack the city at night under disadvantage, which fell into the Demacians' trap. The Empire is now full of rubbish in command. Malz has made the Ress family lose face. If Vakal knew that his descendant was so useless, he would have killed this useless descendant with a knife. Having said that, after the great defeat, I'm afraid the Ress Legion and the Serapum Legion won't be able to hold on for too long. Finally restraining some of his anger, Scene looked at his childhood friend and best friend with a slightly relaxed expression. In the huge Scene Legion, there was only such a friend and subordinate who sweeted his heart the most. Since the day he went to Conqueror Square to join the army, the fate of Scene and Yeager has been completely changed. With the help of Burnham, the commander-in-chief of the Empire, Sin recruited Jija, who had to go home and wait for orders, into his army after he was released from prison. Since then, the two began their 27-year military journey. From a beggar army of less than 15 people to an imperial army of 13,000 people. From a guerrilla fighting a deadly battle with the barbarians on the Damo plains, to a battle formation iron army that fought head-on with the elite Demacia Kingdom army on a battlefield thousands of miles away. Only Sion knew what Jija and himself had paid for this day. Although Jija did not have his military power, he had enough wisdom. He could not get to where he is today without Jija's support and help. In a moment of distraction, Sion suddenly realized that both himself and Jija had unknowingly changed from a young boy to a bearded man covered in wounds. He protected Jija, and Jija was also protecting him in his own way. Thinking of this, Sion's eyes became much calmer. Jija, tell me what you think. Not knowing that Sion had thought about a lot of things in the past in an instant, Jija said in a deep voice. If I were to command the Demacia Kingdom army, I would choose to set up a confusing formation, but only retain 10,000 Kingdom army, and cooperate with a small number of Dragon Bad Knights, to continue to besiege the Narxan defenders in Rhineland. Because they have just suffered a great defeat, the morale of the Narxan army is unstable, and they will definitely not act rashly. 10,000 troops creating the posture of 30,000 troops is enough to make the Narxan army nervous and give up the idea of breaking out. Then it is to mobilize the remaining fearless vanguards in the Kingdom army to block the Narxan reinforcement. It may be an ambush or a small-scale dragon bird harassment. After determining the number of enemies, the best result is to wait for the enemy to tire themselves out, use more troops to defeat the Fuhrer, and completely annihilate the Narxan legions that come to support. The worst result is to drag the reinforcement until Rhineland is breached, and eat the meat that is in our mouths. Yes, so from our perspective, how can we break the deadlock? Smiling coldly at Sion, Jija pointed to the Demacia salient battle flag on the sand table. Our initial military goal was to rescue the besieged 2nd and 3rd legions. If we only think about going for the rescue, no matter how we fight this battle, we will only be in a passive state, because the Demacians know what we will do, and can set up countless obstacles on our way. What do you mean? That's right, instead of being led by the Demacians, we might as well find another way, and adopt the method of besieging Weni to save Zao. There is no relevant idiom in Runeterra. It is written here to help everyone understand the meaning. Please do not delve into it. What is the method of besieging Weni to save Zao? Jija said coldly, pointing his index finger on the north side of the Green Fang Peak Eternal Peak line. The enemy has already withdrawn most of its forces to annihilate the 2nd and 3rd legions of the Empire. Now is the time when the city defenses are empty. Instead of continuing to advance westward, it is better to turn north and storm the Old Gate. By then, we can break through the immortal line that the Demacians are most proud of, stomp hard on the faces of the Demacians, and use their city defenses to kill and injure their soldiers. Compared to annihilating the two Narxan Imperial legions, I believe that those proud Demacians are more afraid of becoming the first soldiers in Demacia's history to lose the immortal line. Even if their commander is unwilling to give up the siege of the Imperial Legion, their emperor will not allow Demacia's territory to be invaded. As long as we take down the Old Gate, the Demacians will have no choice but to give up the siege of Leanland and focus on taking back the Old Gate. At that time, we will evacuate the Old Gate, and the siege of Leanland will be lifted. Good plan. Let's do it. But, General Sin, we have received the order to rescue the Rezus Legion and the Serapum Legion. Isn't it a bad idea to do this? Sin looked coldly at the Centurion, who had raised the issue under his command. These bastards who were loyal to the Imperial nobles had received a good military education, but they were rigid and dogmatic in battle, and did not know how to adapt. Soldiers, obey orders, I will lead you to victory. Yes. The order was issued, and the military order was as heavy as a mountain. After a day of rest, the Narxan 5th Legion turned north and disappeared on the plain. 15 days later, 3 kilometers outside the king city of Lieinlan, the well-equipped and high-spirited Demacia Kingdom army surrounded the entire city in 3 layers. More than a dozen catapults and mechanical crossbows made terrible roars at intervals. firing deadly ammunition at the already dilapidated towering walls, suppressing the demoralized Naxan soldiers so that they could not raise their heads at all. In the largest white tent, Chris Crowngood, the Grand Marshal in charge of commanding the Demacia Kingdom army, received the news he least wanted to receive. You mean, a Dragonbird Knight has detected the Thane Legion. The enemy did not come here, but marched north instead? Reporting to the Grand Marshal, that's exactly what happened. Chris naturally did not doubt that the elite scouts belonging to the Dragonbird Knights would deceive him, but at this moment he would rather the scouts in front of him deceived him. Chris's face was a little serious. How many people from Naxos came this time? The enemy's mages killed 3 of our scout riders. The exact number is not sure, but it is at least about 15,000. After pacing and thinking for a while, Chris waved away the scout. Continue to scout this Naxan Legion, and report immediately if there is any new intelligence. Yes. After the scout left, Chris's military staff slowly spoke. Marshal Chris, it seems that this Thane Legion is different from other Naxan legions. After taking a sip of hot green tea, Chris, who was a little tired, pinched his eyebrows. It's different. The Imperial Supreme Command ordered them to rescue, but they directly abandoned their goal and went to the old gatekeeper. They are really cruel. I'm not afraid of the brave and warlike Naxans, because no matter how brave and warlike the soldiers are, there will be stupid generals who push them into the fire pit. I'm afraid of chess players who don't play by the rules. They sneer at the rules on the chessboard and are only focused on achieving their own goals, and they will do anything to achieve this. The most troublesome thing is that they can break the rules, but I can't. Taking in Chris's sharp eyes, the staff lowered his eyes and asked softly, "So what should we do next?" Chris put down the teacup and said calmly, "Before His Majesty gives me an order, smash the tortoise shell completely. But His Majesty will be furious if he knows that the old gatekeeper failed. As long as we can annihilate these 2 Naxan legions, Demacia will be safe for 100 years. Even if His Majesty dismisses me, I still need to be responsible for the future of the kingdom." After hundreds of years of reinforcement, the royal city of Rhineland has become a veritable war fortress by integrating special building materials developed by the Emerald Territory. A total of 3 sections of walls were built in the outer city, each section higher than the previous one, and the highest inner wall of the outer city was 23 meters high. Many arrow towers and pavilions were built at the corners of the wall. Each corner was in a corner-to-corner situation, allowing archers to shoot deadly arrows from behind the battlements. There were also complex military corridors near each gate tower and inside the wall. The gap above the gate tower could pour burning gold juice and kerosene, giving the attackers below the gate tower a warm hot bath. Spears can be thrust in and out of the holes in the tunnel, leaving the passing enemies helpless in the face of hundreds of gun holes, where they can't see any enemy, and watching themselves being stabbed into blood by the spears that suddenly stab out. The most troublesome thing is that the corpses will pile up in the narrow tunnel, making it more difficult for latecomers to pass through. The inner city is a veritable high castle, with a wide moat and drawbridge blocking all attack directions. The internal terrain is more complex, enough to station an army of 10,000. Even with such an easy defense and difficult attack, the Naxans trapped in the King's City of Rhineland can't help but feel a little desperate. A hasty night attack directly lost most of the 50,000 troops. Even the most confident Naxan soldiers can't stay at their posts calmly at this moment, especially at dawn before the storm. General Malz. General Red. The Demacians have begun to attack. There are too many of them. There are too many of them. The centurion with a broken left arm retreated from the high wall and walked all the way to the main castle, waking up the 2 Naxan generals who were taking a rest with their eyes closed. Malzrasus and Red Seraphim, with bloodshot eyes, looked at each other, stood up from the stools, pulled out their Naxan swords full of gaps, and followed the centurion to the 3rd-story outer wall tower. It was just dawn, and the siege equipment that had been roaring for more than 2 months had completely stopped. Dense Demacians poured in from all directions, and the indigo helmet feathers fluttered in the morning breeze like the ocean. Malz's face looked a little ugly, and Red said coldly, "It seems that these Demacian mad dogs are really going to fight us to the death. It is possible that our reinforcement have arrived, otherwise the Demacians would not launch a strong attack. As long as we hold on this time, the Demacians will retreat. You are right, so we must hold on, at all costs. Patting Red's arm with apology, Mal said softly, Red, I'm sorry for getting you into trouble this time. If the outer wall cannot be defended, you can take your legion into the inner castle. I will hold the Dalmatians back. Red looked at Mal's, who was determined to die, with a complicated expression. He knew that this was Mal's last pride. Okay. Congratulations, this book has finally reached the 600th chapter. I have written 1.74 million words, and I still haven't written enough. Am I hopeless? End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.